Order, order. Question the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government. I call Minister Chris Pincher to answer the substantive question number 1 from Janet David. Minister Pincher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I will answer this question together with number 2. Buildings below 18 metres will not carry the same inherent risk as a building above 18 metres. However, some will need remediation, and so to give residents in low-rise buildings peace of mind, we're establishing a generous scheme to ensure, where required, cladding can be remediated on buildings between 11 and 18 metres. Leaseholders will be asked to pay no more than £50 a month, protecting them against these unaffordable costs. And we'll work at pace, Mr. Speaker, to develop the details of the scheme and communicate them to the House as quickly as possible.
Let's go to Janet David. Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No one needs reminding that we're nearly at the 4-year anniversary of the Grenfell disaster. Yet many of my constituents remain trapped in dangerous homes, and because of this government's arbitrary decision to only help those in buildings above 18 metres, they feel hopeless and invisible. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that no leaseholder should have to pay for the fire safety problems that is simply not their fault, and people should not even be needing to pay £50 or less than £50 a month, regardless of whether their building is 7 metres or 18 metres or even lower than that?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. She is right. Great progress has been made over the last 4 years to ensure that remediation of high-rise properties is undertaken, because that is where we have been guided by official advice. And in ACM-clad buildings, Mr. Speaker, I can tell the House that in 95% of those properties, remediation has either been completed or is underway. We're clear that buildings below 18 metres also need help. That's why we tabled this generous package of support where otherwise there will be no support. And it's also clear that developers and building owners themselves are stepping up to the plate and are remediating the buildings for which they're responsible and are providing funds so to do.
Let's go to Rushanara Ali. Rushanara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many leaseholders have spent their third lockdown stuck in buildings with serious safety defects and unsure about when the works will be completed. And the Minister talks about providing a generous scheme for those blocks with 18 metres height or less. Can he explain to the House how generous that programme is, how much is being committed, and by when our constituents can expect the works to be completed, both for blocks under 18 metres and those blocks over 18 metres that have that require the remedial work, so that people don't have to continue to live in potential death traps?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. With respect to buildings over 18 metres, she will know that we set aside funds using the Building Safety Fund of £1 billion to deal with properties with non-HCM dangerous clad material. I can tell her that 106 buildings have already begun the work, with a further 338 we estimate will begin the work by September, which was the date that we set for work using BSF funds to be undertaken. With respect to buildings below 18 metres, we want to make sure that we're prioritising affordability and accelerating remediation where it is required. It is a complex set of challenges, but we're determined to meet them and get this right, which is why we'll bring forward further information as soon as we're able.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister explain why 3/4 of cladding systems on new medium-rise buildings have used combustible insulation materials despite a proposed government ban on them? That's 51 out of 66 on residential blocks that are 11 to 18 metres in height built in 2019 and 2020, now liable for the imposition of unwanted government loans, the nightmare on EWS 1 Form Street, inflated insurance premium costs, service charges and much, much more. At what stage is the ministerial team going to get a grip of this chaos?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, the honourable gentleman knows full well the work that the government has undertaken to make sure that this very complicated issue that involves buildings, building owners, warranty providers, insurers, leaseholders themselves, to make sure that this issue is addressed. We have brought forward a very generous set of schemes. Over £5.1 billion of public money has already been allocated to remediate taller high-rise buildings. We have proposed a very generous scheme to support those people living in leasehold properties between 11 and 18 metres. We will announce further details of that scheme shortly, Mr Speaker, so those people living in them can have peace of mind that they have a way out too.
Substantive question to Minister Hall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The UK Shared Prosperity Fund will help to level up and create the opportunity across the United Kingdom. The Spending Review 2020 set out the main strategic elements of the UK SPF in the heads of terms, and we will publish a UK-wide investment framework in 2021 and confirm multi-year funding profiles at the next Spending Review. We're providing an additional £220 million through the UK Community Renewal Fund to help local areas prepare for the introduction of the UK SPF.
Let's go to Jessica Morden. Jessica.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Wales receives £375 million a year under EU structural funds, but this government's Levelling Up Fund gives Wales only £50 million a year, whilst the Community Renewal Fund's pilot project splits £220 million across 4 nations. Can the Minister see why my constituents are already sceptical that this government will fulfil its promise that Wales will receive, and I quote, not a penny less?
Minister.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for her question? Levels of investment from EU structural funds will be higher across the United Kingdom in 21-22 than they were in 2021. We are also providing additional UK funding to support our communities to pilot programmes and new approaches. She mentions the Levelling Up Fund, of course. Her local authority will receive £150,000 capacity funding to support with that bidding process. And as we set out in the spending review, funding for the UK SPF will ramp up so that total domestic UK-wide funding will at least match EU receipts, reaching £1.5 billion a year. These funds will have real lasting impacts on communities that will make a significant difference to tackling deprivation, tackling inequality and binding together our precious United Kingdom.
Let's go to Shadow Minister Kate O'Leary. Kate.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for recognising that the UK Shared Prosperity Fund will need to be more transparent when I met with them last week, in a way that the Towns Fund clearly wasn't. If the Minister intends to keep his promise of more transparency, when will he consult on the UK Shared Prosperity Fund that his department committed to 3 years ago? And will his department publish how much funding English regions will get? Thank you.
Minister. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think the point I made to the Honourable Lady last week is that we have published all of the details in the technical note that is set out on gov.uk. We thought that was the right thing to do. At the spending review last year, we set out the main strategic elements of the UK SPF in the heads of terms. The funding profile will be set out at the next spending review, and we will publish further details in a UK-wide investment framework later this year. In the meantime, the Community Renewal Fund is going to deliver real lasting change into communities right across the country. It will tackle inequality, it will tackle deprivation in some of the communities that need it the most and that were neglected for so long by the party opposite. And of course, one of its key aims will be to work to bind together our precious union.
Substantive question to Minister Pincher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 2018 and 2019 saw the highest and the second highest number of first-time buyers since 2007. With the effect of COVID, 2020 saw a 14% decrease from the 2019 total. But the government is now redoubling its efforts to assist first-time buyers, and that's why today we launched the Mortgage Guarantee Scheme, offering a 95% loan-to-value mortgage, developing first homes, enabling first-time buyers to purchase new-build homes locally with at least a 30% discount. A determined effort, Mr. Speaker, to support buyers.
Let's go to Karen. Karen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For many first-time buyers, especially in cities, the options are mainly new build and leasehold properties, but they are, of course, many of them walking into a new nightmare of costs. Inside Housing are today reporting on purchasers buying properties as safe, only to discover almost immediately that the ratings are changing, leaving them with huge bills for waiting watch and unsellable properties. Does the Minister know how many first-time buyers are affected by this? And why is it that the only truly blameless party, the purchaser, is the one who is still left carrying the can and the risk?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there are a suite of options for first-time buyers. They can purchase a home using the Help to Buy scheme. They can take advantage of our shared ownership schemes, where under the new proposals for the first 10 years, failings and defects will be fixed by the developer. And as I said, the mortgage guarantee scheme that we announced today allows first-time buyers and others to purchase homes with as little as 5% deposit. We are determined, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that first-time buyers are able to achieve their dream and get onto the property ladder. That is a world away from the campaign that she chairs, Mr. Speaker, the campaign of Sadiq Khan, who's promised to build 116,000 homes in London, thus far has managed to deliver only 28,000. I wonder if that's why the housing pledge, which was at the top of his campaign in 2016, is now second from bottom in 2021. I think that says a lot about Labour and their priority for housing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, that was quite staggering. I don't know if the Minister was listening to my honourable friend, the member for Westminster North, and he's avoided answering her. He previously avoided answering the member for Weaver Vale, so I'm going to give him another go. Will the Minister please tell us what on earth is the justification for allowing new buildings to be built with dangerous cladding and other fire safety defects, what he is going to do to ensure that the number of first-time buyers moving into homes with dangerous cladding is zero?
Grateful, Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Lady for giving me a second go. I point out that, of course, she has got no policies of her own. We're quite prepared to let her borrow some of ours because we've got a lot of them. We are determined to make sure, through the building safety regime that we'll be introducing, that we have a world-class building safety programme. We've consulted on the challenge faced by combustible products. It's a very complicated one, and we'll be bringing forward our announcements on those in due course. But make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, we're determined to support buyers. We're determined to get more people onto the property ladder. We're determined to build better quality homes. Things that the Labour Party talk about, we are doing.
Substantive question to Minister Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Along with the Secretary of State, I met with the Minister for Trade, Innovation and Public Finance in the Scottish Government last month to discuss the Levelling Up Fund and the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. We will continue to engage with the devolved administrations and, importantly, of course, with local authorities and communities in Scotland directly, and wider public and private sector organisations, to ensure that funding is used to best effect and support citizens right across the country.
Let's go to Kirsten Oswald. Kirsten.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A joint statement by ministers from the Scottish, Welsh and Northern Irish governments criticised the UK government for using the Internal Market Act to bypass devolved administrations. Is it not the case that the UK government intends to use Levelling Up funding to shore up support for the Union and to undermine the very basis of devolution? If not, what are his plans to devolve the funding within the framework of the devolution settlement?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can absolutely confirm that we want to do everything possible to enhance and protect our precious union. We will work with communities directly in Scotland, Wales and in Northern Ireland to deliver this important funding. We've already committed to providing capacity funding to local authorities in all the devolved administrations to get them started on preparing for these funds. We are excited about working with them. And, Mr. Speaker, the point I would make is that they are excited about working with us on delivering these funds. We've had huge interest from councils, from communities in wanting to work with us, deliver real and lasting change for their communities, and that's why there is such a high level of enthusiasm and engagement.
SNP spokesperson Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 66% of Scots are deeply concerned about the way the internal market bill seeks to undermine Scotland's Parliament, alongside the unilateral decision-making of the UK Government regarding the Shared Prosperity Fund and the Levelling Up Fund. And despite what the Minister has just said, this is being used to aggressively assert unionism in Scotland and bypass Scotland's Parliament. Meanwhile, 33 of the last 41 polls show majority support for independence in Scotland. So does the Minister think that this aggressive and assertive unionism, trampling all over Scotland's Parliament, is endearing the people of Scotland to the Union?
Mr. Speaker, I would urge the Scottish Nationalist Party to trust their local councils, to trust their local communities who are so passionately engaging in this project, working with us, using the capacity funding that we have committed to them to start this process going. They will work with us on delivering these funds. They will tackle deprivation. They will enhance communities right across Scotland, and we look forward to working with them with determination and enthusiasm in the weeks, months and years ahead.
We now have a substantive question to Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the simple answer to the Honourable Lady's question is that lots of discussions have been had. This department works very closely with the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy to set us on the path to ensuring that all homes and buildings meet that national net zero target. No doubt, Mr. Speaker, you know this is part of the Prime Minister's 10-point plan to build back greener post-pandemic and ensure we achieve that net zero emission by 2050.
Let's go to Fleur Anderson. Fleur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Heating the UK's drafty homes makes up 14% of the country's carbon emissions. Many of my constituents in Putney wanted to apply for the Green Homes Grant, but can't because it's been scrapped. The Labour government set out the original plans for zero carbon homes in 2006, which set a goal of achieving zero carbon homes by 2016. Why was this ambition abandoned by this government in 2016? Why was the Green Homes Grant scrapped this month by this government? And what will be replacing it?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Green Homes Grant is, of course, a BEIS initiative, but I can tell the Honourable Lady that although it was making encouraging progress with over 96,000 applications, 39,000 vouchers had been issued via the scheme, but we've given the fact that it's not progressing quickly enough, we've taken stock and decided to reconsider our approach. Last month, the Secretary of State for BEIS announced £300 million of extra funding for green home upgrades through the local authority delivery element of the Green Homes Grant Scheme and the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund. This brings the total spending on energy efficiency to £1.3 billion.
Substantive question to Secretary Jenrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I'll answer this question together with question 12. Last week, we saw friends and families reunited, our favourite shops and pubs and cafes reopened, and an injection of sunny optimism into hospitality and our high streets as we move to the next stage on our roadmap out of the lockdown. To help these measures, my department has introduced crucial planning easements, including fast-track pavement licences, which are helping to make alfresco dining a reality, enabling communities to hold popular outdoor events such as markets, and allowing pubs to set up marquees in their gardens for the whole of the summer, all without the need for costly planning permissions.
Let's go to Caroline Notes. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Romsey and the surrounding villages, much use has been made of the planning easements by pubs, cafes and restaurants to install temporary awnings, marquees, gazebos, etc. Please can my right honourable friend reassure me that there will be plenty of time given to pubs, etc. before these structures have to be removed. In many cases, they will continue to provide additional capacity even when indoor socialising is allowed, and our hospitality sector has had a very tough year.
Well, I'm delighted to hear that her constituents, like millions of others across the country, are making use of these easements to enjoy the summer sunshine and to support local pubs, cafes and restaurants. When the first lockdown began, we inherited a planning rule called the 28-day rule that enabled a business to set up a marquee or another temporary structure for just 1 month without seeking planning permission. We doubled that, and now we're bringing forward the legislation to ensure that will remain in place for at least the whole of the summer, and I hope perhaps significantly longer than that. So that will enable small businesses, the length and breadth of the land, like those in my right honourable friend's constituency, to put up those marquees and gazebos and get the full benefit of them.
Let's go to Matt Vickers. Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our town centres lie at the heart of our communities. They should be a source of pride and be attractive to visitors. But vacant buildings have become a blight in many of them. Can my right honourable friend confirm that he's taking steps to make it easier for vacant buildings to be repurposed and demolished, so that we can make sure our town centres are attractive places that people want to visit?
My friend is absolutely right. Our high streets have been hit hard by the pandemic, but the market forces have been amplified and magnified. These are very long-standing issues and ones that we have been focused on for some time. We need to make some fundamental changes to ensure that we have a flexible planning regime so that businesses can adapt and evolve to turn a cafe into a hairdresser's, into a yoga studio, into an office, all without the need for costly planning permissions, and where businesses and buildings are sat empty and derelict, then to do the logical thing and turn them into something else, particularly into homes. That's exactly why a few weeks ago we brought forward the planning changes to do that, and I hope that that will see hundreds, if not thousands, of homes being created on our town centres and high streets over the course of this year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State's Department is bringing forward further permitted development rights that will allow gyms, creches and offices, as well as shops, banks and restaurants, to be converted into homes without going through planning permission. Can the Secretary of State tell us if his department has done an impact assessment of how many cafes, pharmacies and corner shops will be lost from our high street, never to return?
Well, the Honourable Lady will be aware that we've approached this issue with great caution and due consideration. We've consulted on these matters and received thousands of responses, and it's on the back of that that we've brought forward our proposals. So they have been carefully thought out to consider some of the issues that she's raised. We made a number of changes to protect, for example, nurseries, to provide further protections for conservation areas. But the approach of the opposition, which could be characterised as the ostrich's head in the sand, is not the one that we've chosen to take. We think that high streets and town centres are undergoing the biggest transformation, not just in our lifetime, but at least since the Second World War, and that we need to bring forward measures that are proportionate to the scale of the challenge. And that's why we're bringing forward billions of pounds worth of investment through our towns and high streets and levelling up funds. That's why we're pursuing the planning reforms that she refers to, and I think most reasonable people across this country would agree. And I'd note that in her own constituency, Mike Cartwright, who runs the Bradford Chamber of Commerce, seems to. He says that having unused space is bad for the economy. Buildings remaining empty for years is to no one's benefit. We agree. That's why we're taking action.
Others?
Number 14, please, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Planning policy is clear that it's for local authorities to identify the size, the type and the tenure of housing needed for different groups in the community, including those who require affordable housing. We're committed to increasing the supply of affordable housing and are investing over £12 billion in the affordable housing programme over the next 5 years, which is the largest investment in affordable housing in over a decade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents can't afford to buy a house of their own and are finding private sector landlords using various devices to block access to that market as well through guarantees and bond requirements. So council housing or social housing is the only option, but they're finding demand is outstripping supply. And according to the Chartered Institute of Housing, outside London, only a third of all social housing that is needed will actually be built in the next 5 years. So what does the Minister actually say to my constituents who are actually finding themselves with no housing options at all at the moment?
Well, Mr. Speaker, over the last 10 years, something in the region of 150,000 new homes for social rent have been built. We have made it easier for local authorities to build their own council homes by changing the rules around the HRA, by making it easier for them to get cheap loans through the Public Works Loan Board. Our new Affordable Homes programme, investing £12 billion plus in new homes over the next 5 years, will double the number of socially rentable homes built to 32,000. I rather hope his local authority will take advantage of the reforms that we have undertaken and the powers that we've given them, because in 2019-2020, before the COVID emergency took place, they built no social houses at all.
Number 15, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'll answer this together with question 16. The Levelling Up Fund will be allocated competitively and is open to all local areas. As we set out in the prospectus published at Budget, the index used for Levelling Up Fund places areas into category 1, 2 or 3 based on the local area's need for economic recovery and growth, improved transport connectivity and regeneration.
Speaker, if the Minister doesn't mind me saying so, that index seems to be working in a rather curious way, because it hasn't escaped anyone's attention that some Tory target areas in England seem to have done extraordinarily well out of this fund. Yet areas such as my own in the north east of Scotland, Aberdeen City and Aberdeenshire Council, are languishing in levels 2 and 3 of the fund, despite being forecast to be hit hardest by Brexit. We know there was a power grab with the internal market bill. Isn't it the truth that we're now seeing a cash grab to correspond with that? Because the Conservative government knows that not even all the rhetoric in the world about shared prosperity and precious unions can spare the party from the hiding they're set to get from Scottish voters on the 6th of May.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's hard to see how the £150,000 per local authority we've already committed is a cash grab from Scottish communities. We are investing directly in Scottish communities, £125,000 in capacity funding already, and this is a bidding process, rightly so. We're providing that capacity funding, and for the first round of funding, at least 9% of the UK allocations will be in Scotland. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, we are hugely excited about the opportunities we have now to work directly with communities in Scotland. We have already been in touch, of course, with Aberdeen City Council and Aberdeenshire Council to ensure they have a good understanding of the Levelling Up Fund, including, importantly, securing support from members of Parliament. I very much hope that he will play a full part in that process.
I'm afraid that answer simply isn't good enough, Mr. Speaker, because not only are the Tories seeking to bypass devolution, they're also seeking to bypass the needs of Aberdeen. 123 local authorities have been placed in Pot 1, yet Aberdeen's been dumped in Pot 2. And the consequence of that is clear for all to see, because it means that we will not have access to the funding that we need at this moment in time. Aberdeen accounts for a third of all job redundancies since the start of this pandemic in Scotland. If that is not a criteria for funding, what is?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's published full and frankly on the government website. He can have a look at it, which I would advise him to do. They're already receiving capacity funding, so it's not true to infer in any way that every single Scottish local authority will not receive support through this initiative. We are hugely excited about the opportunities this presents us. We are going to be investing directly into communities. There is a huge level of support for this funding, so I strongly urge the Honourable Gentleman to both read the documentation on the website and get involved in playing a full part in the process.
Jeremy Wright.
Mr. Speaker, number 17, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Future Home Standard will ensure that new homes built will be produce 75% less carbon than those.
Performance of new homes, and I'm conscious that the government is consulting now on how those regulations might be reformed. But as he also knows, those regulations in place at the moment require compliance by developers to a design standard rather than to a performance in use standard. Can I ask him whether his department is considering whether that should change, and in any event, when he would expect revised and improved building regulations to be in place to compel that improved environmental performance?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend will be delighted to know that we'll update the regulations relating to fuel, power and ventilation this year in advance of the Future Home Standard being introduced in 2025. But, Mr. Speaker, we're not waiting for 2025. In the short term, our priority will be to implement an interim 2021 Part L uplift. Sounds a bit esoteric, but what it means, Mr. Speaker, is there will be a 31% reduction in carbon production compared to the 2013 standard. With regard to the point my right honourable friend makes with regard to performance standard versus design standard, I'd be delighted to meet with him and his constituent to discuss that further.
SNP spokesperson Patricia Gibson.
Mr. Speaker, the SNP plans to put £1.6 billion into decarbonising the way buildings are heated in Scotland during the next Parliament, which ambitiously equates to 1/3 of homes by 2030. Why is the UK Government failing to match Scotland's level of ambition to decarbonise our homes?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her question. I'm slightly disappointed, though. I thought she was going to rise to congratulate us with regard to the Social Housing Decarbonisation Demonstrator Fund, which has 3 excellent projects that are being progressed in Scotland. Mr. Speaker, we have no shortage of ambition to reach our net zero target by 2050 on this side of the chamber, and I look forward to working with people on the other side of the chamber in order to ensure we achieve that.
Right, let's just go to Rob Butler.
Number 19, please, Mr. Speaker.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer this question together with questions 20, 21 and 23. Infrastructure underpins our economy and improves people's everyday lives. Over the next 5 years, this government plans to deliver over £600 billion in public investment, the highest sustained level since the 1970s as a proportion of GDP. My department is playing a leading role in that mission by making the biggest changes in the way we support local economic growth in a decade, with around £5 billion of investment through the Levelling Up Fund and Community Renewal Fund, and our ongoing investment through the £3.6 billion Towns Fund. At the same time, we're reforming our planning system to build more homes and ensuring that developers pay their fair share through a simpler and faster and more transparent infrastructure levy.
Rob Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Aylesbury has seen unprecedented housing growth over the last 25 years, and will see much more in the years to come. Our infrastructure is currently at breaking point, with traffic congestion a real problem for local people. Now, one way of alleviating this would be approval of the Aylesbury spur of East-West Rail. What steps can my right honourable friends take to work across government, and perhaps particularly with the Treasury, to secure funding for this vital link to ensure that housing development is matched by the appropriate infrastructure?
Well, my honourable friend is right to highlight the need for transport infrastructure investment in the Milton Keynes, Oxford, Cambridge arc, which is one of the fastest growing and most economically dynamic parts of the country. I understand how important the connection is to his constituents, and I know that he's met with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury and the Rail Minister to make the case for connecting Aylesbury to East-West Rail, an overall project that I've been a long-time supporter of. He's right that more homes requires more infrastructure, and that's why we have a £7 billion National Home Building Fund alongside the new infrastructure levy proposed to capture more of the land value uplift and ensure that when homes are built, they're built with the appropriate infrastructure as well.
Let's go to Miriam Cates. Miriam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a privilege to co-chair the Stocksbridge Towns Fund Board and work with the local community to develop our plans to regenerate the town with the £24.1 million of government investment. But there are other towns in my constituency, like Penistone and Chapeltown, that would also benefit from a coordinated community-led approach. So what plans does my right honourable friend have to encourage local councils to support communities to develop their own local infrastructure development strategies?
Secretary-General.
Well, I enjoyed visiting Stocksbridge just over a year ago with my honourable friend and was delighted to see that their £24.1 million town deal was announced by my rightful friend the Chancellor at the budget. I very much look forward to seeing their exciting proposals come to life, including a new visitor centre for a gateway to the Peak District. But I do recognise the point she makes, that she represents many other towns like Penistone and Chapeltown, and we want to ensure that they too can benefit from much-needed regeneration funding. That's why bidding is now open for our Levelling Up Fund, worth £4.8 billion, which will deliver genuine local priorities by putting local support, including that of a Member of Parliament, at the heart of its mission. When I visited Stocksbridge, she kindly gave me an umbrella as the birthplace of the modern umbrella, and so with the new local town deal and an excellent MP, I'm hopeful that the sun will keep shining on her constituency for many years to come.
Let's go to Giles Watling. Giles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for his earlier answer. But back in 2017, a £200 million funding gap was identified for the infrastructure projects in tendering. Now, as the Secretary knows, there's ongoing work to address areas of greatest need, such as roads, hospitals, and a personal campaign of mine to upgrade the rail services to Clacton and Walton. But our most significant funding gap, as we look to deliver new housing, remains the reported £100 million hole in our adult social care budget. Can I ask my right honourable friend what his department is doing to address that?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. This year, local councils will have access to an additional £1 billion for social care, on top of continuing all existing social care funding. He's right to raise the point that new housing requires new social infrastructure as much as it does hard infrastructure in terms of roads and railways. That's why we're bringing forward the infrastructure levy, which will capture more of the land value uplift and ensure that developers pay a fair share. And it's also why we're working with local authorities, including Essex County Council, to ensure that they can access the Housing Infrastructure Fund and our new House Building Fund to get billions of pounds of investment into their communities.
22 withdrawn, so we'll go to Dr. Kieran Miller. Kieran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Along with the rest of the Crewe Town Board, I was very pleased to submit our bid for investment early this year to help Crewe build back better. I campaigned for us to get a town deal, and I know what a positive impact it can have. Can the Secretary of State update me on when we can expect to hear what I hope will be positive news for Crewe?
Well, I was delighted to receive Crewe's town investment plan in January. Having visited my honourable friend's constituency many times over the years, I'm excited to see the ambitious plans that have been developed for the town centre, to welcome visitors and shoppers, and creating an integrated HS2 hub station. The plans are very well developed. My officials are currently conducting assessments, and I look forward to making an announcement in due course.
Substantive question to Minister Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have so far allocated over £9 billion directly to councils since the start of the pandemic, and local authorities are expected to receive over £3 billion of additional support in 21-22, responding both to expenditure pressures and to loss of income. This takes the total support we've committed to councils in England to tackle the impacts of COVID-19 to over £12 billion.
Select Committee, Clive Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 11th of November, together with other representatives from Sheffield, we met the Minister to express concern that the loss of income to leisure centres in Sheffield was not being refunded to the Council because the centres are managed by an arm's length trust. I understand now from the Council that the Government have recognised that the extra expenditure given from the Council to the Leisure Trust to compensate for loss of income has now been refunded at least significantly by the Government, and I thank the Minister for that and for the help he's given. Unfortunately, locally, the Lib Dems have tried to claim that some of this money has not gone from the Council to the Trust to fund services in Sheffield, but gone to fund leisure centres in Scarborough. Will the Minister reassure me and residents in Sheffield that the money that he has given to Sheffield Council has gone properly to fund services in Sheffield and nowhere else? Indeed, as the Chair of the Trust has confirmed, all the money given to the Trust by Sheffield Council is funding leisure centres in Sheffield and nowhere else.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for that question. I was grateful to meet with him and with Julie Dorr last year. I know how important this matter is to him and to his community in Sheffield. We've provided councils with a range of support for COVID pressures on local leisure services, including unring-fenced grants, income compensation and the specific National Leisure Recovery Fund. In all cases, Sheffield, of course, will comply with the funding conditions. My expectation would be that all of that funding should be used locally to support local services in Sheffield, and he is absolutely right not transferred to other areas.
Nick Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 26.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HMOs are a valuable part of the housing market and play an important role in delivering affordable accommodation, which is often vital in the communities that they serve. Most HMOs provide accommodation that is decent and safe for those living in it. Where HMOs may pose a risk to the well-being of their inhabitants or to the local area, we've given local councils robust powers to regulate standards and management of HMOs. If necessary, local planning authorities can also limit the proliferation of HMOs by consulting to remove the national permitted development right.
Nick Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that my right honourable friend will agree with me that while most residents in HMOs are law-abiding individuals, there is no escaping the fact that very often the residents in such premises lead extremely different lifestyles to those of their neighbours. This has been a particular issue in the towns of Rosington and Conisbrough, where residents from these two towns have complained that the increasing number of HMOs has caused a spike in antisocial behaviour and a loss of community spirit. Despite this, I have not seen the government mention the necessity in combating this phenomenon in the planning white paper. What reassurances can my honourable friend therefore give to my constituents that the government recognises the issue that HMOs cause in small towns and villages, and what work is his department in conjunction with local authorities to ensure that such residences are located in more appropriate areas?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I feel a huge degree of sympathy for the members, constituents of Rossington and Conisbrough who may have suffered antisocial behaviour as a result of HMOs in their area. And I understand that my honourable friend is working assiduously on behalf of his constituents to tackle this. But we have given local authorities robust powers to regulate standards and management of existing HMOs, including HMO licensing, penalties of up to £30,000 for breaches of the law, and for the worst offenders, banning orders. I'd urge my right honourable friend to press Doncaster Council to exercise these powers if appropriate.
We now come to topicals with Secretary General.
Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest divides in our country has been between those who can afford their own home and those who cannot. And that's why I'm pleased today to see the government launch our new mortgage guarantee scheme as we strengthen our commitment to build back better from this pandemic. Today's 95% mortgages will help families and young people get onto the property ladder without the excessive burden of a large deposit, helping to turn generation rent into generation buy. And as we cautiously reopen the economy and return to a semblance of normality, we are ready to grasp the economic lifeline that comes from getting out and supporting local businesses, returning to pubs, restaurants and cafes, providing our local economies with the love and support that they need as we continue down the recovery roadmap. And as we seize this economic boost, we will ensure prosperity is shared across all of the UK's nations and regions. Having announced the details of our landmark new Levelling Up Fund, the Community Ownership Fund and the Community Renewal Fund at budget.
Dame Diana Johnson. Dame Diana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Secretary of State explain why local people in Hull and the East Riding of Yorkshire were not trusted to be asked about what they wanted devolution to look like locally and to help shape those plans, rather than just being told by Whitehall what they must have with permanent changes to local government in return for vague and, to date, unspecified promises of regeneration?
Secretary General.
Well, I'm not sure what the Honourable Lady is referring to there. When we approach local government reorganisation, we do so only in circumstances where there is a good deal of local support, and we've taken forward a small number of proposals this year, including in North Yorkshire. Those are then subject to a consultation exercise where we notify stakeholders and take great care to take the opinions of the local population, and then of course it comes to a minister under the Act for an ultimate decision. Were local government reorganisation or a devolution deal to be negotiated in the Honourable Lady's part of the world, and I know there is some local interest, we would of course follow all of those legal requirements.
Let's go to Dr. Kieran Millen. Kieran.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're all making the most of our parks at the moment, but we've seen a surge in littering. Will the Minister join me in thanking groups like Crewe Clean Team, Shavington Clean Team, Nantush Litter Action and the Great British Spring Clean's Million Mile Mission campaign, who play their part in battling this blight? But can he also remind council of the need for them to use their powers? As in your area, as found in Cheshire East, the number of fines issued dropped again last year for the third year in a row.
Secretary.
Well, I'm very happy to join my honourable friend in thanking the hard work of all the volunteers that he mentions. As lockdown lifts, we want the countryside to look its glorious best this spring and summer. And he's absolutely right to say that councils should be using the powers that are available to them. Littering not only blights local communities, but is ultimately a criminal offence. And we've raised the maximum penalties for littering to £150, and we've published guidance for local authorities on the use of their powers.
Shadow Secretary Steve Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a 400% increase in donations to the Conservative Party from developers under the current Prime Minister. In the interest of transparency and to allay growing concerns about sleaze at the heart of government, will the Secretary of State publish notes of all the meetings that he, his advisers or representatives of Number 10 have held with any of those developers about changing the planning system and what they asked for?
Secretary General.
Well, Mr. Speaker, all ministerial engagements are already published through our regular official engagement notifications, and all donations to political parties, whether that be the Labour Party or the Conservative Party, over the statutory amount are also published. Of course, planning decisions and the production of government policy has nothing to do with donations that are made to political parties, and there's a complete separation of the two.
The Council for the Protection of Rural England, the National Trust, the Town and Country Planning Association, the Royal Institute of British Architects, the Royal Town Planning Institute and others have all condemned his planning reforms for handing too much control to developers and blocking communities from objecting to individual applications in areas zoned for growth or for renewal. Given their increased donations to the Conservative Party, is he paying back developers by selling out communities?
Well, once again, the honourable gentleman makes a low point. What we're doing is getting people onto the housing ladder. Once the Labour Party cared about young people, people on low incomes, people on social housing waiting lists, but those days are long gone. This is the party of home ownership. This is the party standing up for the millions of people whose jobs depend on housing and construction. This is the party that's supporting the brickies and the electricians, the people out there trying to earn a good day's living. The honourable gentleman needs to get his priorities straight and support people who are working hard, trying to get on the housing ladder and trying to get this country going again after the pandemic.
Let's go to Peter Gibson. Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many, I was glad to see our high streets begin to reopen last week, with retail restarting and outdoor seating enabled for hospitality venues like that on Coniscliffe Road in Darlington, serving Hash Bar, Orb Micropub and 22s. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that in order to support our high streets in the long term and build on the success of the Towns Fund, we need to reform planning restrictions to help revitalise our town centres?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. The changes being seen on our high streets up and down the country are seismic, and they require fundamental reforms to our planning system, and that's exactly what this government is doing. And what a contrast that is to the party opposite. Their only policy, as far as I can tell, is to create a new review led by somebody who we asked to do a review 11 years ago. Now, I have a great deal of respect for Mary Portas and I enjoy listening to her views, but we have already taken forward most of her recommendations. We are taking action. The party opposite is doing nothing and is letting the towns and cities across this country go into neglect.
Virendra Sharma. Virendra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, the Secretary of State appointed 2 new members of his departmental board. Dame Alison Nimmo is a director at Berkeley Group, accused of endangering the health of thousands in my constituency with the Southall Gas Works development. How can I or my constituents have confidence in his department's ability to regulate Berkeley Group when, in the words of the Cabinet Office, one of their own advisors and leads the department?
Well, I'm disappointed to hear those remarks from the honourable gentleman. Casting aspersions over the integrity of Dame Alison Nimmo is a new low for the opposition. Alison is one of the most respected women in business today. She led the Crown Estate impeccably for many years, and now we are fortunate to benefit from her experience, her commitment, and her public service. I think it is completely wrong of the honourable gentleman, no doubt handed a question by the Labour Party whips, which he doesn't know anything of, but nonetheless, I think it is very poor that he would cast aspersions over a great public servant who I am proud to have working with me at the department.
I don't think Secretary of State needs to cast aspersions on where he got his question from. I think it is his own constituency. Let's go to Andrew Percy. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Councillor Anne Handley, myself and other members of the Town Deal Board have submitted what we feel is a very strong Town Deal bid for Goole, which will include multi-million-pound regeneration of the town centre, leisure centre, and also bring gigabit fast broadband to Old Goole. We're keen to get on and get these projects delivered. Can the Secretary of State provide us with any details of when exactly Goole will know exactly how much it's getting from the government through our Town Deal bid?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. I was pleased to receive Goole Town's investment plan in January, which includes ambitious plans to diversify and to repurpose the town centre and revitalise Goole's economy. My officials are currently conducting their assessment in the usual way, and I look forward to making an announcement in due course, which, if it is a positive one, will build on the excellent news we had at the budget of a free port in the Humber, bringing jobs and regeneration to the whole region.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Homelessness is a big factor for ex-prisoners reoffending, particularly women. In January, the Ministry of Justice announced £20 million for 5 pilot schemes of temporary accommodation. However, 3 months on, there's still no evidence of how this service will account for complex specific needs for vulnerable women leaving prison. So can the Secretary of State tell me how his department will work with the MOJ to ensure that support services for women in permanent accommodation from their release is more than 12 weeks?
The honourable gentleman raised an extremely important point. 53% of those people sleeping rough on our streets are ex-offenders. So a crucial component of our strategy to end rough sleeping must be ensuring more offenders, whether male or female, leave prison to good quality, secure accommodation, whether that's in the private rental sector or in social housing. I'm working very closely with my right honourable friend, the Lord Chancellor, and together we put in a bid for the spending review which he refers to, and I'll be able to update him in due course on those plans, but the Ministry of Justice will be an integral part of our strategy.
We've now got Jason McCartney. Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the Woodland Trust's State of the UK Woods and Trees report, 1,225 ancient woods across the UK are currently under threat from development, and the number of ancient woods being damaged by development is still increasing. How will the Secretary of State's department continue to strengthen planning policy further to properly protect this irreplaceable habitat?
Well, I was pleased to read of the Woodland Trust's recent campaign, and my department received over 10,000 postcards from supporters of the Woodland Trust, which I've had the pleasure to look over in recent months. We have proposed changes to the National Planning Policy Framework to set an expectation that all new residential streets should be lined with trees, and this builds on previous changes to the framework where we strengthen protections for ancient woods and trees. My right honourable friend, the Environment Secretary, will shortly publish further details of our wider cross-government commitment.
Let's go to Caroline Ansell. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The eviction ban instituted by my right honourable friend last year, due to end in May, has undoubtedly saved untold misery. Now, COVID-related rent arrears built over successive lockdowns are of very present danger. Could my right honourable friend outline how measures will evolve to support individuals, families and landlords to sustain viable tenancies as we move into recovery?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend, who's a charity campaigner for her constituents in Eastbourne. I think we got the gist of the question she was asking, which is the support that we provided for renters during the pandemic. We wanted to strike the right balance between helping tenants in need. That's why we've increased the welfare net, increased discretionary housing payments, increased the local housing allowance to 30% of the local market costs, and we've also ensured that landlords have access to justice. As we transition out of the roadmap to recovery, we'll be providing some further details on the next steps that we envisage to protect renters and also to ensure that landlords get the best service and the best help that they need.
Let's go to Douglas Chapman. Douglas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In March, the Minister told the House that he would reach out to the devolved government to help more clarity on the organisation and delivery of the Shared Prosperity Fund in Scotland. So on this issue, when did he last meet with Scottish Government ministers, and what specific Scottish Government policy objectives will be met by the Shared Prosperity Fund?
I met with representatives of the Scottish Government 2 weeks ago.
Welcome the recently announced package of support for those arriving from Hong Kong on BNO status. Can my right honourable friend confirm that all corners of the United Kingdom will receive support to enable those who arrive to be able to settle where they wish and to contribute to our economy, for example, through setting up a business?
Well, as a champion of freedom and democracy, we are living up to our historic responsibilities to the people of Hong Kong. I've made it the mission of my department to ensure that all BNO status holders and their families have the very best start as soon as they arrive here. That includes an initial £43 million package across all UK nations to provide targeted support for new arrivals, including English language tuition where necessary, or housing costs for those who will need it. We're creating 12 welcome hubs right across the UK to give practical support for everything from applying for a school place, registering with a GP, to setting up a business. This month, I met with 4 Hong Kong families who've recently arrived in the UK, and their profound sense of optimism about the future reaffirmed my belief that this programme will enrich our country for generations to come.
I'm sorry for the others who didn't get in, but unfortunately the question seemed to have taken a long time to answer. I now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements for the next business. Thank you. Order. Order. I call the Secretary of State, Matt Hancock, to make a statement. Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And with permission, I'd like to make a statement on coronavirus. Mr. Speaker, this virus is diminished but not defeated. Cases, hospitalisations and deaths are back to the levels we saw in September. Throughout the crisis, we've protected the NHS, and there are now 2,186 people in hospital with COVID across the UK, down 94% from the peak. And the average number of daily deaths is 25, down 98%. Because of this brighter picture, we've been able to take step 2 on our roadmap, and it is brilliant to see the high streets bustling with life once again, and to hear the real-life crowd back in Wembley this weekend, especially if you're a Leicester City supporter. And now, with fewer COVID patients in hospital, the NHS is already turning to focus on the work to tackle the COVID backlog. Step by step, we're returning this country to priority groups 1 to 9, and we're on track to offer a vaccine to all adults by the end of July. But throughout, we must be vigilant, cautious and careful, because we want this road to be a one-way street. Mr. Speaker, the uptake of the vaccine has been astonishingly high. For all over 50s, uptake is 94%. Enthusiasm among those in their late 40s was so high that when we opened up the booking system last week, they briefly overloaded the website. And we can see the result of this uptake in the real world. The latest data show that 98% of people aged between 70 and 84 now have COVID-19 antibodies, which are crucial to the body's ability to fight the disease. 98%. This is the protection our vaccination programme is spreading across the whole United Kingdom. Uptake amongst all ethnic minority groups continues to increase. PHE estimate that the vaccination programme has prevented over 10,000 deaths up to the end of March, and it will protect many, many more as the rollout continues. We know that the first dose gives significant protection, but the second dose is crucial to make people as safe as possible. On Friday and Saturday, we saw record numbers of second doses, over 499,000 on each day, and I'm delighted to tell the House that as of midnight last night, we've now given second doses to over 10 million people across the United Kingdom. 3/4 of over 75s have now had both jabs, rising to 4/5 of over 80s. Mr. Speaker, the vaccine is our way out of this pandemic, and I'm delighted that it's being taken up in such huge numbers. We'll do everything in our power to drive uptake, especially when it comes to protecting the most vulnerable. And the vaccination rate amongst care home staff is currently below 80% in over half of all local authority areas. Many care homes have called for vaccinations to be required for those who work in these settings. We have therefore launched a consultation into whether we should require care home providers that care for older adults to deploy only workers who've received their COVID-19 vaccination unless they have a medical exemption. We all know that older people living in care homes are at the greatest risk from this virus, and I believe we have a duty of care to protect the most vulnerable, so we'll consider all options to keep people safe. Mr. Speaker, as we deliver on stage 2 of the vaccination programme to vaccinate all remaining adults in the UK, we must also turn our attention to what comes next. The biggest risk to our progress here in the UK is a new variant that the vaccine does not work as well against. We know from our response to other viruses like flu that we need updated vaccines to tackle mutated viruses. So I can tell the House that as we complete the programme of first and second jabs, we're ramping up plans for a booster shot to make sure our vaccines stay ahead of the virus. We've already procured enough vaccine doses to begin the booster shots later this year. We'll be working with our current vaccine suppliers and new suppliers like the CureVac partnership to work out which vaccines will be effective as a booster shot and to design new vaccines specifically targeted at the variants of concern like the variant first found in South Africa. Our goal is to ensure the vaccine protects against this dreadful disease, whatever it throws at us, to keep us safe and protect our much cherished return to a normal way of life. Mr. Speaker, the booster shot is important because it will help protect against new variants. Until then, we must remain vigilant in case a new variant renders the vaccines less protective, because new variants can jeopardise the progress that we've made here in the UK. Thanks to our early investment in COVID genomic sequencing, we have in this country one of the best systems to spot and suppress new variants wherever we find them through a combination of tough measures at the border, our genomic sequencing capability, and our massive testing system. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform the House of another new development in our testing system. We've been piloting Pharmacy Collect, which is a system in which you can go and pick up tests for free from a pharmacy. And I'm delighted to tell you that following the successful pilot, we have now rolled out Pharmacy Collect to over 9 in 10 pharmacies, meaning that the universal testing offer, in which anyone can get tested up to twice a week, is now free and easily accessible to anyone who wants it. You just have to go to your local pharmacy, sir. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to update the House on our response to 2 new variants. One, the variant of concern first identified in South Africa. We've now detected a total of 557 cases of this variant since it was first identified in December. We've seen a cluster of cases in South London, predominantly in the London boroughs of Wandsworth, Lambeth and Southwark, and identified single cases over the last week in Barnet, Birmingham and Sandwell. Around 2/3 of these cases are related to international travel and have been picked up by the Day 2 and Day 8 testing for international arrivals. However, we have seen a small amount of community transmission too. As soon as these cases are discovered, we acted quickly to put in place enhanced testing, tracing and sequencing. In Lambeth and Wandsworth, we've brought in 19 mobile testing units in our largest surge testing operation to date, and we're distributing test kits to housing estates, secondary schools, places of worship and workplaces. I'd urge everyone who lives in these areas, whether you have symptoms or not, to get tested regularly and help us to keep this variant under control. 2. We've recently seen a new variant first identified in India. We've now detected 103 cases of this variant, of which, again, the vast majority have links to international travel and have been picked up by our testing at the border. We've been analysing samples from these cases to see if this variant has any concerning characteristics like greater transmissibility or resistance to treatments and vaccines, meaning that it needs to be listed as a variant of concern. Mr. Speaker, after studying the data and on a precautionary basis, we've made the difficult but vital decision to add India to the red list. This means anyone who is not a UK or Irish resident or a British citizen cannot enter the UK if they've been in India in the previous 10 days. UK and Irish residents and British citizens who've been in India in the past 10 days before their arrival will need to complete hotel quarantine for 10 days from the time of arrival. These rules will come into force at 4 a.m. on Friday. Mr. Speaker, India is a country I know well and love. Between our two countries, we have ties of friendship and family. I understand the impact of this decision, but I hope that the House will concur that we must act, because we must protect the progress that we've made in this country in tackling this awful disease. Mr. Speaker, another way that we've kept the country safe is through maintaining a strong supply of PPE. At a time of massive global demand, we secured supply lines, created a stockpile to see us through the winter, and created onshore manufacturing capacity here in the UK. And I'm pleased to inform the House that since February last year, we've now distributed over 10 billion items of PPE to protect people working in the NHS, in social care and in public service right across the country. Delivering so much PPE at such speed and scale has been an extraordinary effort that has not only helped us through the crisis, but given a lasting legacy for the future. If I may, Mr. Speaker, two further points. I'd like to inform the House that today we have appointed Professor Lucy Chappell as the Chief Scientific Advisor to the Department for Health and Social Care. Professor Chappell has a stellar track record in science and research, including leading on the work on vaccinations in pregnancy. And she's worked very closely with our National Institute for Health Research, for which she will now be responsible. I'm sure the whole House will join me in congratulating Professor Chappell on her appointment. And finally, Mr. Speaker, last month we laid before the House our one-year status report on the Coronavirus Act. I'm sorry to say that the report contains an error relating to Section 24 of the Act concerning Home Office measures on data held for national security purposes. Full details are set out in a written ministerial statement being laid today. The error doesn't change the substance of the report, as we'll be laying the regulations to expire Section 24 alongside other provisions as soon as parliamentary time allows. Mr. Speaker, in summary, we are moving down our road to recovery. Vaccinations are rising, the pressure on our NHS is falling, and as we enjoy the freedoms that are returning, let's take each step safely. We must hold our nerve, follow the rules, while the vaccinators do their vital work, and I commend this statement to the House.
Secretary of State Jonathan Ashworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. Can I start by saying I'm sure I have no doubt that the Downing Street was reluctant to cancel the Prime Minister's trip to India, but as a member for Leicester, I'm immensely proud of our deep ties and bonds with India, but I think in the circumstances it was the correct thing to do, because we must always be vigilant, we always must be driven by the data, and of course the variants are the biggest threat to our progress. Tackling these variants does demand that vaccination continues to be rolled out successfully, and I again pay tribute to all involved in that. But of course, uptake levels, although improving, as he said in his statement, are still too low in some minority ethnic communities. So will he provide extra resources to those local communities who need them to drive up those vaccination rates? We will look carefully at his details for vaccinating social care staff, but he will know, of course, that every attempt throughout history to force mandatory vaccination has proved counterproductive. Why does he think this will be any different? And of course, even with high levels of vaccination across the population, there will be significant parts of the population unvaccinated, children, for example. So the virus will be endemic, as the Chief Medical Officer has recently confirmed. SAGE's papers model a third wave this summer. So how do we avoid that third wave this summer? And can I suggest to him that one way we could do that is to pay higher sick pay and expand its scope. Some of the poorest and the lowest paid will continue to suffer and be left exposed to this virus unless we fix this. We shouldn't just glibly accept these health inequities. It could mean urban areas left behind, remaining with restrictions and higher infection rates as well. So for the millionth time of asking, will he please fix sick pay? Now, coming on to India. India has the most cases in the world at the moment. I think more than around 250,000 confirmed cases a day and going up. This is one of the world's steepest surges right now. And uploads of Indian sequencing to the Global Open Access database show the new double mutant of B1617 variant becoming dominant in India in the past few weeks, out-competing our own homegrown Kent strain. And as of today, UK COG reports 135 cases of B1617 in the UK, 115 in the last 28 days, the fastest growing variant in the UK in the last 3 weeks. If most of those are imported, so we welcome his announcement about adding India to the red list, although I hope there will be support and help in place for constituents like mine who are legally in India and will need to will want to return. But we also now have cases in the community not linked to international travel. Now, I understand that he is carrying out analysis of those samples, but surely we now need to start surge testing and designate B1617 as a variant of concern. Because how long will it take before more definitive evidence that it is more infectious or has immune escape? How long will it take before we know that? Because we already know that this variant carries mutations of concern in other variants. And if we have learned anything in the past 12 months, is that this virus ruthlessly exploits ambiguities, that we must act fast when the situation is controllable, because in a few weeks' time, it might not be. Now, he didn't mention vaccine passports in his statement. And does he anticipate that vaccine passports will soon be needed for football games or concerts? Because, if I may, Mr. Speaker, and as he said, Leicester City have indeed made it to the FA Cup final, and they are a team challenging for Europe on merit, Mr. Speaker, who always put fans first. But many who are anticipating going to a football match later this year will be asking if they need a vaccine passport, will it be based on 1 dose or 2? He may have seen data from the Centre for Disease Control in the US or Israel that suggests that you are still infectious after 1 vaccine dose. So can he update us on that front? And finally, Mr. Speaker, on the latest Sunday Times revelations about Greenhill's and Cameron's lobbying of him and the various highest NHS officials about the payday financing scheme, which wasn't an act of altruism to staff in a pandemic, but an investment plan to package up loans to sell to investors, with the former Prime Minister, not nurses, in line for a payday windfall. Cameron wrote in one of his emails, quotes, "As you can imagine, Matt Hancock is extremely positive about this innovative offer. They sought a partnership with NHS Shared Business Services, which is of course jointly owned by the department. They sought access to personal and financial data of thousands of NHS staff. They wanted their electronic records for their own commercial gain. And their plan was to expand into the social care sector as well, where staff are low paid, are on 0 hours contracts, and because the market is fragmented and made up of private providers, the supposed non-profit offer would not apply, presumably. There are meetings and communications with a parade of the most senior NHS officials, including former Health Minister Lord Pryor and Baroness Harding. At least 30 trusts may have spent valuable time considering the adoption of this untested payday lending scheme, and all because the Secretary of State succumbed to his old boss Cameron's lobbying. So again I ask him, will he publish all the text messages, all the emails, all the correspondence with David Cameron? Can he tell us how many NHS leaders and officials did Cameron and Greenhill lobby and meet? How many NHS trusts in total were approached about this expensive, unneeded scheme? And while we're on it, on the issue of shared business services, can he also tell us why he never declared his own links to Topwood, the confidential document shredding firm, who were still on Friday night, until it was curiously taken down, using the NHS logo on their website to promote themselves? With so many accusations and allegations of sleaze and cronyism, these are basic questions that deserve clear answers. Mr. Speaker, NHS staff deserve a pay rise and support, not these payday loan apps, forced on the NHS by speculators trying to make money out of the pandemic. How can he possibly defend it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I just address the final point first. As I said to the House last week, my approach was, and is, that local NHS employers are best placed to decide whether to take up offers of pay flexibilities. And when it comes to NHS shared business services, ministers are not involved in decision-taking in NHS shared business services. And when it comes to the other matter that he raised in terms of my declarations, which are only known to him and to everybody else because I followed the rules in letter and spirit and made that declaration, I rather agree with the Leader of the Opposition, rather than the Right Honourable Gentleman, who said that he was not suggesting that any rules were broken. If I now turn to the COVID-related matters, I welcome his support for the decision to put India on the red list. This isn't a decision that we take lightly. He's right to ask about surge testing to make sure that we limit the spread as much as is possible of the variant first found in India, and we will be doing that, I can confirm. I welcome his support for vaccinations, which he has demonstrated at all turns, and I think it's partly because of this unanimity across this House, which includes all parties, about the importance of vaccination, that we have this absolutely spectacular level of uptake. He says that every attempt at mandatory vaccination is counterproductive. I gently point him to the fact that, that surgeons need to have a vaccine against hepatitis B, and so vaccination that is tied to work, in fact, has a long-standing precedence in this country. He asks many questions about certification, but he knows that there's a review of certification that's underway at the moment, being led by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and I'm sure that the Chancellor of the Duchy will have heard his representation and questions and will be able to address them in that review. And finally, he says that we must avoid a third wave by sticking to the rules, and he's right. We should avoid a third wave if we can, and the way we can do it is by sticking to the rules and getting the jab. That's why this vaccination programme is so important. It's why the roadmap is cautious and, we hope, irreversible. That is the plan, and with the 10 million second vaccines and the progress in the vaccination programme that we've seen in the last few days, weeks and indeed months, I'm very pleased to say that we're on track.
Select Committee, Jeremy Hunt.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to see you face to face after some time, and the Health Secretary is absolutely right to put India on the red list and absolutely right to explore mandatory vaccination of certain frontline workers, however difficult and sensitive that decision may be. But he will know in the last week we've seen that NHS waiting lists have risen to nearly 5 million people, nearly 1 in 12 of the population of England, the true cost of the pandemic. But it's equally true that we've had capacity problems in the NHS for some time. So that's partly why we've opened 5 new medical schools. But does he agree with the letter that he's recently received from the 3 main health think tanks that say that Health Education England should be given a statutory duty to publish regular, transparent, independent, objective workforce projections so we can actually make sure we really are training enough doctors and nurses? This is an approach strongly supported by the Select Committee and by the Academy of Medical Royal Colleges. I hope he will support it too.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, we'll certainly consider that. I've seen the letter. We've discussed the question. But I would also also add that we have a record number of doctors in this country, in part thanks to the work that my right honourable friend put in place when he was in my shoes. We have a record number of nurses, over 300,000 for the first time in the history of the NHS. So we do need, of course, to look to the future and make sure that we're preparing for the future, as the letter suggests. We also need to make sure we keep driving this project of delivering 50,000 more nurses into the NHS over this Parliament right now. So I look forward to having a more substantive response to my right honourable friend, but I can hear his encouragement to make sure that we take steps in this direction.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson, Dr. Philippa Whitford. Philippa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. While the vaccine programmes across the UK are going well, vaccine-resistant variants remain a major threat. I welcome that the Prime Minister has now called off his visit to India due to their devastating surge in COVID. Cases of the B1617 Indian variant in the UK are still very low, but it has been doubling every week despite lockdown, suggesting that, like the Kent variant, it is much more infectious than the original. I therefore welcome that India is being added to the red list to reduce further importation. But will he not now consider extending hotel quarantine to all arrivals, as travellers from red list countries can currently avoid it by coming via a third country? We've already seen increased numbers of the South African and Brazilian variants in European countries, from where travellers are not placed in hotel quarantine. And more infectious or vaccine-resistant variants could emerge in any country, and we simply wouldn't know about it until it's too late. The pandemic is still accelerating, and as well as causing appalling suffering and death in other countries, it clearly poses a threat to the people of the UK. So does he not recognise the need for a more cooperative global response to COVID if we are to bring the pandemic under control and allow a safer return to international travel and commerce?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I certainly agree with the Honourable Lady on the final point, and it is a point on international collaboration and work together that along with the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister, we are working incredibly hard on and using the UK's presidency of the G7 and the enthusiasm of the new administration in Washington to try to drive that international collaboration and in particular collaboration amongst like-minded democracies in favour of an open and transparent science-led response to pandemics, and I hope that she'll concur with that approach. When it comes to the new variants of concern, of course, when looking at the numbers, it is very important to distinguish between community spread and spread connected to travel. By taking the action that I've just announced to put India on the red list, we are, of course, restricting yet further the likelihood of incursion from India of somebody with a new variant. But the majority of the cases that we have seen already in this country have been picked up by the testing that we have in place now for every single passenger entering this country. And so that is a sign of the system working and is now being strengthened.
Let's go to Bob Blackman. Bob.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm delighted to say that I've had my second dose of Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, and so far, no ill effects. But can I also ask my right honourable friend, in Harrow we've had surge testing, particularly because we've had a relatively small number of the South African variants discovered. Literally thousands of people have been tested, but one of the most frustrating things is these tests then have to be sent off, and there appears to be an extremely long turnaround time before we get the results of those tests. What can he do, therefore, to speed up the results of getting these tests? Because otherwise, people aren't aware of whether they've got the variant or whether they should take particular action.
Mr. Speaker, he's absolutely right to raise this important issue. And I know that representing a very significant number of constituents from the Indian diaspora, I know that this is an important announcement for him and his constituents. What I'd say in terms of the turnaround time is we have managed to reduce somewhat the turnaround time for the sequencing of positive tests, but we are also introducing a new type of test which can detect not just whether you're positive, but whether you have one of the known variants without having to go through a full sequence. And that can give you a snapshot much, much faster within a matter of hours as to whether a positive result has one of the known variants before sending it off to sequencing so that you can see any new variant that you don't know about. So we are introducing that technology. It's starting in the Lighthouse Lab, the testing facility in Glasgow. We're rolling it out across the system. It's an important tool to make sure we can get this turnaround time of spotting the variants down faster.
Mr. Carmack.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I say to the Secretary of State, it is quite astonishing that his statement today had absolutely nothing to say about the government's plans for vaccine ID cards, which apparently is something that's being trialled. Just last week, the Equality and Human Rights Commission told us that vaccine ID cards and possibly even the mandatory vaccination scheme that the Minister is trumpeting today could be unlawful. But yet this House has had no opportunity to express a view of them at all. When is the government going to share and come clean with their plans for vaccine ID cards with this House?
I refer the right honourable gentleman to my previous answer, which is that the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster is leading a review into this area, which will report in due course.
Pauline Latham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate my right honourable friend on the phenomenal rollout of the vaccine programme? It's been astonishing, and I also have had my second vaccine, which makes me feel much happier. We've been told regularly that we are following the data, not the dates. But sadly, it seems to be the other way around, that we are following the dates and not the data, because we know, for instance, in Derbyshire, there are huge swathes of villages and towns that have no COVID whatsoever. And that's repeated over all sorts of areas of the country. Last week, I managed to go out several nights because I could, which was great, and the atmosphere was fantastic. But we do need to start getting businesses back to normal. We need to get hospitality businesses operating fully functioning and using their indoor spaces. Some of the outdoor spaces I've been in are quite enclosed. So can we not go indoors as well now?
Well, I'm absolutely delighted that my honourable friend, like my honourable friend, the member for Harrow, they are both 1 in 10 million having had their second jab, and it's really, really good to see the hope that the vaccine brings and the cheer. And that links to her second part of her question about the speed of the roadmap. The reason for the timing set out in the roadmap is that we want to see the impact of one step before we then take the next step. We are but 1 week on since we took step 2. That is a significant reopening, and we've all seen it, no doubt, in our constituencies. We've seen it around the country, and we want to see the impact of that on the data before taking the next step, so that we can have confidence that this is an irreversible path, a one-way street, as I put it. That's the reason for the way that we've set it out, and that's how we're planning to proceed.
Jim Shutt.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, just wasn't watching concentrating the way I should have been. Minister, I also, along with others, welcome the rollout of the vaccine and the importance of it. But at the same time, Minister, Secretary, they were feeling now it's now time to look at the waiting list, and I put one on record. What steps have taken place to get routine operations such as hip replacements and tonsil operations back on the table to address the waiting lists that are eye-watering and vastly concerning? When we hear of children on an urgent waiting list for tonsils and adenoids to be removed last year, but due to dips in oxygen levels, which were considered urgent at that time, but now appear to be okay. Very, very worrying. Secretary.
Very much. My honourable friend raises an incredibly important point, because this waiting list is very significant. It's built up because of COVID, but we must tackle it. We're absolutely determined to. And he, like me, will have seen the figures last week in terms of the increase in the waiting list in England, but the waiting list has increased in all parts of the UK. We've put in extra funding. In total, for next year, it's an extra £7 billion of funding in England, with the Barnett consequentials in the that's gone to the 3 devolved administrations, and that is there to make sure that we can get through this backlog, whilst also, of course, dealing with COVID and the infection prevention and control that's needed to tackle COVID. So this is it's a vital task. He's quite right to raise it, and it's something we're working on very hard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend is rightly proud of the stunning performance of the vaccination teams around the country, and of course I pay tribute to those who've been engaged in that in and around Ashford. I'm sure he agrees with me that it's particularly important for care workers to be vaccinated, not just care home workers, but domiciliary care workers who go from house to house providing essential care as well. So could he say what he's doing to encourage take-up among those care workers to get as close to 100% as possible?
Yes, it's incredibly important that all care workers take up the jab if they possibly can, unless they have a vital medical reason not to. Because the jab, of course, not only protects you, but it protects people you're close to. And if you are a care worker, that means you are close to people who are vulnerable. That's in the nature of the job. That's why I think it's right to consider within care homes, saying that you can only be deployed in a care home if you have had the jab. We're looking into that. We have not said that for those who work in domiciliary care, in caring for people in their own homes rather than in a care home, because it is those in care homes who are the highest risk of all. But I would absolutely urge anybody who is a carer and works, whether they work in social care or an unpaid carer, if they haven't already got the jab, then please do get the jab, not just to protect you, but to protect those over whom you have a duty of care.
Let's go to Debbie Abrahams. Debbie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the UK
rolls back lockdown restrictions, the global death toll has reached 3 million. And the World Health Organization is warning that the world is approaching the highest rate of infection so far. With 3 new variants on 3 continents, all of these variants now in the UK reduce efficacy of the different COVID vaccinations against these variants. It is clear that the UK's success in fully emerging from this pandemic is codependent on how well the rest of the world is doing. I asked the Health Secretary about global coordination of surveillance of new variants back in February, and the World Health Organization is now consulting on this. So can the Health Secretary update the House on our response to this consultation?
Yes, this is an incredibly important subject, and I agree with the substance of what the Honourable Lady asked in the question. She's quite right to raise this. We've put in place the new variant assessment platform, allowing any country around the world to use our enormous genomic sequencing capability if they want to sequence positive cases in order to discover what is happening in their countries, but also our borders testing system, where all positives are sequenced, means that we in fact get a survey from around the world through those who have travelled to the UK, and we can relay that data back to individual countries so that they understand that better. Of course, it would be far better if something like the new variant assessment platform is run on a multilateral basis globally, for instance by an organisation like the WHO. We are engaged with the WHO on making sure that is available, but my view was we needed to get on and offer it to everybody and then build a network of labs around the world which can make that offer so that sequencing can be available in every country, because it is currently far too patchy.
Let's go to Harriet Baldwin. Harriet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I add my congratulations to the team that's managed to give 2 vaccinations to over 10 million people. That's fantastic news. And given the risk of variants, I do welcome the difficult decision that he has made to add India to the red list. Can I ask the Secretary of State what research he has commissioned into those people who have, like my honourable friends, had 2 vaccinations, and what possibility there might be that people who have had 2 vaccinations are able to go about their daily lives with fewer restrictions than those who have not?
Thank you very much. Well, that latter question is really a question tied to the certification work. We have not hitherto, as she well knows, said that rules should be different for people who are vaccinated as non-vaccinated, but we know that some other countries are proposing to say that that will be the case for international travel, so we do need to have a way of showing that, of proving that. But we have not yet to come to any conclusions about how we should do that and whether we should do that domestically. That is a matter for the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. But in terms of measuring how effective a second dose is, we have tests in the field right now to follow a sample of people who've had both tests, to have them tested regularly, weekly, typically, to then be able to check whether or not they test positive and therefore test the effectiveness of both of the vaccines in the field. So far, we've published the results of that after 1 jab, and very early results are coming through after 2 jabs, and in the next couple of weeks we'll have some really rich data, I should hope, on that, because we've now seen a very significant proportion, a number of second jabs, 10 million as of midnight last night.
Let's go to Fariel Clark. Fariel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the vaccination rollout for the majority of the country has been nothing short of amazing, and I would like to thank the local NHS providers in Enfield and across the country for their Herculean efforts. Sadly, for some parts of the country, including many parts of my constituency of Enfield North, a postcode lottery appears to be emerging, where vaccination rates are stubbornly low and falling behind the rest of the country. What is being done to combat this, and what additional support will his department be providing the areas with consistently low vaccine rates?
Yes, we've got a huge amount of work on to tackle exactly the phenomenon that she describes. I want to thank people in Enfield who've been working on the vaccination programme, because they've done incredibly well, but there is much more to do, and we have to make sure that we make the vaccine more accessible, and make sure it is as easy to access, and make sure people have the reassurances if they may be hesitant. The Minister for Vaccine Deployment, Minister Zahawi, is leading on these efforts, including innovative approaches that we're currently trialling. For instance, allowing multi-generational households to be vaccinated at once, to see how we can drive up uptake in those groups that we haven't seen that high uptake. As I said, for over 50s, the uptake overall is 94%. Which is far higher than my best possible hopes just a couple of months ago. But that final 6%, if we can reduce that, every percentage point that comes off that, the safer and safer we all get.
Let's go to Stephen Hammond. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I refer the House to my register of interests? Can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement and the extraordinary rollout that is still continuing, and I want to thank all the health workers across Wimbledon and South West London. In his statement, my right honourable friend was right to identify the risk of new variants and the genomic sequencing and booster. Can he confirm to the House, firstly, that there will be an availability of rapid testing with tests that provide results quickly, that tests will identify the new variant, and can he confirm that the booster programme will be rolled out on a similar basis to the vaccine programme, which has been so successfully rolled out?
Yes, absolutely. The booster shot programme will be rolled out in a similar way to the first two jabs. There will, of course, be some differences, not least because of the interaction of an autumn COVID vaccination programme with the autumn-winter flu vaccination programme. We still need the final clinical results as to their interaction, whether you can have them both at the same time, which would obviously be logistically easier, but these matters need to be resolved. The reason for the announcement today is that we want to be absolutely clear that a booster shot programme will happen this autumn, later in this year, and we are determined to make it as efficacious as possible, because ultimately dealing with these new variants will require booster shots, especially for the most vulnerable.
Let's go to Imran Hussain. Imran.
Mr. Speaker, over the last week, several serious concerns have been raised with me around the managed quarantine hotel system, with harrowing stories of families with young children stranded in airports because they cannot contact the booking provider to arrange accommodation, and others in quarantine hotels left without food for days on end. Can the Health Secretary tell me just what he is doing to urgently resolve this, frankly, absolutely shambolic situation with the booking system, and what he is doing to end the inhumane treatment of quarantine hotel guests by ensuring that food is not only provided on time, but that it meets the faith and dietary requirements of travellers, particularly those fasting during Ramadan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm afraid I don't agree with the prognosis. We, of course, are very careful to ensure that the vast majority of people who go through the managed quarantine service, the hotel quarantine, have a good experience. Of course, they have to be in a hotel when they would rather not often, and so it is an unusual situation, but it has been put in place with great sensitivity, and I'm very grateful for all those who've worked so hard on it, not just in my department, but amongst the hotels and the airports and the carriers. However, the Honourable Gentleman clearly has some significant individual concerns, and I'd be very happy to make sure that the Minister for Public Health, Minister Churchill, meets with him to hear those individual concerns to try to make sure they're resolved, and in particular the point about making sure that that food provision is appropriate for those fasting at Ramadan, which of course is very important.
Let's go to Julian Sturdy. Julian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Given the 7-day rolling average of COVID deaths is now 24.9, with just 10 yesterday, while in normal times the daily cancer death toll averages over 450, a figure sadly likely to rise due to the delayed treatment and disruption of the pandemic. What is the government doing to catch up with the cancer screening and operations backlog and get the health service back towards other medical conditions so that the death toll from non-COVID cases does not become the worst legacy of this emergency?
Yes, my honourable friend is quite right to ask about this. It's an incredibly important topic. I'm delighted to say, I'm pleased to say, that over the second peak this winter, the amount of cancer work, cancer surgery, cancer treatment continued much more close to normal. But he's quite right that in the first peak it was reduced significantly. We are very focused on this backlog that's been created by the pandemic. But I am also pleased, of course, that the death toll from COVID is coming down. In fact, the very latest data shows that the number of deaths recorded with COVID after 28 days that was published today is 4. Now, those numbers do tend to be lower at the weekend, and each one of them we mourn, but nevertheless, it reinforces his point that it is vital that we get on with getting through the backlog that's been created by the pandemic.
Many thanks, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to challenge the Secretary of State about the inexplicable delay in adding India to the red list of countries. So I welcome the announcement that India will now be included on that list and hope very sincerely that this will not be another stable door moment in this government's response to the coronavirus pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State will know that the SNP have committed to increase NHS funding in Scotland by 20%. Will he commit to a similar uplift for NHS England in order to help drive the recovery of the NHS after coronavirus and to truly build back better?
Mr. Speaker, I recently saw the figures for the proposed increase in NHS spending in Scotland, and the proposed increase is lower than in England. It's lower than the money that has been passed over to the Scottish Government from UK taxpayers to the Scottish Government to spend on the NHS in Scotland. My question is, what's happened to the money for the NHS in Scotland that was given to the SNP government in Holyrood? They have not spent it on the NHS, but we know that they have many wasteful projects. Now, thankfully, we work very closely together on important things like the vaccination effort, which has been a true UK success story. But this question of the missing millions for the NHS in Scotland is one that we need answers to from the government in Holyrood.
Let's go to Robin Miller. Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for the foresight and the early investment decisions made on vaccines 12 months ago. Here in Aberconwy, the result is in falling infection rates, tangible sense of hope, albeit one coloured with frustration as we watch businesses in England open ahead of us. We have the second oldest demographic in Wales, and it's right that their environment is protected to ensure their well-being. This is properly a priority. However, can my right honourable friend give the elderly and the vulnerable and their loved ones assurances that they will one day be able to leave their accommodation to visit family, resume employment, and otherwise pick up their old routines?
Yes, of course. We want to get back to normal in terms of care home residents. Of course we do. We are taking steps in the right direction. In England, I can't comment on the situation in Wales. That, of course, is rightly a responsibility for the Cardiff administration. But, of course, as we progress down the roadmap, I hope that we're going to be able to make further progress.
Let's go to Kerry McCarthy. Kerry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At today's meeting of the all-party group on ME, we discussed the overlaps between ME and chronic fatigue syndrome and long COVID, and obviously there are some striking similarities. Could I ask the Minister what assessment he has made of the impact that contracting COVID would have on people with ME CFS? And given their vulnerability, will he now do a bit of a U-turn and make them a priority for vaccination?
Well, of course, the prioritisation for vaccination when it comes to those who are vulnerable is clinically determined. and I know that this question has been looked into. And we're also looking into work on the links between ME and long COVID, which share some similarities, but also are different conditions. And so it's an area that needs further work and further research. There's no doubt about that. If there is an update to the clinical advice on prioritisation and whether those with ME need to be in group category 6 or category 4, then of course I'll absolutely update her. But thus far we're following the clinical advice, and that's the approach we've taken overall.
Let's go to Caroline Noakes. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was really pleased to hear my right honourable friend reference the appointment of Professor Lucy Chappell and the work on vaccines in pregnancy. Can you please update the House on what is being done to reassure young women that there's no plausible way that vaccination can affect fertility? And can you also let us know how quickly he expects pregnant women who we know might be immunosuppressed to be called forward for their vaccination, or will they have to wait for the age band that is appropriate?
Thank you very much. Well, I was absolutely delighted that following the work of Professor Chappell and others, on Friday we were able to make this announcement with respect to the vaccination for those who are pregnant. The prioritisation remains as with people who aren't pregnant. So it will essentially be by age, unless there's another reason that you might be in a higher group, for instance, if you're a social care worker. So it doesn't affect the prioritisation, but hitherto the advice had been understandably cautious because clinical trials are not done on people who are pregnant. But now there's very clear advice that if you are pregnant, when it's your turn, come forward, take advice, have a discussion about your individual circumstances with your clinician, and people can, subject to that individual circumstance, which of course is appropriate in pregnancy, people can be vaccinated. So I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for raising this. It was a really important announcement on Friday. I probably, Mr. Speaker, should have included it in my original statement, but unfortunately I was already rather long. I'm absolutely delighted to Professor Chappell and the whole team involved, because it was a big team effort, to make sure that we could make this progress.
Let's go to Lillian Greenwood. Lillian. Just have to pass on. Sir Budley.
Scott Morrison, the Australian Prime Minister, has just announced that he has no plans to open up his borders. And of course he's absolutely right. Now I'm speaking, I apologise, completely with the benefit of hindsight, but I'm sure everybody would agree that if we'd done what Australia had done, we could have opened up our economy months ago. They've only had 910 deaths, only 29,000 infections. So what I want to hear from the Secretary of State is he's going to resist those very powerful lobbyists from the travel industry and from the airline industry and from airports. And he's going to be absolutely determined in following the evidence, we don't know what variants are out there in the world, in not allowing unnecessary travel and really be tough with this red list.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That is the approach that we've taken so far since the introduction of the red list and the hotel quarantine, and we are seeing through the testing of every single passenger who comes here, we now have essentially a survey of the world, so we can see where the cases are, where the new variants are from people who are coming through that testing regime. But I'm grateful for his wise counsel.
Vivek Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Health Secretary is clearly right to put India on the red list to safeguard the vaccine programme from new variants. But the India variant has been under investigation for 3 weeks. Other neighbouring countries with lower and slower COVID rates were put onto the red list 10 days ago. The Hong Kong this week has identified 47 COVID cases just on a single Delhi flight, And we have still 16 more direct flights, many more indirect flights from India here before Friday alone. So can he explain, contrary to his previous answer, why India wasn't put on a red list 10 days ago when other countries were? Can he publish the Joint Biosecurity Centre's assessments, recommendations and criteria, and also publish a full genomic analysis of which countries all of the new variant cases are arriving from, so that we can see where the border gaps still are in the measures that he has in place, and make sure we don't keep having these delays?
Secretary of State.
Well, I would. What I'd say to the Right Honourable Lady is that we keep all of these decisions for each country under constant review. The challenge of the genomic data is that some countries have excellent coverage of genomic sequencing and others don't, and actually that isn't particularly correlated with their income. For instance, South Africa, a middle-income country, has an excellent genomic sequencing. And so we take the decisions very rapidly when we need to. We keep all of this under constant review, and I'm glad that she welcomes the decision to put India on the red list today.
Mark Harper.
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I add my congratulations to all those that have been involved in the fantastic vaccine rollout that the Secretary of State set out in his statement, which is obviously breaking the link between cases, hospitalisations and deaths, which we're seeing dramatically from the figures. Many members of the public and businesses, having looked at the roadmap, which he also mentioned, will have seen that as of the 21st of June, I think the government's expecting, and the public are expecting, the 1st of June, he expects us to be broadly back to normal without social distancing. If that's not the case, can he set out all the evidence base will be for that decision?
Secretary of State.
Thank you. Well, any decisions like that would be based on the evidence, and we have far more evidence now than we did when making these decisions previously. Now, I fully expect that there will be some areas of life without the need for laws in this place where people will behave more cautiously than previously. The wearing of masks is one where, before this pandemic, wearing a mask in public in this country was extremely unusual. And I would imagine that would be, I imagine that some people will wear masks and choose to wear masks for some time to come. Our goal is to manage this virus, to manage the pandemic that it's caused, more like flu. In fact, like flu. Flu comes through each year. We do take action to deal with flu. We take action on nosocomial infection in hospitals. We take action in terms of the flu vaccine programme. But we don't stop normal life as we know it. Now, that is the overall attitude and approach. He mentions that there are 4 reviews that were set out as part of the roadmap, and they will, of course, have to conclude. But that is my hope, because as he knows that I very firmly believe this vaccine is breaking that link, and you can see it in the data every single day, and you can see it in the way that the country is responding, and it's uplifting, Madam Deputy Speaker.
We now go to Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to add my praise to the team rolling out vaccines in Salford, led by Salford Primary Care Together, who are doing a remarkable job. The current guidance on visits out from care homes says that any resident who makes a visit outside a care home must self-isolate for 14 days on their return, even if all they've done on their visit is to sit outside with a family member. This is longer than you have to quarantine when returning from red list countries, including India, which has the most cases in the world. This is clearly disproportionate. So can the Secretary of State set out what he is doing to enable regular testing to be used to cut this self-isolation requirement for care home residents?
Secretary of State.
Thank you very much. I think the Honourable Lady raises an important point on a subject that she knows extremely well. And I'm not going to, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, could I give her the respect of considering the question and writing to her with a full reply, because it's a very important question, and I want to make sure that we get it right. And maybe we can then have a correspondence to make sure we get to the right result.
Dr. Liam Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The UK's vaccination programme has been an international trailblazer. The strategic aim of preventing the NHS from being overwhelmed has clearly been met, and I'm delighted that my right honourable friend, who I think has done a tremendous job as Secretary of State throughout the pandemic, appears determined not to allow a shift in the goalposts and to follow the cautious pathway out of lockdown. But can we please, and can he please ensure that we have a rational and balanced discussion about viral variants? Viruses always mutate, and there will be an unavoidable level of risk that we will have to get used to post-pandemic, unless we're to become a perpetually frightened, introspective nation, the opposite of global Britain.
Secretary of State.
Well, my right honourable friend has deep experience in this area. I'm very grateful for what he said, and that was very kind. He's absolutely right about the fact that viruses, of course, always mutate. And we can rise to that, we can respond to that, as we do with flu. It's another area in which the parallel with how we manage flu as a country is the right one, because each year the flu virus, most years, the flu virus mutates. We work out, observing the Australian winter, what is the most likely variant we'll get in our winter. We adjust the vaccines to that variant, and then we roll them out over the autumn. That sort of programme, I think, is likely to be needed in this country for some time to come. We will start later this year with the booster shots, and then we will make progress after that, according to the evidence as we see it. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope he wasn't trying to make a point of something. I always try to be rational. It's sometimes hard.
We'll now return to Lillian Greenwood.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope I don't still sound like a robot. The gradual easing of restrictions over recent weeks has come as a great relief and is very welcome. But we know that the pandemic has caused a colossal backlog of unmet healthcare needs, including dental care. Many people have been unable to access any treatment for dental problems, and checkups have simply not been happening for over a year now. Can he set out the steps he's taking to enable dentists to begin to clear that backlog of treatment? And when there's already huge inequality in oral health, and when so many people are facing financial hardship, what's he doing to ensure that people don't miss out on vital preventative treatment, preventative checkups, because they can't afford them?
Madam Deputy Speaker, she's quite right to raise this. We have maintained access to urgent dental treatment throughout the pandemic. We put in place dental centres to be able to do that in the first peak, and dentistry was not closed in the second peak, and indeed we've put in place an incentive for to get dental practices really motoring. Of course, there's infection prevention and control, which needs to be updated as the prevalence of the disease comes down. But making sure that we have those checkups, I think, is incredibly important, because it is one of the most important preventative measures that there is, especially for children. And I hope, with her interest and enthusiasm on this subject, she will support the proposals for much more widespread fluoridation of water, which we're proposing to put in to bring before in legislation when parliamentary time allows. That was part of the white paper we published in February, because that is one of the biggest steps we can take to protect dental health.
We now go to Ellie Reeves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The NHS has had its busiest and most critical year ever, fighting the pandemic, delivering the vaccine rollout, and all whilst continuing to provide routine care and treatment. We owe our NHS workers so much, and yet this government is proposing just a 1% pay increase, not even the 2.1% previously promised. Can the Secretary of State not see that after the year we've had, that this is an insult to their heroic efforts? And will he commit to getting a pay rise for staff that truly reflects the value of their work?
Well, the admiration in which I hold NHS staff holds no bounds. The question of pay is rightly one for the independent pay review body, and I look forward to their publication.
We now go to Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Friday, I visited the vaccination centre at Harlow Leisure Zone to see the work they're doing, the extraordinary work. Will my right honourable friend thank the remarkable NHS staff and volunteers, both at the Harlow Leisure Zone and at Lister House, for vaccinating 40,000 residents in Harlow with a first jab. Given what my right honourable friend said previously about Public Health England and the move to Harlow, will he meet with me and colleagues to discuss the move and the exciting proposals that Public Health England have to ensure that Harlow and the surrounding area of West Essex becomes the public health science capital of England?
State.
Well, thanks very much. Can I add my praise to his for the vaccination centre at Harlow in the leisure centre? They've been working incredibly hard, and we are all very grateful. I'd also add his long list, which I fully endorse, Essex County Council, who have lent into the vaccination effort right across Essex. I'm always very happy to meet him, and with the recent announcement of the UK Health Security Agency, I think now is a good time to have a discussion on this topic.
We now go to Munira Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been contacted by several constituents who ordered very expensive tests from companies recommended on the government's website as part of the test to release scheme. Yet some have never received their tests, or some never received their results, some received their tests late with fear of being in breach of the rules. They've had to battle for refunds, and others, we have heard, have had to leave home to get their tests, which undermines the whole scheme. So what, if any, vetting does the department undertake before listing these companies, especially as demand will no doubt increase given the government's so keen to open up international travel again?
Yes, she's quite right to raise this. We have kicked 2 suppliers off the list of approved suppliers for testing for international travel. We are quite prepared to do more if they don't meet the service obligations that they sign up to. If she wants to send in the individual evidence, then we will absolutely look at it, where we keep this constantly and vigilantly under review, because the companies that provide tests must meet their obligations in terms of timeliness, in terms of treating their customers fairly and reasonably, and some of them, 2 of them, as I say, did not continue to meet those specifications, so we took them off the list of available testing suppliers. I'm quite prepared to do that for more if that is what it takes.
Now, this session is supposed to finish in 3 minutes' time. We have 12 more questioners. I'd like to be able to get everybody in. A fair number of these are in the chamber, so I'm sure that everybody will be very cooperative in keeping their questions very short, and would also ask the Secretary of State if he could be equally brief in response. Angela Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following the important announcement last week, I know many expectant mothers in Guildford and around the country will welcome the certainty that they can safely come forward for a vaccine when offered. Can my right honourable friend confirm that we will continue to take every precaution to ensure pregnant women have the support that they need to make an informed decision about what is right for them and their health?
Secretary of State.
Absolutely. This decision was taken on the basis of the best possible science, significant amounts of data from pregnant women who have already been vaccinated, so people can have confidence to come forward, get the advice that they need for their specific circumstances, and then get the protection of the jab.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Scottish Government and the First Minister have committed to a full public inquiry later this year into all aspects of the handling of the pandemic, including care homes. Will the Secretary of State confirm that he supports a full public inquiry into the UK Government's handling of all aspects of the pandemic in England as well?
Well, this is obviously a matter for powers greater than the Health Department. It is something that the Prime Minister has clearly set out his views on, and that's what I'll stick by.
Holly Mumby-Croft. Deputy Speaker, along with the chair of the Brain Tumour All-Party Parliamentary Group, I previously raised the issue of residents who travel abroad for medical treatment having to pay hundreds of pounds for COVID tests to travel in and to return. This is affecting my constituent David Hopkins and others across the country. Will the Health Secretary work with the Secretary of State for Transport and urgently find a way to allow patients such as David to use free NHS tests for medical travel purposes? State.
I think my honourable friend raises an important point. I'm very happy to look into it. I'm also pleased to say that the cost of tests on that are needed for travel is coming down, and there's an important piece of work underway to see how we can get that down further. But nevertheless, she makes a strong case for her constituent.
Lambos, Cheryl Lambos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Face coverings are still going to be likely to be a feature to protect us against COVID-19, but yet there are people with hidden disabilities who cannot wear face coverings who face abuse. Despite having raised this on previous occasions, including once with the Prime Minister being promised an awareness campaign, nothing has happened. So can the Minister tell me when an awareness campaign will happen?
Yes, there is an awareness campaign that's been underway, and I'm very grateful for advance notice of the question. I will write to him with the full details of that, and he may say to me, sorry, Matt, more needs to be done, and in which case I will look into it. But it's a very important point, and I essentially agree with him.
We now go to Sir John Redwood.
I congratulate my right honourable friend on the big reduction in case and death numbers based on vaccination. Would he briefly update us on better air extraction, cleaning and other measures to control infection in hospitals to reassure the many patients who now need non-COVID treatment?
Yes, my right honourable friend has asked about this many times, and he's quite right to. It's not just the cleaning, but ventilation in particular is so important, and something we've learned a lot about during the pandemic. We've learned a lot about the importance of good ventilation, and that is now embedded in the infection prevention and control. And what I'd say is that as cases in hospitals come down, then hospitals across the country are separating out as much as is possible those who might have COVID or do have COVID from people who are coming to hospital having been tested, so knowing that they don't have COVID. And that is incredibly important to reassure people that if you're asked to come to hospital by a clinician, it is the best place for you.
Kevin Jones.
Thank you. In response to my right honourable friend, the member for Leicester South, the Secretary of State said that it was up to local NHS trusts whether they took up the Greensill Payday Loan app. But in the Sunday Times yesterday, the email was published, which was written between David Cameron and David Gould, the head of NHSX, on the 23rd of April, which it says, as you can imagine, Matt Hancock, David Pryor, chair of the NHS, Simon Stevens, as well as many trust CEOs, are extremely positive about this innovative offer. So is that email correct? Was he extremely positive about the Greensill Act? And can I ask him directly, does he not think there's something morally wrong with using poorly paid, struggling NHS staff to allow a private company to construct a financial bond then to be traded on the international money markets?
As I said to his right honourable friend, my approach was and is that local NHS employers are best placed to decide.
We now go to Mark Pawsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Rugby's PCN-led vaccination centre at Lockhouse has provided over 34,000 first and 11,000 second doses to JCPI groups 1 to 9 through a fantastic team of staff and volunteers. The GPs, however, have chosen not to take part in phase 2 of the programme, and as a consequence, the centre is expected to close in mid-July. Our local doctors would prefer to vaccinate groups 10 to 12 in their own surgeries, although this is not currently an option available to them. What can the Secretary of State do to facilitate this approach to the important task of vaccinating the under-50s?
Secretary of State.
I'll look into this question. It's not one that's been raised before, because generally the use of a primary care network, so a group of GP practices to come together to offer one centre, has worked really well. So it's the first I've heard of that concern. I'll take it away and make sure that it's looked at properly.
Tamanjeet Singh Desi.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister today cancelled his planned trip to India this week, and the Health Secretary has just announced that India has been placed on the government's travel red list amid a devastating surge in coronavirus cases there, with well over 200,000 detected on a daily basis. A new double mutation variant is reportedly more potent, and dozens of cases have been detected here in the UK too. So can the Health Secretary clarify, in order to assuage community concerns, that our vaccines are effective against this new variant?
State.
We simply don't know that. We're acting on a precautionary basis because we do not have, I can't give him that assurance. And of course we're looking into that question as fast as possible, but that is the core of my concern about the variant first found in India, is that there may be, the vaccines may be less effective in terms of transmission and or in terms of reducing hospitalisation and death. It is the same concern that we have with the variant first found in South Africa, and is the core reason why we took the decision today.
We now go to Nigel Mills.
Thank you. And can I add my thanks to the NHS in Amber Valley, who have been moving through the vaccines so fast they've even done over 70% of the age 40 to 50 by last week. What's his message, though, to those who are saying, based on media reports, that we've now reached the herd immunity level and therefore this problem has all gone away?
We don't think it's true.
37 withdrawn, so we go to Rob Butler.
Deputy Speaker, Stoke Mandeville Hospital in my constituency is home to the National Spinal Injury Centre. Despite continuing to do excellent work throughout the pandemic, a particular challenge arose providing support to relatives of patients who need to learn together how to adapt when back at home. So can my right honourable friend assure me that planning for a third wave of COVID-19 will give full consideration to the needs of spinal injuries patients and their families?
Secretary of State.
Yes, of course, I'll give that consideration, but I'll also make the case that whilst, of course, as we open up, there may be more transmission, I very much hope that doesn't lead, in fact, we know from the data that that is highly unlikely to lead to the same impact in terms of hospitalisations and deaths, because we know that the vaccine is incredibly effective against the variants that are at large here in this country. But that's another reason to be cautious against the incursion of new variants for which we can't give that assurance.
We now go to Derek Twigg. Derek Twigg just yet. Dr James Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Lateral flow testing is really important in our continued fight against the pandemic, and I'm really pleased that many of my constituents have been able to access asymptomatic testing since Friday of last week. But these tests are not available to order online through the gov.uk portal as yet if you're a resident in Wales. So will my right honourable friend confirm if this will be the case shortly?
We're working closely with the Welsh Government to try to ensure that the testing offer in Wales is as rich and easily accessible as the testing offer in England. Testing has been a UK-wide programme, but of course, the more we get it into local communities, the more it must be delivered through the NHS locally. For instance, through pharmacies, as announced today, that needs to be done by the Welsh Government. But we're working closely together to try to make sure that people can get these access to these tests as easy as saying Jack Rabbit wherever you live in the United Kingdom.
I thank the Secretary of State for his statement, and we'll now have a 3-minute suspension for cleaning purposes. Order. Order. I call Secretary of State Oliver Dowden to make a statement.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, football is in our national DNA. We invented it, we helped export it around the world, and it has been at the heart of British life for over a century. Football clubs, of course, aren't just businesses. They define communities across the country. So along with almost every member of this House, I suspect, I was appalled by the announcement made late last night that a handful of clubs are proposing to form their own breakaway European league. These 6 clubs announced this decision without any consultation with football authorities or with government. Worst of all, they did it without any dialogue whatsoever with their own fans. It was a tone-deaf proposal, but the owners of those clubs won't have been able to ignore the near-universal roar of outrage from all parts of the football community over the past 24 hours. This move, indeed, goes against the very spirit of the game. This is a sport where a team like Leicester City can ascend from League One to the Premier League title in under a decade, earning the right to go toe-to-toe against European heavyweights in the Champions League. Instead, a small handful of owners want to create a closed shop of elite clubs at the top of the game, a league based on wealth and brand recognition rather than upon merit. We will not stand by and watch football be cravenly stripped of the things that make millions across the country love it. As a Conservative, I believe passionately in defending our nation's institutions and our rich heritage. They are central to our identity and help build a sense of solidarity between people from every generation and every background. And just as the government wouldn't hesitate to act when other treasured areas of our national life are under threat, nor will we hesitate to protect one of our greatest national institutions, football. This is, of course, for football authorities to handle first, and today I have met with the Premier League, the Football Association and the President of UEFA, whilst the Sports Minister has had another series of meetings with the Football Supporters Association. The football authorities have robust rules in place to deal with this, and I know from my conversations with them today that they are rightly considering a wide range of sanctions and measures to stop this move in its tracks. My message to them was clear. They have our full backing. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, be in no doubt, if they can't act, we will. We will put everything on the table to prevent this from happening. We are examining every option, from governance reform to competition law and mechanisms that allow football to take place. Put simply, we will be reviewing everything the government does to support these clubs to play. I have discussed these options with the Prime Minister this morning, and we are working at pace across government and with football authorities. I want to reassure this House of a very robust response. We will do whatever it takes to protect our national game. But it's clearer than ever that we need a proper examination of the long-term future of football. To many fans in this country, the game is now almost unrecognisable from a few decades ago. Season after season, year after year, football fans demonstrate unwavering loyalty and passion by sticking by their clubs. But their loyalty is being abused by a small number of individuals who wield an incredible amount of power and influence. If the past year has taught us anything, it's that football is nothing without its fans. And these owners should remember that they are only temporary custodians of their clubs, and they forget fans at their peril. That's why, over the past few months, I've been meeting with fans and representative organisations to develop our proposals for a fan-led review. I'd always been clear that I didn't want to launch this until football had returned to normal following the pandemic. Sadly, these clubs have made it clear that I have no choice. They have decided to put money before fans, So today, I have been left with no choice but to formally trigger the launch of our fan-led review of football. The review will be chaired by the Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford and will be a root and branch examination of football in this country. It will cover the financial sustainability of the men's and women's game, governance and regulation, and the merits of an independent regulator. Crucially, in the light of this weekend's proposal, it will also consider how fans can have an even greater say in the oversight of the game and the models which might best achieve that. We are the people's government. We are unequivocally on the side of fans, and their voices have to be heard when it comes to the future of our national game. It starts with fans and it ends with fans. But in the meantime, we have thrown our full weight behind the football authorities and stand ready to do whatever's necessary to represent fans and protect their interests. And I commend the statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Jo Stevens.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of parts of his statement that he's just made. This is a watershed moment for our national game, and the statement today is welcomed, as is the Chair of the review, but it is short on detail and on the urgency that this situation merits. Fans will have noted that. The Secretary of State tweeted last night extolling the virtues of the football pyramid. But if anything, finance is broken and football fans, whichever club we support, are ignored. The hedge fund owners and billionaires who treat football clubs like any other of their commodities have no care for the history of our football, for the role it plays in villages, towns and cities up and down our country, and especially for the fans who are the beating heart of it. They should understand their role as custodians rather than cartel chiefs. The future of our national game and all our clubs depend on it. Labour has repeatedly called for the reform of the governance and finances of football by the government. A letter to the Sports Minister offering support and help with 16 questions that the review should focus on. We know that there are members across this House who have, for the past 11 years of Conservative-led governments, supported reform. So it's time, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the government to get off the subs bench and show some leadership on the pitch, because we need reform of football. It's not as if there's been a blockage here in Parliament preventing the government from taking action to sort the problems out. Former Conservative Sports Minister, the Honourable Member for Wealdstone and the Wheel, has said, "No one is speaking for the football world with the independence and authority needed to address the big issues," and she's right. The Conservative former chair of the DCMS Select Committee, the Honourable Member for Folkestone and Hythe, has said, "We should long ago have reformed the governance of football," and he's right as well. And the current Conservative chair of the DCMS Select Committee, the Honourable Member for Solihull, has said, "What's needed is a fan-led review of football with real teeth," and here we have more evidence to strengthen the case for it. So, I welcome the review, but why the long delay? Why create that vacuum that has allowed these Super League proposals the space and ability to become a reality? 11 wasted years when a small piece of government time could have been found to bring primary legislation forward to this House to sort the problems out. Instead of which, it's been all punditry and no progress on the pitch. And in that time, clubs and fans have suffered disasters. Fans in Bury know only too well the importance of reforming the way that football is governed, and supporters in Liverpool, Edinburgh, Manchester, my city of Cardiff, Portsmouth, and most football towns and cities have seen the damage done to clubs when profit outstrips the role of supporters in our game. We're in a global pandemic, and the owners of the 6 clubs behind this proposal think that now is the time to ride roughshod over their fans and endanger the future of football, on the back of a year when fans have been at the heart of supporting communities up and down the country. What a contrast. And it's been carved out behind closed doors without consultation with fans or players, and these proposals have at their heart a plan which is so anti-football, a Super League from which you can never be relegated, in which you are always guaranteed a place because of your wealth. It represents a fundamental attack on the integrity of sporting competitions. It's very rare, Madam Deputy Speaker, that an issue unites football fans and organisations across the rivalries and divides. But this Super League proposal has managed to do just that. From supporters' trusts and groups, including the FSA, to the PFA, the FA, UEFA, the Premier League, the League Managers Association, the European Clubs Association, I could go on, it has been universally rejected for the greedy, obscene and selfish proposal that it is. So, let's act urgently. It's already too late for some clubs and their supporters. I'm asking the Secretary of State, when will the review be launched? What will the terms of reference be? Who will take part? And when will it report? And what exactly is the government going to do to stop the European Super League decimating our national game? It should explore every option, and I hope it will, whether that's a super tax on revenue or to investigating whether the proposal breaches the clear rules that govern markets and competition in this country. For football fans up and down the country, our message is clear. Labour stands ready to do whatever it takes to stop this plan, and I hope the government will make exactly the same commitment.
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for those questions. I think hidden in there somewhere was a welcome for the approach that the government was taking and for the fan-led review. The Honourable Lady asks what we have been doing for the past year. Well, I'll tell you a few of the things that we've been doing for the past year. First of all, we've been working to get football back behind closed doors. That we were one of the first leagues in Europe to achieve that. We acted to get a third of games free to view with Project Restart, including the first ever Premier League games on the BBC ever. We acted to stop clubs going bust with hundreds of millions of pounds through COVID support schemes and ensuring that bigger clubs looked after the smaller ones with the £250 million boost from the Premier League. We acted to keep football going through the pandemic, including, for example, secure protocols to enable travel between the UK and elsewhere. And indeed, that was in the face of opposition sometimes from the party opposite, saying that we should be stopping the sport behind closed door. And now, crucially, we are working to get fans back into stadiums. Members would have seen this weekend, for the first time, very welcome at the FA Cup semi-finals, and we are working and making good progress towards a further return of fans at stage 3 of the roadmap. But alongside all of that, we have continued to engage on the fan-led review. The Sports Minister and I have been engaging extensively. Just to list a few names, I've discussed it with Anton Ferdinand, Jordan Henderson, Karen Carney. We've discussed it with the FA, the Premier League, the EFL, the PFA, the National League, the Football Sports Association, Kick It Out, Women's in Football, David Bernstein, Gary Neville. The Honourable Lady referred to the Honourable members for Folkestone and Hyde, which I've discussed it with them, for Wealdstone, Maidstone and the Weald, discussed it with them, and indeed with the chair of the Select Committee. All of this work has been essential in making sure we get to the point where we can launch it today. As I said in my statement, I would much rather we had waited till fans were fully back and the game had been stabilised. But because of the actions that have taken place over this weekend, we have launched it now. And the Honourable Lady would have seen from my statement, it will be led by the Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford. I hope she will command support from both sides of this House. She was an excellent sports minister, a fan, and is someone who is passionately committed to the game. We will shortly be publishing the terms of reference for the review. We'll be working at speed, and as the Honourable Lady would have seen from my statement, and I'm happy to repeat it again from the dispatch box, we will do whatever it takes to protect our game, and we will examine every single option, and we are doing that right now.
We now go to the Chair of Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee, Julian Knight.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just when you thought the beautiful game couldn't get any uglier, along come the Big Six and show that they couldn't care less for the fans up and down this country. Could the Secretary of State please outline for the House what specific levers he can pull to ensure football authorities come to the negotiating table rather than indulge in this unseemly civil war? And does this involve, for example, a windfall tax on these clubs? And whereas I welcome my right honourable friend's commitment to a fan-led review, and I would pay testament to the work he has done in order to ensure that football was one of the first sports to return last year. And also, I welcome the further meat on the bones. But will he tell the Big Six today that this review will have the power to recommend that their nascent Super League could be given the red card and be legislated out of existence if they insist on pressing ahead?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his questions. Yes, I think it is worth bearing in mind there are two parts to this. So in the medium term, we are working on the fan-led review that has been launched, but that should not stop us from taking action now to stop this proposal going ahead. And my honourable friend highlighted some of the measures we might consider taking. I can assure him that we are looking at all of those options. We are looking at competition law, and in essence, we're looking at what does the government do to facilitate matches and facilitate those clubs, and looking at whether we should continue to provide that support, because it does not strike me that the government should be providing that support in the face of this proposal.
We now go to the SNP spokesperson, Gavin Newlands, who has 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement? And can I say I think it's the first time that I agree with every single word of his statement, provided, of course, that he meant Scotland when he said we invented it. But it must be made clear to the clubs and the owners involved that there will be no quarter given, no concessions whatsoever in the current arrangements. It's well past time that a line in the sand be drawn. There is already a huge and unhealthy imbalance in the game, with the big clubs and the big leagues with the big TV deals holding huge sums. This insatiable thirst for more, this greed, must not stand. Club football in countries beyond England, Spain and Italy face being left even further behind. And although clubs in Scotland such as Rangers, Celtic and League Cup winners and Scotland's most successful club in the last decade, second most successful club in the last decade, St Johnstone, are not involved, this hasn't stopped widespread condemnation. Neil Doncaster, the SPFL chief exec, said these proposals, or any like them, would have an enormously damaging impact on the very fabric of our sport at all levels. We believe that any such competition would dramatically undermine the global appeal of football and would be financially catastrophic for all but a tiny minority. The proposals, assembled by a small, self-selected group of very wealthy clubs, appear to be a cynical and very worrying attempt to thwart the core principle of sporting merit, which rightly underpins European football, and they represent a clear and present danger to the sport we love. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the public are exhausted by sleaze and greed associated with the elites at the top of our society. How does this Tory government plan to eradicate greed and corruption at the heart of politics and business, and in doing so, protecting football for the fans? Or does the Minister agree with the Prime Minister that greed is good? And some overseas owners are from countries with concerning human rights records and links to dubious regimes, and may use their ownership of popular teams to sports wash their image. What actions does the government plan to counter this?
Well, I'm tempted to thank the honourable gentleman for the first line of his question, and then to stop there. From my perspective, it all went a bit downhill after that. But he's absolutely right to say, and the government will stand up to greed and stand up for the fans. And he's absolutely right to identify that even though it's English teams participating proposed for this league, it will have a severely damaging effect on all clubs in all parts of our United Kingdom. And of course, the game is as central to Scottish, Welsh and Northern Irish identity as it is to English identity. It is a sport for the whole of our United Kingdom, and it is right that we work together as a United Kingdom in order to stop this dreadful proposal.
We now go to Damien Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's statement and the decision to launch now the fan-led review. But as he has said, this is a review for the medium term, and decisions will need to be taken about the Super League in the next weeks and months. From what he said today, can the Secretary of State tell me if it is clear that under existing competition law and under the existing powers of the Premier League and the FA, there is nothing that can be done to stop these 6 clubs joining the Super League? Is the government prepared to consider amendments to the law in order to give those bodies the powers they need, and in particular, to prevent clubs from joining competitions that have not been sanctioned by either the FA or UEFA?
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I pay tribute to all the work that he has done that's helped shape what we are announcing with the fan-led review. On competition law, we are already engaging with BEIS in terms of our response to it. As I've said, we rule out absolutely nothing. I know from my conversations with the Premier League and indeed with UEFA, they are already proposing to take some pretty draconian steps to stop this, but we stand ready, and we will not allow anything to stop us from doing this in terms of timing. We will get on with it as soon as we need to.
We now go to Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a devastating attack on the English game, and it comes as a shameless, arrogant and desperate elite seek to make millions at the expense of the millions of us who love the game and love our clubs. I thought the Secretary of State's statement contained some rhetoric that I found good and urgent, and it contained detail that was ponderous and thin. So, as well as a lengthy review, will the Secretary of State fast-track legislation that would force any club seeking to break away and join a new league to first ballot their fans and to be mandated to abide by the outcome of that ballot? And will he ensure that this legislation is retrospectively active from the beginning of the current football season? Those who wish to steal and destroy the English game must be stopped. English football must be saved. And this Parliament has the power to do it, not just review it.
State.
Well, I can reassure the honourable gentleman we will be doing three things. So the first thing is we are backing the actions by the football governing authorities. At the same time, we are looking at all options, and indeed he raised some further important options as to what we should do. We will proceed at the fastest pace that is required in order to deliver that. And thirdly, this gives rise to major questions, which I should say to honourable and right honourable members, it has become apparent to me even more so. We had this promise in our manifesto. My dealings with football over the past year, as we have sought to negotiate the support that the game requires, demonstrated again the need for governance reform, looking at finance, looking at whether there needs to be an independent regulator. All of these things will now be examined by my honourable friend.
We now go to Alan Cairns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the Secretary of State on his statement and the announcement of the fan-led review. Does he agree that the pyramid structure of the English Football League gives focus to football clubs right across the country to compete and progress to the highest level based on performance and competition? But does he also recognise that it also provides the opportunity for community links and rivalry across the country, even between Wales and England, where clubs such as Swansea, Cardiff, Newport and Wrexham choose to compete and are welcomed into the English football structure? So can he confirm that the review that he's announced will also consider the interests of those clubs that may be not in England but operate in the English Football League?
Secretary of State.
Well, as almost ever, I agree with every word that my right honourable friend said. I'm very happy to give him precisely that assurance, and he's absolutely right to highlight the two biggest problems with this. It removes a large element of the competition and the joy of the game, and it risks taking money away from grassroots, which is so central to the game.
We now go to Lucy Powell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his very clear statement? It wasn't that long ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I watched my club, which I now represent, Manchester City, beating Gillingham in the second division playoff finals. We are now in what you might call our glory days, but those of us who remember the Gillingham game know that the glory days don't always last. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that a closed shop league, where there are no bad days and no glory days, is no league at all and has no place in our national game? And that British football fans are rightly outraged by this notion, which goes against our deeply held culture of fair and open competition and backing the underdog. And this really is an American export we just don't want.
Yes, I completely agree with the honourable lady. We cannot have money and brand triumphing and trumping the colour and the joy of the game. Football will be massively damaged by this move.
Gareth Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have been a supporter of Manchester United for 42 years and held a season ticket at the club for more than a decade, so I am aghast that the owners of my club have signed up to this proposal. It's wholly unnecessary. It will be deeply damaging on the altar of pure greed. It betrays the management, players, fans, history and tradition, not just of my club, but of the game and the wider game as a whole. So I congratulate my right honourable friend on the statement he's made today and the tone in the statement that he made yesterday. And could I ask him to reassure us that the government will move at speed to do everything within its legal power to prevent this ghastly plan from seeing light?
Your state.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. Indeed, his reaction as a loyal fan of that club has been replicated. I've heard messages from many loyal fans of all 6 of those clubs sharing the same sense of a deep frustration at it. Yes, I can assure him not only that we will act at speed, but that we have acted at speed. I was having meetings on actions both all of Sunday and today. We are moving at pace, and I'm engaging closely with Number 10 Downing Street and with the Prime Minister to make sure we do whatever is required.
Ian Byrne.
Speaker, in light of the shocking news that 6 of our national football clubs, and it's heartbreaking to see Liverpool Football Club amongst them, who are now looking to break away from the football pyramid in England, at a time when collectively we should be working together to rebuild our football communities from the ravages of COVID, the anger across the country is palpable. So, Secretary of State, I welcome the review, the fan-led review, long overdue, but can you outline how the government will act to stop capitalism and corporate greed destroying a game millions in this country love and economically many communities rely on?
Well, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right to highlight the fact that it seems extraordinary that at a time when most stadiums remain completely empty, when clubs are under tremendous financial pressure, that rather than focusing on the rebuilding of the game, on getting fans back into stadiums, they are distracted, these 6 clubs are distracted by something that is not in the interest of the game. I think it is right that we look at competition law. I think we need to look at a whole range of things that government does to help games happen, to help clubs participate in this league, and say, well, why should we be doing this anymore for those 6 clubs? And that's precisely the work that we're undertaking now.
Number 10 withdrawn, so Chiomora.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And Newcastle United fans have long suffered from the greed and self-interest which drives Premiership owners. But this attempt to turn our national game into the cash cow of a narrow elite shows just how morally bankrupt the Premiership has become and how little government cares, because there seems to be more rules to prevent the removal of a window frame in a listed building than the wholesale destruction of this jewel of working class culture. So can he tell me, does he believe the owners of these 6 clubs meet the fit and proper person test?
Well, as the Honourable Lady has seen from my statement, and I'm happy to repeat it, I completely agree with her. This is absolutely central to our heritage. These clubs are as much part of our heritage as the great castles and stately homes and cathedrals and orchestras of England and the rest of the United Kingdom. And we stand ready to do whatever it takes to support this. Now, the point about the fit and proper person test, that is precisely why we have got this fan-led review. It will be one of the things that my honourable friend will be looking at as we go forward. But in the short term, what we need to do is stop this in its tracks. And the 2 ways we stop this in its tracks are working with the leagues, and I gave the President of UEFA my 100% support for the measures that he outlined today. Similarly, you will see measures coming forward from the Premier League. And then the government itself, if those do not work, stands ready to take steps to prevent this from happening.
We now go to Hugh Merriman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Down here on the Sussex South Coast, we are very proud of Brighton and Hove Albion. 10 years ago, they were playing at the local athletic stadium. Tomorrow, they play in our world-leading Premier League against Chelsea, one of the 6 clubs who are doing their best to destroy it. These 6 clubs are not currently or historically the most successful 6 clubs, yet acting as a cartel, they use their clout to undermine competition. So if the 6 clubs refuse to back down in totality, can the Secretary of State look to introduce legislation to immediately break up their ownership structures and bring in the German model, where 51% of the club is owned by the fans and custodians of their club?
State.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight the central risk here, which is it does create this closed shop, that it freezes in perpetuity what is only a snapshot of the game at this moment and makes the game so much poorer for it. And we certainly, we've examined the German model very closely. It's very interesting to note that German teams are not participating in this. That makes the case rather for the fan-led review looking at the German model, and I can assure my honourable friend that it will be doing so. And in terms of other measures we may take, yes, of course we have not ruled out legislative measures if that is required, but the first line of action needs to be with the football leagues themselves.
We now go to Tony Lloyd.
Madam Deputy Speaker, people like my own father, who was one of those who supported Manchester United in the 20s and the 30s, wouldn't recognise the stranglehold that the corporate greedy have got round the windpipe of football already. The words that the Secretary of State has spoken today are very helpful, but the corporate greedy have corporate lawyers, and he needs to guarantee that those corporate lawyers won't tie the government and, in the end, football and its supporters in knots. And so we need to see action from him quickly if legislation is needed. But can I ask him as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, is he now talking to his opposite numbers in Spain and in Italy? Because it's important that we have not a global response, but a European response to what is not simply an English or a British problem.
Secretary of State.
Yes, I can assure the honourable gentleman that those meetings will be happening this week, and we're in the process of setting them up. I already discussed with Her Majesty's Ambassador to Paris, having a meeting with my French opposite number later this week, and I'll be seeking meetings with my Spanish and Italian opposite numbers as well.
Anthony Higginbottom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In forming these proposals, the 6 Premier League clubs involved have shown no regard for the impact on clubs like Burnley Football Club in my constituency, but also no regard for the fans who offer them unwavering loyalty season after season. So can I start by welcoming the Secretary of State's announcement of a fan-led review which will put supporters front and centre. But could I also ask the Secretary of State to confirm that the government will do everything possible to protect top-flight football in this country, which provides so many economic benefits to communities, including in Burnley and Padiham?
Secretary of State.
Yes, I'm very happy to give my honourable friend that assurance, and I often say that as Secretary of State for Digital Culture, Media and Sport, the two things that people around the world know about the United Kingdom and instantly raise with me, whether I'm speaking to an opposite number in East Asia, in North America or in Europe, they mention the royal family and the Premier League. It is a jewel in the crown of the United Kingdom, and we will do what is required to defend it.
Alex Davis-Jones.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a football fan and a usually proud Liverpool supporter, I am now ashamed of my club, and I'm heartbroken at this outrageous European Super League proposal, which is just another example of the fundamental structural flaws at the heart of our beautiful game. It's clear from contributions here today that our country's proud and rich history and love of the game cuts across the political divide, and I'm gutted that we find ourselves coming together to push the Secretary of State once again for some urgent answers. It's also concerning to note that we've heard nothing from the government on the potential impact of these proposals on the women's game. The strength of feeling across the House and across the country could not be clearer, Madam Deputy Speaker. Time and again, this government have failed football fans, so I ask the Secretary of State, will he do whatever it takes to stop the European Super League from going ahead?
Secretary of State.
Well, the short answer to the honourable lady's question is yes, and she is absolutely right to highlight, and I did mention in my statement the impact on the women's game. It is that this is part of how the pyramid works, as the honourable lady will well know. The finances that have helped the women's game go from strength to strength in this season. It's wonderful to see the strength of the game is because of the pyramid supporting it, and that would be another big cost to this if that failed to happen.
James Cartledge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is an absolutely outrageous proposal So I strongly welcome my right honourable friend's robust set of measures that he's announced today. On the point of competition law, these clubs will have very powerful legal teams. They have huge financial resources. So can I ask him, whatever the current legal advice is, does he accept in principle that where a league operates on the basis of not having relegation and basically based on the wealth that you have, that must be a cartel?
Secretary of State.
Well, I think my honourable friend raises a very important point, and that is a very valid interpretation of the effect of this. Clearly, I will be working with Bays and with competition lawyers to get greater clarity and definition on this, but I can tell my honourable friend I have already discussed this with the Premier League and with the FA. We are well aware that competition is going to come into play in this scenario, and we stand ready to work with them and take measures that may be required.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My friend and neighbour from Pontypridd can always come next door to Cardiff City and support them if she wants a real club. This Super League proposal is the sporting equivalent of a billionaire's gated community with a football favela for everyone else on the other side of the fence. So could the very robust response, which the Secretary of State said he wanted from the government, include the Prime Minister ringing up, or perhaps even texting, the former number 10 spin doctor, Katie Perrier, who also worked on his mayoral campaign and whose public affairs agency is promoting the Super League launch? And could he tell her that this is one occasion when insider connections will not win any traction with the government, and that this betrayal of football fans and the ethos of fair competition in sport will be blocked by the UK government using urgent legislation in the forthcoming Queen's speech?
State.
Well, I'm very happy to give the honourable gentleman assurance that we will take the robust action that is necessary. In fact, I think the best place to start, and where I started, was speaking to the President of UEFA and the leadership of the Premier League and of the FA. I hope that their actions can stop it in its tracks, and I think we'll see some very robust action from them. I've been clear and happy to be clear again that if that does not work, then government stands ready to act. We will not wait for it not to work. We're working through the options now as to those measures and stand ready to take them at the appropriate juncture.
We now go to Jack Brereton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much support what my right honourable friend has said. And does he agree the survival of clubs like Stoke City in my constituency is the #1 priority for fans? And Labour's cynical move to try and stop football carrying on behind closed doors twice over recent months would have been catastrophic for clubs and therefore fans. So will the Secretary of State confirm that sport continuing throughout the pandemic has and will always be a priority for this government?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. He is absolutely right, and I'm happy to give the assurance that we have worked tirelessly to ensure that the game has continued behind closed doors, and I will work tirelessly until we reach the end of the roadmap and we have every single seat taken in stadia so that we can get football back on its feet, because it's only at that point where we really should be considering those wider questions of the governance of the game. And it is a sort of deep sadness to me that we are having this distraction rather than getting on with getting the game back.
We now go to Gregory Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Northern Ireland women's football team with amateur players qualified for the first time ever for the Euros. That demonstrated what football is about. Many people regard this announcement today, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a tactical move against UEFA. Whatever it is, will the Minister back up his rhetoric today, which I welcome, with action along with the football authorities to ensure that the views worldwide of billions of fans prevail over the views and the tactics of the billionaire financiers?
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. May I begin by sharing his congratulations for the Northern Ireland women's football team. It was a fantastic result, and we're very cheered to see it. He's absolutely right. This doesn't just isn't confined to the UK. Premier League is loved globally. English football is loved globally, and I think you can look at the reactions in France, in Spain, in Italy. It's not just here in the United Kingdom that we feel dismayed at the proposals that have been put forward. That feeling is near universal.
We now go to James Daly.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree this proposal is motivated by greed and shows contempt for fans and footballing pyramid? But does he also find it sad that whilst the boards of Manchester United and Manchester City were negotiating this proposal to make millions of pounds for their owners, they, together with others, did nothing to save their local neighbour, Bury FC, whose fans were also betrayed by an owner who has attempted to profit from its heritage and history?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm sympathetic to the concerns raised by the honourable gentleman. Indeed, I would also note that many clubs, including some of those clubs that are seeking to break away in the announcement last night, have benefited enormously from government and taxpayer support. And I think they should think carefully about the duty that they owe to taxpayers in return and whether they are discharging it with these proposals.
We now go to Chris Stevens.
So thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement and the announcement of a review. So does the government agree with me that tougher rules are now needed and who can buy major sports clubs in the United Kingdom? And can I add my voice to other colleagues in the House for the government to look at the German model, because it is vitally important that we have a model of pre-agreed conditions requiring a minimum percentage of each club to be owned by everyday supporters and fans.
Secretary of State.
Well, I think the Honourable Minister is right to highlight the German model. I think it has merits to it, and I think it is right that the fan-led review should look at it. I should also, though, note on the flip side of this that foreign investment in the Premier League and the rest of the EFL has brought tremendous benefits to the game. It has meant that we've had very strong games played up and down the country every night of the week with some of the finest players in the world. I'm not against foreign investment in our game per se, but what that cannot be against the wider interests of the competition and ensuring that we have a rich and diverse game. And at the heart of these proposals is putting that at risk.
We now go to Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now then, football fans in Ashfield think that common sense in football is in short supply these days. Inside grounds, we have billionaire bosses plotting to sell our beautiful game to the highest bidder. And meanwhile, outside Wembley Stadium, we have the brother of the ex-Labour leader talking nonsense about vaccinations, whilst fellow protesters shout abuse at genuine football fans. I have a simple solution. Keep these greedy football club owners as far away from our football grounds as possible, and the same goes for Piers Corbyn. Could my right honourable friend please tell the football fans in Ashfield what government plans are to protect our beautiful game inside and outside the stadiums?
State.
Well, I don't think there's a great deal I can add to the remarks by my honourable friend, and I observed, I'm just somewhat bemused the protest that went on outside the game yesterday, and I can also assure my honourable friend and indeed all of his constituents that the government will not hesitate in taking robust action to ensure that this does not happen.
Jeff Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my 50-plus years of watching Man City has brought me a lot of emotions, pain, despair, misery, more recently a lot of elation and joy, but always pride, whatever tier we were in, until last night, when the overriding emotion was shame and anger at my club being part of it. Because effectively ending competition by merit at the top of the pyramid ends hope for clubs throughout the pyramid, and it's absolute anathema to the values of sport in this country. So I want to welcome the tone of the Secretary of State's statement and ask him three things. When he speaks to the clubs, can he try and convey the anger in this Parliament and across the country at this proposal? When he speaks to the Premier League, will he encourage them to take the strongest possible action against these clubs, including my beloved Man City? And finally, a review will take time. Will he recognise that there is the will in this Parliament to take strong action quickly, if necessary?
Yes. Secretary of State.
Well, I think the Honourable Gentleman spoke very eloquently, and indeed what he has said is shared by, sadly, so many supporters of those 6 clubs. I will, of course, be conveying that anger, and I'm sure that will be reflected in the coverage of this statement today. I've already met with the Premier League, and I have said that we will support them in taking the strongest possible action, and I can also give the Honourable Gentleman the assurance that if the actions by the Premier League and UEFA are not sufficient to stop this in its tracks, I have noted the level of support for taking further measures in the House, and it gives me confidence that we will be able to get any measures through should those be necessary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Being a top Premiership club isn't a franchise, it's to be the part of the contestable apex of the whole sport, and that whole sport in turn is part of our culture, part of our heritage, part of who we are. So can I strongly welcome my right honourable friend's robustness in his statement, and also him bringing forward the fan-led review, and can you assure me that in both his immediate response and in that fan-led review they can be far-ranging with nothing off the table?
Yes, I'm very happy to give my right honourable friend that assurance. Nothing will be off the table, and he is absolutely right when he talks about the heritage of these clubs, and the owners are but temporary custodians of something that is precious to our national identity, and they really should take that responsibility seriously.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And interestingly, only one of these 6 clubs has always been in the top division in English football. Now they want permanent status. So the Minister's announcement of a review is welcome, or if slightly overdue, but frankly will be met by contemptuous indifference by these arrogant oligarchs. Because the only thing they understand is power, and the government should be using the power of the state with full force and coordinating with other countries. So will he rapidly refer them to the competition authorities, cut them off from any further public funds, and look at the tax status of image rights, just for a start, and quite frankly drive these sharks out of British football?
Well, somewhat unusually, although not that unusually to be fair to the Honourable Gentleman. I agree with pretty much everything he said, and I can assure him that we will be looking at all of those options, and to reassure the House, we will take robust action when it is required. We will not wait for the outcome of the fan-led review, and all of the sort of things that he is talking about are the sort of things that we are discussing internally in government.
Final question to Clive Efford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The football's governing bodies must stand firm against this European Super League, and I welcome the statement from the Secretary of State that he's not going to leave any stone unturned to assist in that. We now control our own borders, having left the European Union, so this will be a major test for our new powers over our borders, where we can prevent people entering the country if they're not playing matches that are sanctioned by the sports governing bodies. But on the fans' review, can I ask him, will the fans be able to lead it wherever they wish to go? For instance, the right to buy shares at the time of transfer of ownership, fans being elected to the boards of football clubs. Will the fans really be able to lead and go where they want to go with this review?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman is right to highlight the point about controlling our borders, and I can assure you that we will be considering those powers if it is necessary, and those discussions are happening. The review will be able to go wherever it needs to go. My honourable friend, the Sports Minister, and I have already engaged a lot with fans, and indeed it's worth noting that the budget recently, the Chancellor announced proposals to allow fans to take stakes and take control of their own clubs, so we're already moving in that direction.
I thank the Secretary of State for his statement and suspend the House for 3 minutes for cleaning purposes. Order. Order. I call the Minister to move the Ways and Means motion relating to the Finance Bill.
Formally.
The question is, as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Finance number 2 bill, committee.
You say no.
Now.
Order. Order. Before I ask the clerk to read the title of the bill, I should explain that in these exceptional circumstances, although the chair of the committee would normally sit in the clerk's chair during committee stage, in order to comply with social distancing requirements, I will remain in the Speaker's chair, although I will be carrying out the role not of Deputy Speaker, but of Chairman of the committee. We should be addressed as chairs of the committee rather than as Deputy Speakers. Order.
Finance number 2 bill.
We begin with Clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider amendments, clauses and new clauses as set out on the selection paper. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. Minister Jessie Norman.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman. The Government has delivered an unparalleled package of support during the COVID-19 pandemic, providing over £352 billion for public services, workers and businesses. This response has been fair and balanced, with the poorest households benefiting the most from the government's interventions. It is now necessary to take steps to ensure the sustainability of the public finances and continue to fund our excellent public services. Our approach to fixing the public finances will therefore also be fair and balanced. The fairest way to put the public finances on a more sustainable footing is to ask all taxpayers to play their part, as well as asking those people able to contribute more to do so. That is why in these parts of the bill, the Government is legislating for freezes to the personal allowance and higher rate thresholds, the inheritance tax thresholds, the pensions lifetime allowance and the annual exempt amount in capital gains tax. The Government is also making sensible changes to the tax treatment of coronavirus support payments and exemption-related adjustments to account for the impact of the pandemic. Madam Chairman, given the number of speakers and amendments, I will try to keep my remarks relatively brief. Before I turn to the changes announced at budget, let me touch on clauses 1 to 4. These are legislated for every year and are essential for the Government to be able to collect the right amount of income tax for the tax year 2021 to 22. I come now to the clauses which legislate to maintain thresholds. These clauses are a central part of a fair and responsible fiscal approach to fixing the public finances. Clause 5 maintains the income tax personal allowance and the basic rate limit at their 2021-22 levels from April 2022 until April 2026. This is a universal, progressive and fair measure being taken to fund public services and rebuild the public finances and ensures that the highest earning households will contribute more. Indeed, the 20% highest income households will contribute 15 times that of the 20% lowest income households. Madam Chair, if I may now respond to Amendments 2 to 4 and new Clause 7, which relate to the clause I've just outlined. Amendments 2, 3 and 4 seek to delay the decision to maintain the income tax personal allowance and higher rate threshold until April 2023. The OBR forecasts that UK GDP will reach its pre-virus peak by the second quarter of 2022. The Bank of England forecasts that this will happen at the beginning of 2022. In light of these estimates, it is reasonable and fair for the Government to uphold the start of this policy from April 2022. Let me say that nobody's take-home pay will be less as a result of this decision. For most taxpayers, any real terms loss will be very small in 2022-23, and I would therefore urge my honourable friend not to put these amendments to a vote. Madam Chair, new clauses 12 and 23 would require the Government to publish equalities impact assessments for all the measures in this debate And new Clause 8 would require the Government to publish an equalities assessment of existing income tax thresholds. New Clause 8 would also require the Government to publish distributional analysis on two changes that do not constitute government policy, namely reducing the additional rate threshold to £80,000 and introducing a supplementary 50% rate of income tax for income above £125,000. Madam Chairman, the Treasury carefully considers the equality impacts of the individual measures announced at fiscal events on those that share protected characteristics, in line both with its legal obligations under the Public Sector Equality Duty and with its strong commitment to issues of equality. The Treasury already publishes comprehensive assessments of income tax threshold changes. Alongside budget, the Government has published detailed distributional analysis of the decision to maintain income tax thresholds both at a household and on an individual basis. Therefore, these new clauses do little to provide meaningful additional analysis further to the Government's existing comprehensive publications, and I therefore urge my right honourable friend not to put his amendment to a vote. Clause 28 makes changes to maintain the pensions lifetime allowance at £1,073,100 until April 2026. This will limit the pensions tax relief available to those with the largest pension pots and supports the Government's objective of a system of pensions tax relief that is fair, affordable and sustainable. Clause 40 maintains the capital gains tax annual exempt amount at its 2020-21 level of £12,300 for individuals and personal representatives and £6,150 for most trustees of settlements for the tax years 2021 to 2 up to and including 2025 to 26. Maintaining the annual exempt amount at its 2021 level is a 2020 to 2021 level is a responsible decision and consistent with the decisions the Government has taken to maintain the value of the other main allowances over the same period. Madam Speaker, Clause 86 maintains inheritance tax thresholds at their 2020-21 levels until April 2026. This means that the nil rate band will remain at £325,000 and the residence nil rate band will remain at £175,000. The tapering of the residence nil rate band will continue to start when the net value of an estate is more than £2 million. Maintaining these thresholds is forecast to contribute almost £1 billion over the next 5 years to help to rebuild the public finances. But this approach still ensures that over 94% of estates will not be liable for inheritance tax in each of the next 5 years. Taken together, this Government's approach to thresholds across the tax system is clear evidence of a fair and consistent fiscal strategy to repair the public finances while continuing to invest in public services. If I may, I move next to clauses 24 to 26, which make minor adjustments to exemptions to account for the impact the coronavirus pandemic has had on businesses and workers. Let me also address one amendment relating to clauses 25 and 26. Madam Chair, new clause 11 would commission a review of the changes relating to the employer-provided cycles exemption. I'm happy to reassure the House that the terms of the employer-provided cycle exemption have not changed, and only a minor time-limited easement is introduced by this bill. It is not therefore necessary to review the changes. Madam Chair, clauses 31 to 33 relate to the Government's package of support payments for individuals and businesses during the pandemic. Clause 31 makes changes to ensure that the one-off £500 payment to eligible working tax credit claimants announced at Budget 2021 is not subject to income tax. This will ensure that recipients of the tax credit benefit in full, and that the payment meets its objective of providing additional support to low-income working households. I'm happy to give it.
Minister, for giving way. Minister, have you had any discussions with the Low Income Tax Reform Group, who have indicated to me some of their concerns about HMRC required claims from individuals? It's a rather delicate matter, but there is a problem there. Has the Minister had an opportunity to actually discuss with them? Thank you.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman will be pleased to know that I maintain a strong dialogue through officials and from time to time in person with the Low Incomes Tax Reform Group, and I've no doubt that the input that they've given has been carefully considered by officials in this regard. If he would care to write to me with a specific concern he's got, I'm happy to pick that up as well. Madam Chair, it is right that HMRC have powers to tackle fraud and abuse of the self-employment income support scheme. It is also right that we as a government provide legal clarity that self-employment income support scheme grants are liable for income tax in the year of receipt. Madam Deputy Speaker, clauses 31 to 32 will allow payments made in support of individuals and businesses by the government to meet their objectives as far as possible. Opposition amendments 15 and 92 are already comprehensively addressed by existing policy, and I would ask that they be withdrawn. Madam Chair, Clause 33 makes changes to ensure that the repayments of business rates relief are deductible for corporation tax and income tax purposes. This ensures that any repayments of support are dealt with appropriately. Taken together, these measures will help the government to continue to support individuals and businesses through the coronavirus pandemic. They will also begin to put the public finances on a sustainable footing as we continue to move out of the pandemic. And I therefore move that clauses 1 to 5, 24 to 26, 28, 31 to 33, 40 and 86 stand part of the bill.
Shadow Minister James Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I beg to move the new clause in my name, the names of the Leader of the Opposition and my other honourable and right honourable friends. On behalf of the Opposition, I will begin our detailed scrutiny of this bill today by considering the impact it will have most immediately and most widely on people across the UK through its cuts to the money that families, in all their many forms, have in their pockets. The opening clauses of this bill, clauses 1 to 5, focus on income tax, with clause 5 freezing the personal allowance from 22-23 through to 25-26. This is no small change. The effect of this clause will be to make half of all people in the UK pay more tax from next year. And this is not the only measure which the government is taking that raids their pockets. We know that this bill will make families pay more through the income tax changes from next year, but it also does nothing to stop the sharp council tax rise that the government are forcing councils to implement right now. It supports the Chancellor's plan to cut £20 a week from social security this autumn for some of those who need help most. And, of course, it comes as the government are choosing, in this year of all years, to take money from the pockets of NHS workers.
Yes. Would the Shadow Minister accept that the total take in income tax from individuals across the United Kingdom as a result of that one measure in 1 year is going to be £10 billion, and the total take over the period of the next 5 years will be an increase of 25% on the basis of the tax paid now, 25% more income tax will be paid collectively by individuals as a result of the freezing of thresholds?
I thank the honourable member for setting up some of the figures there about the impact of this bill. And actually I can add to that by saying that if we take the freezes to the personal allowances along with the cuts to NHS workers' pay and the council tax hike and the cut to universal credit, then the real scale of the government's decisions, the impact of the government's decisions becomes clear. If you take a newly qualified nurse living with their partner and 2 children in rented accommodation, they will lose more than £1,100 a year. It is plain wrong to hit families across the country in this way. But that sense of injustice is made all the more acute by the fact that this increase of costs on families comes years before any rise in corporation tax, and at the same time that through this bill the government are letting tech giants stop paying tax altogether. Last week we voted against this bill at second reading, and our reasoned amendment made clear that a key decision was because of its effect on family finances through what it does and through what it does nothing to stop. Today we have the chance to stop the specific measure in the bill that will make every income taxpayer in the country pay more next year. We will be seeking a vote on Clause 5 of this bill, and I would urge Conservative members opposite to join us in knocking this attack on families out of this bill. By doing so, we would be allowing the government to come back in its next finance bill with a fairer approach, one that does not put misguided tax break for big business ahead of the money families have in their pockets. Now, the other clauses that are being debated in this session concern a range of other matters. Clauses 24 to 26 relate to the impact of COVID on those benefiting from enterprise management incentives, cycle to work schemes and employer-provided coronavirus tests. Meanwhile, Clause 31 exempts those receiving tax credits from paying income tax on the one-off COVID-19 support scheme payment. Clause 32 clarifies the tax treatment of payments made under the self-employed income support scheme, and Clause 33 provides for a relief where businesses repay COVID support payments that are no longer required. And finally, Clause 28 freezes the standard lifetime allowances for pensions immediately until 25-26, while Clause 40 does the same for capital gains tax annual exempt amount, and Clause 86 does the same for inheritance tax thresholds. Through our new Clause 23, we ask that all the measures being considered in this debate today are considered for their effects on the finances of different households across the UK. We want to see a fair, progressive tax system in this country, and so we want the government to be transparent about the effect their changes will have on people's lives. The question of how changes impact on the people of this country should always be the government's overriding concern when introducing changes to the tax system. That is why our new clause would require that the government analyse, review and be transparent about how their changes will affect households at different levels of income. It would further require ministers to set out how their changes would affect people on the basis of age, disability, race, sex and other protected characteristics, and how they would affect people living in different nations and regions of the UK. We know there is significant evidence that women, black, Asian and ethnic minority communities, young people and disabled people have been disproportionately affected throughout the pandemic. The budget report itself says that the economic impact of restrictions has not been felt equally. Staff in the hardest hit, largely consumer-facing sectors such as hospitality are more likely to be young, female, from an ethnic minority and lower paid. It is therefore indefensible that not one of the many supporting documents to last month's budget statement nor this finance bill was an equality impact assessment. Our new clause gives the government a chance to right that wrong. But whilst this analysis is vital in setting out how different people will be impacted by the government's choices, we know already that the biggest and most immediate impact of the changes in this bill and of the government's wider policy choices on which this bill is silent will be to take money from the pockets of people across this country this month, this autumn and next year. This month, households... Sure.
Thank you very much, Chairman. We hear from the Honourable Gentleman that his party seeks to strike out the single largest intervention that will help the recovery in the form of the super deduction, which businesses have already told me is mobilising incremental investment. But I would be fascinated to hear the Honourable Gentleman's view of new Clause 7 and the amendment put forward by many of these recent colleagues, including many of those on the front bench, to increase the rate of income tax to 55%. What does the Honourable Gentleman think of that?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman spoke about the super deduction, and I think the super deduction will be picked up in the next debate. So I will focus during this debate around the changes that are the matter at hand. And quite frankly, although we know that the government will be making changes that will affect different communities differently, the crucial point is that we know already the impact that the government's policies will have, as I said, this month, this autumn and next year. This month, households will feel the hit as the government forces local authorities to raise council tax in the middle of a pandemic, having broken their promise to give councils whatever is needed to help support people through the COVID crisis. This autumn, some of those families who need help will see the government cut £20 a week off their universal credit, hitting them just as other COVID support schemes are due to be winding down. This hit will come just at the time when the Office of Budget Responsibility has predicted unemployment will peak at 6.5%, 2.2 million people, and this cut takes out-of-work support to its lowest level since the 1990s. And next year, more than 30 million people in this country, including those earning only just enough to pay tax at all, will be forced to pay more as the freeze to income tax personal allowances kick in. Now, it tells you all you need to know about this Chancellor's priorities, that families will feel the impact of the government's choices years before businesses face an increase in corporation tax, and at the very same time that some of the biggest firms in this country are offered a tax break that the Chancellor himself has boasted represents the biggest tax cut in modern British history. Madam Chair, on this side of the House, we believe our country needs a fair, progressive tax system. We want to see greater investment in jobs, growth and the long-term challenges we face. We want to see families protected, not forced by this government to shoulder the burden whilst tech giants see their tax bills reduced to nil. And it is not just us in the opposition who oppose the government's approach. Major international economic bodies like the IMF and the OECD agree with us that these tax rises on families now are wrong. The hit to household finance is not only unfair, it is economically illiterate. Taking money out of people's pockets now means they will not spend it in small businesses or on the local high streets, damaging the prospects of a recovery. Madam Chair, we will be voting for the government to be clear and transparent about the effect that the measures in this bill will have on all the different families and households across this country. And whilst members opposite may not want to support us on all of our points, I would not be surprised if some of them did not feel deeply uncomfortable at the prospect of making families pay more through this bill. We therefore hope to offer them a chance to join us in rejecting Clause 5, halting this bill's plans to make all income tax payers pay more from next year, and forcing the government to think again about the fairer tax system our country needs.
Andrew Jones.
Very much, Madam Chair of the Committee. I'm aware that time is short and I will keep my remarks brief as a result. All of us will have been dealing with constituents facing real financial challenges over the past year. The last months have been unprecedented in their impact upon family finances. People have lost jobs, been on furlough, faced great uncertainty. It has been genuinely hard. Yet some sectors have done very well and seen growth, so the economic impact of the pandemic has fallen very unevenly. The economic consequences also landed very quickly, but the response from the Treasury was equally quick. But we're now facing the next stages of the crisis. Over the months ahead, getting the economy moving again as quickly as possible, safely, so we can get people back into work, and considering how the government will pay for all the extra costs it has incurred. Now, as my right honourable friend said, the economists have predicted that the economy will have fully restarted by April of next year. I think that's right, based upon my own business experience and conversations with businesses within my constituency and beyond. I think it therefore makes sense to start the recovery of the public finances then, and that's what some of the measures in this bill do. The question for me, though, is how to do this fairly and without choking off the recovery. And I will just focus upon one measure, and that's the personal allowances. The increase that we've seen, increases really we've seen in personal allowances over the past decade have been a key ingredient in helping some of the least well-off in our society. The allowance has nearly doubled and is one of the most generous in the world, and it has been a part of that broader initiative which has been a hallmark of the last 10 years about making work pay. So it's with some caution that we should consider changes, but I will be backing these changes, and I urge members to reject the opposition amendment on this measure. It is worth remembering that nobody's take-home pay will be less than it is now, and it is a measure which builds over time, as will, of course, the pace of the recovery. And I note that the Right Honourable Gentleman from Wolverhampton South East is not active in his place at the moment. I noted his comment that it is a fairer way to raise revenue than some others. Well, I agree with his analysis. The crisis support packages have been necessary and welcome, but they have come with a huge cost. There is no compassion in letting debts build up for future generations to pay off. There is no stability for governments in failing to tackle deficits. We have, of course I'll give way to my offer.
We're giving way. And whilst I think we all accept that the current level of debt cannot continue and has to be dealt with, does he not accept that, first of all, taking £10 billion from consumers in the next year as a result of these tax-free freezes, and secondly, the fact that we don't know what's going to happen to unemployment once the furlough scheme finishes, that there is a real risk in the tax, the freezes on allowances this year going to impact on the short-term recovery of the economy, and therefore they are inappropriate and the government ought to be waiting until they see what happens.
Well, my friend makes a very good point, as he always does, but I have to say that is something which I have considered, and I know that the government has considered. This is a question of striking that balance between encouraging the recovery and choking off the recovery. And part of recovery is making sure that we have sound public finances. We have had two supposedly once-in-a-century events in just over 10 years. I think the lesson that we should draw from that is that financial responsibility allows governments to respond to crises and to respond at scale. That's what we have just seen here. And that has helped the finances of families across our nation when they needed it most. And that is why the task of the economic recovery, with its focus upon growth and investment on households and government, cannot be put off, and why the bill and the personal allowance measure in the bill should proceed. We should not listen to the words from the Labour Party because they have quite frankly voted against all the increases in personal allowance in the budget measures that we have had over the past 10 years. We need to get on, get the focus back on recovering livelihoods as we had on saving lives.
We now go to the SNP spokesperson, Alison Foulis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I beg to move our new clause 10 and the amendments in my name and those of my honourable colleagues. Chair, this UK government said that they would be led by data, not dates. The Chancellor has stood here on several occasions and said he would do whatever it takes to ensure recovery. Yet in this finance bill, the Chancellor has seen fit to now put an arbitrary date on ending the furlough scheme. The Labour Shadow Chancellor has been critical of the government's previous dithering in the extension of the job retention scheme, so I hope her colleagues will support the SNP's new clause 10, which will protect jobs and workers across the UK. This clause introduces a reporting requirement comparing the effect of a continuation of the coronavirus job retention scheme and the self-employment support scheme being continued until the 30th of September 2021 and 31st of December 2021. And reports would of course be required on the specific impacts of either date on business investment, employment, productivity, GDP growth and on poverty. We in the SNP benches believe that the furlough and the self-employment support scheme should be continued for as long as required for our economy. It's economic recklessness to confidently predict the end of the pandemic, which has thrown us curveballs time and time again. Any winding down of support schemes should be linked to the number of COVID cases in the population, with proper care taken to make sure that no localised areas which have been hit badly are left behind. We've seen just this week the potential of new variants like the Indian variant causing India to be added to the red list and prompting the Prime Minister to cancel his travel plans, as well as the Kent and the South African variants before. And on those variants and the support for people who need tests, I welcome the change to exempt coronavirus tests from income tax. Our Amendment 93 would seek to extend the income tax exemption for payments to employees in respect of the cost of obtaining antigenic coronavirus tests to cover those specific antibody coronavirus tests as well. And there is a wider argument here for broadening the provision to future-proof the finance bill for future pandemics and other incidents that may occur. So I hope ministers will give this possibility some consideration. Businesses have found themselves in the position of having to make payments on VAT deferred last year, the first peak of the crisis, while we are still in lockdown from the second peak of the crisis. And now the biggest lifeline supporting our economy is being pulled away without any due consideration of the impact on jobs. Chair, not only do the SNP want to see a continuation of the job retention scheme and the self-employment support scheme, we want to see those gaps filled that the Chancellor knows fine well about. SAFE grants should be extended to September and extended to cover 600,000 more self-employed people who have had which we welcome, but this still leaves behind the 2.4 million people who have received zero support from this government whatsoever. They should never have been left behind. People in precarious contracts are in many cases those who could least afford to be without support. I've recently been contacted by constituents who are entitled to the 4th and 5th rounds of the self-employment support scheme, but have been asked to wait with no money in the bank. I urge ministers to accelerate this entitlement to help those struggling to get by. Repeatedly and knowingly leaving large chunks of the population with little or no support is an unacceptable dereliction of duty from this UK Tory government and the worst crisis our generation has seen. I'm sure that history will not remember them kindly for it. We've also tabled Amendment 92 to Clause 31, because we agree that while people should not be taxed on this £500 payment, it also shows, incidentally, in respect to the money the Scottish Government wanted to provide to thank health and care workers, that it's possible to do these kinds of things when the UK Government decides it wants to help and make exemptions. We share the concerns of the Low Incomes Tax Reform Group that the rules on this are not yet clear enough, and I urge ministers to provide that clarity and reassurance. This payment is made automatically by HMRC, but the provision talks of a kind of clawback where someone who isn't entitled receives it. It isn't clear exactly how this will work. Our amendment would ensure that the one-off £500 payment to certain working households in receipt of tax credits could only be recovered where it's found the individual was not entitled to the payment because they were knowingly concerned an underlying fraud, either in relation to their tax credit award or to the one-off payment. Chair, I do not want to be relentlessly negative in my criticisms of this bill, so it's true that there are some details which are to be welcomed. For example, I welcome that the UK Government will adopt the Scottish Government's policy of increasing the higher rate threshold to ensure that nobody pays more than they would next year. In such uncertain times, any small piece of certainty we can give people is a comfort. The UK Government should follow the Scottish Government's lead and take the extra measure of freezing income tax rates and bands over the next 5 years. Chair, Scotland has the most progressive income tax system in the UK, with more than half of taxpayers paying less than they would if they lived elsewhere in the UK. By asking those who earn the most to pay a little bit more, Scotland has been able to invest in more public services and deliver a range of benefits like free prescriptions, university tuition and concessionary bus travel. And I'm very proud to be part of a party who in government have put public services first and ensure that those who can least afford it pay less tax. In contrast, this UK Tory government is peering down the barrel of a return to austerity. We're looking at a freezing of the personal allowance, which is a tax cut by stealth. We're looking at the lowest earners being hardest hit by this policy, and at the same time the Chancellor is handing super deduction tax breaks to big business. So much has changed, Chair, in the last year, but the things that have stayed the same offer very little comfort. It's the same old Tories returning to form and making brazen spending cuts on the back of the poorest and the most vulnerable. I've said on many occasions before that finance bills get a bad rep. They aren't boring technical things, but instead they're an opportunity to take the steps towards the type of society that we want. A green recovery and the chance to do things differently are at the heart of our approach and our amendments. The SNP's New Clause 11 would require a report comparing the impact of making the cost of a bicycle an allowable expense on self-assessment tax returns on business investment, employment and productivity, GDP growth, poverty and carbon emissions. This policy proposal makes perfect sense, encouraging active travel, reducing carbon emissions and coming from the Cycle to Work Alliance's report, future-proofing the Cycle to Work scheme, unlocking access for all workers. This is the type of policy that sends a clear message. If you want to take steps to reduce your carbon footprint and improve your health, then your government should support you all the way. Currently, the government only provides support for employees and not for self-employed people. So this amendment would rectify this anomaly and make it fair for everybody. HMRC could therefore include the cost of a bike as an allowable expense on self-assessment forms to ensure that all workers can participate, regardless of their employment status. In Scotland, we've seen a manifesto commitment from the SNP to provide free bikes for school pupils who can't afford them or provide grants to others. So this will give every child the opportunity to engage in active travel. This clause asks the UK government to do their bit by making the cost of a bike an allowable tax expense. Finally, Chair, our new clauses 12 and 22 seek to get at more evidence on the impact of changes to capital gains tax. There's very little done to drill into the impact of decisions made through the finance bill. Again, evidence sessions beforehand might be useful, but assessing the effectiveness afterwards, particularly in different parts of these islands and in people who live here, is vitally important. These assessments are not an add-on or a nice-to-have, they are essential. And if the government truly believes their measures to be fair, they should have no fear of that evidence. Thank you.
We now go to Flick Drummond.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And like all Conservative governments, this is one that believes that people should be encouraged to create wealth and invest it wisely without undue interference from the state, bureaucracy or taxation for taxation's sake. The fundamentals of our economy were strong nationally and in the Mearn Valley as we headed into the coronavirus pandemic. And I'm confident enough we're well set to emerge from it and carry on good growth. Although it's not the topic of this particular segment, I must welcome the announcement of the budget of the Solent Freeport, which will bring jobs and investment to the whole region, which includes my constituency. I want to speak to clauses 5 and 28. The pandemic has created a major challenge for state finances, and I recognise that the Treasury has to cover the cost of the measures it has taken to support jobs and society. These two long-running strands of policy are the reform of personal income tax allowances and the lifetime allowance in the pension fund accrual. The commitment to a £12,500 personal allowance featured in the Conservative 2015 election manifesto, and I'm pleased that we're achieving it a year early. Since 2010, the personal allowance has grown more quickly than average earnings, and a huge number of workers have benefited. In announcing a freeze between now and 2026, we will see some of that eroded, around £8 billion of income flowing back into the Treasury by 2025-26. And I hope that ministers will ensure that we direct the benefits of recovery at the groups on lowest incomes, who we have done so much to help in government already. Needless to say, I will not be supporting the opposition amendment in clause 5. Another area where I hope an open mind can be kept by ministers is to simplify our pension system in the future. But today I would like to concentrate on the lifetime allowance in clause 28. As many other honourable members will have seen in their postbag, this has been affecting doctors and NHS, senior teachers and others in the public sector who've taken or considered early retirement to avoid breaching the cap. As well as creating a situation where the Treasury does not see some of its forecast tax take coming in, it means that in some cases people have gone back to work as contractors or locums, sometimes filling gaps which have been created by this policy on pensions. The intention behind the lifetime allowance when it was introduced in 2006 was to simplify a large number of regimes. However, in freezing it at just over 1 million without the tie to CPI, we're seeing some complex reworkings of remuneration schemes, and we will see more unintended consequences as growing numbers of people look to find ways to avoid the cap. The BMA survey of GPs indicated that almost half the doctors would consider early retirement to protect their earnings after retirement. While the budget forecast states that by 2025-26 there'll be an additional 300 million of revenue, it doesn't account for other costs which the policy could contribute to. Pension policy generally encourages people to forego current consumption so they can enjoy a higher standard of living later in life. However, the trade-off here is different, and we risk the public services having to cope without staff or pay for them because they're contractors or locums if we carry on eroding the value of the lifetime allowance. I hope the Treasury will look creatively at how we balance ensuring people on higher incomes pay their rightful share of tax, with the need to ensure that skilled and experienced workers will continue to contribute to the wider public good throughout their working lives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go to Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clause 31 relates to the decision to cut the £20 a week uplift in universal credit and working tax credit in 6 months. I want to focus my brief remarks on that decision highlighted by my honourable friend on the front bench, because it'll be key in the impact analyses in new clause 23 and amendment 15. A Work and Pensions Committee report in February drew attention to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation finding that withdrawing the temporary increase, and I quote, will risk sweeping 700,000 more people, including 300,000 more children, into poverty, and that 500,000 more people could end up in deep poverty, more than 50% below the poverty line. And they go on to explain, I quote again, people who were already more likely to be in poverty were most affected by the economic storm caused by COVID-19, workers in low-wage sectors or part-time jobs, people living in areas with higher rates of deprivation, families with children, disabled people, or those from BAME backgrounds. Around 60% of the families who lost out being in the bottom 30% of the income distribution. And they go on to say 60% of all single-parent families in the UK will experience this overnight cut to their income when the £20 a week is removed. And under the government's plans, this cut will happen just as unemployment is forecast to peak. The last time anything like this was done in these circumstances was 90 years ago under the national government of Ramsay MacDonald. It will devastate the finances of a large number of struggling families. Ministers are going to find it extremely hard to justify, and so I particularly welcome today's reported call by over 100 Conservative MPs to make the £20 a week uplift permanent. The Resolution Foundation Living Standards Outlook in January said rising unemployment and removing the £20 uplift would push 800,000 adults and 400,000 children into relative poverty, the biggest annual poverty rise since the 1980s. A Northern Ireland woman told Joseph Rowntree, I quote, "The £20 uplift to universal credit has meant I've just about managed to keep my head just above water. I'm living day to day, trying to pay my bills and keep my house warm for my child. Taking that away in 6 months means I will be drowning in debt." A London woman said, "We've relied heavily on food banks. That £20 is often the difference between light and heat or no light and heat. If you don't have gas, you can't cook." And a Leeds man said, "I'm aware of the extra. If it wasn't for that, I don't know how I would survive. Living on universal credit is hard. It's extremely hard. It's literally living day to day and working out where my next food is coming from." Now, Madam Chair, £20 a week should not be taken away from people like that just as unemployment peaks. Mike Smith of Joseph Rowntree told the Select Committee the current benefit level without the £20 uplift is the lowest since 1990 in real terms, and as a proportion of average earnings, it's the lowest ever. Inflicting that just as unemployment is peaking is indefensible. The principal policy manager at Citizens Advice told the Select Committee, and I quote, "At the very least, if the uplift is not made permanent, we think it needs to be in place for at least 12 months while we go through the tricky part of recovery from this crisis." So, Madam Chair, I do hope ministers will reflect and, having done so, decide after all not to make this cut in September.
Now go to Hugh Merriman.
Madam Chair, thank you very much indeed for allowing me to contribute during this afternoon's proceedings. I'd like to talk directly to Clause 5, the freezing of the personal allowance for 4 years from 2021 to 22, and the resultant amendment which would push that freeze back by a year, and the general position across the proceedings this afternoon with regard to allowances and the freezing or otherwise of them. And I state from the outset that in the 5 years or 6 years that I've been a Member of Parliament, it's been a great pride as we've reduced the personal tax allowance. It was half the level it is now since it was raised to £12,500, and that gives the highest basic personal tax allowance across all G20 countries, means a typical taxpayer is saving £1,200 in tax as a result. But more importantly, I think, has really sent the message out that work pays. And I think there's no coincidence that as well as increasing the personal allowance, bringing in the living national minimum wage levels that we have, we've also seen record levels of employment and record lows with regards to unemployment. So a great success story. But of course, the COVID pandemic has put all of that at stake. And it's for that reason that I do find myself in the bizarre position of supporting the freezing of personal allowances and wishing to vote against any amendment for those on the left to delay that freeze by a year. And that's because ultimately, I think if we don't do something with regard to our finances, then we will do a great disservice to the country and end up costing individual taxpayers or non-taxpayers even more by mismanagement of our national debt. And just to be clear about it, it now stands at 2 trillion. We're at a position which we've never seen outside of the 2 world wars. This means that there's £30,000 on every single man, woman and child in the UK. It's the highest debt to GDP ratio since 1962. And ultimately, and for those on my side of the party that think, well, it doesn't matter because rates are low, so we can just keep on borrowing at those levels, and indeed they'd find that opinion shared across the divide. We just have to be incredibly careful because we're very vulnerable to surprise rises in interest rates and inflation. And indeed, a recent analysis of manufacturers in our supply chain have said that they expect, or I think 47% of those questions said they expected the cost of materials to go up during this year. So that could lead us to inflationary pressures. And what that would mean ultimately is a rise of 1 percentage point across all interest rates would add £25 billion to the servicing of our debt. And it's that concerns me the greatest, because ultimately that debt has to be paid back. It's already greater than the amount we spend on schools. And if it increases, then it means that we're spending less on schools, less on our hospitals. We could end up seeing the tax situation rise even greater. And the tax freezes that the government have introduced have been recognised by the IFS as a sound way to deliver without causing as much of the hurt in terms of the wider economy, but also on the individuals that will have this unwelcome freeze put upon them. So, Madam Chair, I just wanted to make the contribution really to say that for those of us on the benches that have always been really proud as we reduce the tax take, as we increase the personal allowance, as we see more numbers in employment and we see growth in the economy, that this does go against the flow. But the most important thing for me, and the reason I came into politics, is to make sure that government runs the economy well so that everybody benefits, and we then see stable economic output, which allows our public services to expand as well. And if we don't do something along the lines that this Chancellor is doing at this time and make these brave calls, which of course are not popular, but they're absolutely necessary, then we not only put the national interest at risk, but we also lose our reputation as a party for managing the economy. So I very much support the government's moves. I hope that given time that they work and that we can get back to where we've been in the years preceding. And I very much hope that those that are tabling amendments, which perhaps owe more to politics than a desire to manage the economy properly, will reflect and remove.
We now go to John McDonnell.
Thank you, Chair. With the greatest respect to the last speaker, I think there's a view across the House on all parties that we need to manage the economy effectively in the interest of everybody. And that does mean, of course, addressing the issue of the debt to GDP ratio. Of course it does. But the question always arises is who bears the burden? Who carries the heaviest burden? And I actually believe that the bill before us is shifting too much of that burden onto those least able to bear it. And that's where we disagree, and it's an honest disagreement. So I wish to speak to oppose Clause 5 standing part. And I support the amendments 2 and consequentials 3 and 4 in my name and that of a number of my colleagues. Because some of this is about confidence in politics as well, which at the moment is receiving a bit of a drubbing. In the last general election, the Conservative manifesto pledged, and I quote, "We promise not to raise the rates of income tax." And the manifesto went on to say, and I quote again, this is a tax guarantee that will protect the incomes of hard-working families across the next Parliament. Clause 5 breaches that pledge. Incomes are not protected. More of people's incomes will be hit by income tax. And it's especially harsh on the millions of public sector workers who face from this government, first a pay freeze, a 5% rise in the council tax, and now a stealth rise in their income tax. These are low earners who struggle to make ends meet as it is. Low earners are heavily indebted. Some have been furloughed, losing 20% of their income for a year. Now they're being hit by a stealth rise in income tax that was not pledged at the last election, and any fair reading of the Conservative manifesto would have thought was completely ruled out. The Labour Party also stood on a manifesto that said no rise in income tax for 90% of earners, and has said recently, now is not the time for tax rises. I hope this House, across the whole House, will stand by their commitments at the last general election and oppose Clause 5 of the bill. And that allows the threshold to rise with inflation, as legislated for actually way back in 2007 in the Income Tax Act of the last Labour government. Low pay is endemic in our society. In 2015, the then Chancellor George Osborne promised a £9 minimum wage by 2020. It's 2021 and the minimum wage is still below that level. To give an example, we know that half of all care workers earn less than the real living wage. And then the majority of children in poverty are living in working households. What does that say about low wages? So I just say this, the last thing any government should be doing is raising taxes on low-paid workers, especially when the government has broken its promises on raising wages, failing to reach the target of the minimum wage it's set. Some members of this House may recall the Rooker-Wise Amendment. It's a long time ago, 44 years ago. Well, that amendment overturned a similar proposal from the Callaghan government. And with many low-paid workers not getting a pay rise, facing mounting household debts, we should not be taking more of their income in tax. And with high street retail needing an urgent stimulus, there cannot be a worse policy than removing demand from the economy at this time. Demand really created by, these are the people who will spend, not hoard. But Madam Chair, if the House is not minded to leave out clause 5 of the bill, then perhaps the government can compromise and accept amendments 2, 3 and 4 in my name and those of other honourable and right honourable members. These amendments would ensure that the stealth tax on working people was delayed until 2023-24, the same year as the corporation tax rise kicks in. Low-paid workers should not be hit with an extra year of tax that the corporations are not. Another point I hope the government will consider incorporating into the bill before the report stage is the case for equalising capital gains tax rates with income tax rates. Ahead of the budget, it was heavily briefed that this was being considered by the Chancellor. It's manifestly unfair that income derived from wealth is taxed at a lower level than income derived from work. I hope the government will look at this issue ahead of report stage. Madam Chair, I urge the government to consider accepting amendments 2, 3 and 4 at a bare minimum, but better still, leave out clause 5 altogether. Do not force the lowest paid in our economy to shoulder what could be the heaviest burden. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We now go to Sarah Olney, as number 9 is withdrawn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wish to speak to clause 5 relating to the changes in personal income tax allowances and to clause 28 relating to the freezing of the lifetime allowance on pension pots. Madam Chair, there's no doubt that the last year has made unprecedented demands on the public purse, and it is right that the government should be prepared to take difficult decisions on taxation as we move forward, as we all very much hope, out of the pandemic and into the changed world beyond. But the government made clear commitments in its 2019 manifesto that it would not raise income tax on working families, and they have broken that commitment in this bill. The freezing of the personal allowance and the higher tax bands will mean that more working people will pay tax, and at higher rates than they would otherwise have expected. It's clear that the government are banking on a consumer-led recovery, and this tax burden on working families will reduce the amount of discretionary spend available to households, limiting their ability to spend on consumer goods. As we see housing costs increase to their highest ever levels, household budgets will continue to be squeezed, and piling additional tax charges on top will create an enormous burden for those who are already struggling to make ends meet. It's a particular insult to those in our NHS who have sacrificed so much to keep us all safe this year and have been told to expect only a 1% pay increase for their trouble. Our nurses will have to give back more of that 1% in tax than previously, despite all that they have already given. It's particularly galling when compared with the government's decision to delay a corporation tax increase. The government has chosen to tax hard-pressed frontline workers first and large profitable corporations later. Only those companies that have remained profitable throughout the pandemic would be paying corporation tax next year, which is why an immediate increase in corporation tax could have captured the windfalls or excess profits of those who found their revenues increased as a result of the unusual trading conditions of the last year. This would have been a far more equitable route to raising income than putting the burden on hard-working families. With regard to Clause 28, I would urge the Chancellor to carefully consider the impact that the freezing of the lifetime pension allowance has on NHS pensions. I've heard a few stories from constituents about how this measure interacts with their final salary scheme. While a figure a little over £1 million would rightly strike most as more than sufficient as a tax-free pension pot, senior doctors in the NHS are finding it extremely difficult to assess whether or not their overtime will result in their yearly calculation of the lifetime allowance being tipped over the threshold and result in a current tax bill. The British Medical Association estimate that the number of GPs taking early retirement has tripled over the past decade and put this down partly to the uncertainty of their tax bills. It's worth noting that when the lifetime allowance was first introduced in 2006, it was set at 1.5 million, rising to 1.8 million in the financial year 2010 to 11. Since the Conservatives have come to power, it has reduced every year to the current level of only just above 1 million. Like the freezing of the personal allowance, this has the impact of catching more and more ordinary people into the taxation net. And again, we see that the Chancellor wants to raise money off the back of hard-working NHS frontline workers while protecting profitable corporations. This particular issue has been a problem for doctors for the last few years, so the government has no excuse for not knowing that the freezing of the pension lifetime allowance would make the situation worse. Has the government carried out an impact assessment of the measure on NHS retention of senior staff? I'm extremely concerned at this time when our senior NHS staff are exhausted and facing a huge backlog of elective surgery that skilled staff shouldn't feel compelled to take early retirement because of an unintended and avoidable tax consequence. Madam Chair, this finance bill seeks to tax hard-working families and penalise those who've been working so hard to keep us all safe this year, and the Liberal Democrats cannot support these measures. Thank you very much.
So, Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and indeed Madam Chair on this instance. I would like to offer my support to the Shadow Minister, and I think he's put his case very fairly. I would like to illustrate what that means in my own constituency in Reading East, and to perhaps further develop some of the points that he made. The point that I would particularly like to raise with the House is that of the growth of food bank use, which has been very significant across the country, and our area is typical in so many ways, as indeed it is in many instances in life. And I believe the growth in the use of food banks is an illustration of why the budget was such a complete failure, because the government failed, in my opinion, to offer real help to many families. In particular, it offered very little to those, as we've heard earlier from the Shadow Minister, in the greatest need. It offered very little to those who are self-employed and who've recently set up a small business. And indeed, the 3 million campaign group quite rightly pointed out that some of the measures, although a small number will benefit from some further support for recently set up small businesses, most will not, and that has been widely recognised in my constituency. Before going into the detail of local food banks, I would like to thank all the volunteers, our local council in Reading, and many other people who've helped support food banks, both businesses and individuals who've very generously given their time and have put the community and others first at what is a very difficult time for so many people. I've tried to keep in touch with the pressures that have been faced by going to help myself and to receive regular briefings from food banks and other charities. And I wanted to describe to colleagues in the House what this is like. As many people know, Reading obviously is a town in the south of England. It's relatively well off. We're lucky to be in an area with quite a high level of employment, many advanced industries like IT, and lots of people have, I think what is fairly safe to say, fairly good jobs, but many people are under great pressure. And I've helped in a number of food banks. One in particular I wanted to draw the House's attention to, which is in the suburb of Woodley, which is a typical suburb on the edge of a large town, full of relatively well-off families, and I had to deliver food parcels to them. And behind the front door of neat houses in suburban areas was real poverty caused by the pandemic, families under real pressure, and the gratitude that people had when they were receiving food parcels was quite overwhelming. And I just wanted to make that point because I think it's so important that people across the House understand what this pandemic is like for ordinary people around the country. And indeed, this is just one example. There are people in far greater need who are in need of greater help. But I just wanted to make that point and to express my own sense of gratitude to those who are helping the voluntary sector and to just remind people what this really means and what Clause 5 and the other clauses are really about. They're about families struggling under really trying and difficult circumstances through no fault of their own. And I would just urge the Minister, I know he's a very decent man, to rethink this and lobby his colleagues, and in particular the Chancellor, who I'm afraid has a bit of a habit of dashing in with some very warm words, but perhaps could look further and look again at some of the detail here, because families really do need that help at this difficult time. Thank you.
Number 13 was withdrawn, so we go to Seema Malhotra.
My limited remarks about Clause 5 and to speak in support of new Clause 23.
I'm afraid we're having some difficulty hearing Seema Malhotra. Do you want to try again, Seema?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me now?
No, I'm afraid what I think we should probably do is go to our next speaker and come back to Seema. So can we go now to Sir John Redwood?
Madam Chair, I've declared my business interests in the register. Madam Chair, of course I'm not going to vote against this budget, and I wish the government well with it. But I would like them to just pause a little and think through where we are and recognise that they may need to revisit some of these decisions in the months ahead. Because my worry is that they're being too tough in their tax measures, too tough on people's incomes at a time when we need to build confidence and recovery, and that they are doing so at a time when it is really impossible for their expert advisors and other economic forecasters to give them a clear steer on what the public finances are going to look like in 2 years' time, let alone in 3 or 4 years' time. The government seems to think that their experts can define a given amount of money which is going to be a shortfall in order to hit their longer-term government targets, and they're therefore saying we need to make these tax changes for the next few years in order to fill this alleged black hole. But it may be they're trying to fill a hole which doesn't exist. It may be that we have much better recovery than the forecasters are thinking. It may be that the economy responds much better over the next 2 or 3 years, or indeed over the next 2 or 3 months as the relaxations kick in. And we can see the difficulty the official forecasters have if we look at the numbers they gave us as recently as November 2020. And in November 2020, the OBR, forecasting the budget deficit, the amount of extra borrowing for the year 2020-21, said that it was going to be £394 billion, an enormous amount for the year. And bear in mind, they were only having to forecast 4 months because 2/3 of the year had already gone. And when we got the 11-month figures recently, up to February, we discovered that they had come in at just 278 billion. And so subject to what happened in March, it may be that the OBR was the best part of 100 billion out on the deficit for the year in question that they were trying to forecast when they already knew quite a lot of what had happened. And they were, of course, massively too pessimistic. It's great news that we're going to be borrowing so much less than we feared, although we are clearly still borrowing far too much on an unsustainable basis, which is why we need to promote a strong recovery to get that deficit down. So I would say to the government, let's show a little humility. The experts and advisors are not able to give us anything like accurate figures. I can sympathise with them because extreme things have happened in response to the pandemic. So are we sure that over the next 3 or 4 years we need to make these moves? I think there's also a case for showing a bit of humility and thinking ahead about whether we might need to show a bit more flexibility, because the government itself has rightly said, now we're out of the European Union and now the economic world has been stood on its head, they want to set out a new framework for guiding the economy. And I would encourage them to do that. And I hope it is going to be a framework which promotes growth and considers real issues like the growth achieved, the rise in the number of jobs, the rise in real incomes that can be achieved, and the productivity growth. And I think we need to get away from the Maastricht criteria, which have been governing our policy for many years now and still seem to be behind this particular architecture of this piece of legislation, because we seem to be driven by the need to get state debt falling as a percentage of our national output by the end of the period we're talking about here today for the tax changes. Now, I think state debt is now a pretty useless kind of figure to try and target in the way that the Maastricht criteria did, because now we live in this age of monetary experimentation, where great banks like the Bank of England as well as the European Central Bank have bought in very large quantities of the state debt, and indeed are still buying in large quantities of state debt, where it is in a single country, a single sovereign country, with its own central bank owned on behalf of taxpayers by the state. Surely we should treat the debt that we have brought back in rather differently from the debt where we owe money by way of interest to people outside, some our own citizens, some foreigners who have been financing the government. And it makes it a very difficult number to use to guide the economy. Of course, the future system must have some control over the build-up of actual interest charges we have to pay to third parties, but it should also, I think, concentrate much more on promoting growth. So I would say to the government, can we just have a few words today to accept that these numbers are very difficult, that the current forecasts are likely to be very wrong. No one can say exactly how wrong they're going to be because so many things are going to happen over the next 2 or 3 years, and nobody has been through the kind of pace of bounce back which is possible from such a big hole in our economy created by necessary health measures to cure the pandemic. So I would say we need a policy which is very supportive of more jobs, higher incomes, encouraging investment, encouraging enterprise, encouraging saving, and above all, encouraging self-employment and more small business activity. And my worry is that the government is being a bit mean on people and a bit mean on small businesses in the name of controlling state debt at a time when we have no idea what the state debt is going to be in 2 or 3 years' time, and when the state debt number is now very different from the old state number because of the purchase of state debt by the state itself. So I would hope that the government would recognise we may need to revisit all this, and I would want the government to be on the side of people keeping more of the money they earn, and above all, a much better deal for small business and the self-employed, where I think the government is too tough.
Thank you. We're having 1 or 2 technical issues, so we are going to go straight to Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I wish to speak to new Clause 7 that I've proposed. Now, this amendment would require the government to publish an assessment of the effect on tax revenues of introducing a 55% income tax rate on income over £200,000. Now, the coronavirus crisis has not only shone a spotlight on the deep inequalities in our society and their deadly consequences, it's in fact deepened them. Deep inequalities scar our nation, and as we come out of this pandemic, if we are to learn the lessons and build a more equal, less divided and more inclusive society, then we do need to address decades of failing tax policy. Ensuring higher taxes on those on the very highest incomes has an important role to play in building that fairer society. Since Thatcher, the Tory mantra has been that low taxes on the rich benefits everyone. But years of keeping taxes low for the very rich didn't in fact boost economic growth. It instead allowed inequality to run completely out of control. And that's been proven by new research by the LSE and King's College London that showed reducing taxes on the rich leads to higher income inequality, but has significant effect on economic growth or unemployment, has an insignificant effect on, in any positive fashion, on economic growth or unemployment. In short, trickle-down economics has been a lie. And now is the time to acknowledge that and address it by creating a fairer tax system. So my amendment for a new 55% income tax rate would target those on very high incomes of over £200,000 per year. So that's the richest part of the top 1%, around £300,000 people, the current highest income tax rate is just 45% for those earning above £150,000, not much more than for those earning £50,000. Yet 40 years ago, the average top income tax rate for the wealthy OECD member countries was 62%. Top income tax was even 60% under Margaret Thatcher, so perhaps even the Thatcherites on the other side of this House will consider offering their support to this amendment. This increase would affect less than 1% of the population, around 300,000 people, according to HMRC. Madam Chair, there's been huge suffering in our society over the past year, yet the very wealthiest in our society, the billionaires and the super rich, have exploited this crisis to further line their pockets. And we can't go on layering inequality on top of inequality on top of inequality. Now is the time to act. Publishing an assessment of the effect of tax revenues, the effect on tax revenues of introducing a 55% income tax rate on income over £200,000 would be an important stepping stone towards building a fairer and better society. And that's why I'd like to push this, my new Clause 7, to a vote, if possible.
Thank you. We now go to Belle Ribeiro Addy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm speaking in support today of Amendment 15 and new Clause 8 in my name, and amendments and new clauses in the name of my honourable friends, the members for Hayes and Harlington and Leeds East, which I've also signed. I'll start my remarks with reference to my Amendment 15, tabled with the aim to highlight the importance of what is coined the £20 uplift for tax credits recipients from the COVID-19 support scheme, and the damage that the government's decision to not continue this beyond September will cause. In March 2020, the Chancellor announced a temporary uplift of £20 per week to the Universal Credit Standard Allowance and Working Tax Credit basic element for the 2020 to 2021 financial year. A one-off payment is being made to tax credit recipients to cover a 6-month period from April to September 2021 to continue this support. As members will know, payments from the COVID-19 support scheme, working households receive tax credits are being introduced under the Coronavirus Act 2020, and my clause 31 introduces an exemption from income tax for payments made to tax credits and recipients. My Amendment 15 would require the government to publish an inequalities impact assessment of the provisions of Clause 31, which must cover the impact of the provisions on households at different levels of income, people with protected characteristics, and equality in different parts of the United Kingdom and regions of England, and child poverty. This is because whilst the £20 per week top-up will temporarily be retained, helping some 6.5 million families for a further 6 months, this doesn't allay the fears families will have going into next winter. Rather, it's clear to almost everyone, Action for Children, Child Poverty Action Group, Save the Children, Joseph Ramsey Foundation, the Trade Union Movement, and so on, it's clear to all of them that, everyone apart from the government, that is, the £20 increase and the associated tax relief as per Clause 31 should be made permanent and paid to all claimants, given the poverty levels that were already too high pre this pandemic. Extending the £20 uplift is vital because struggling families can't keep afloat without it, but that will be true in 6 months, as it is now. Action for Children estimate that 2.5 million families with children currently on universal credit and working tax credit will miss out on a combined total of £1.3 billion across the next financial year. Statistics from March show that just over half of all the children in poverty were in families with the youngest child under the age of 5, and 47% of children in families with 3 or more children. According to these figures, the number of children living in relative poverty after housing costs rose from 4.1 million in 2018 to 19 to 4.3 million in 2019 to 20. This amounts to 31% of all children in the UK. In comparison, 3.6 million children were in poverty just 11 years ago. Deprived families have fallen deeper into poverty, with 2.9 million children considered to be in deep poverty. What an indictment of this government's economic record. Years of austerity, welfare cuts, benefit changes and cuts to public services have disproportionately affected children, women, disabled people and Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities. A fact that has been repeatedly outlined by many civil society organisations. On top of this, experts have warned that child poverty will rise even further after the pandemic. And what has this government's response been? An offensive and factually redundant report on race and ethnicity that repackages racist tropes and stereotypes into facts, twisting data and misapplying statistics and studies. Not my words, Mr. Speaker, the shocked comments from the United Nations Human Rights Council. Therefore, it's no surprise that the finance bill falls short in tackling poverty and inequality. This is why it's crucial that we make sure we have a fair and equal recovery coming out of the pandemic, with those with the broadest shoulders paying their fair share, and progressive and fair taxation, as evoked by my new clause 7 in the name of the member for Leeds and new clause 8 in my own name, is crucial to this fairness. These progressive tax amendments are about encouraging a discussion on the kind of society we want to be in. My new clause 8 would require the government to publish an assessment on the effect of tax revenues of introducing the effect of reducing the income tax threshold for the additional rate to 80,000. This is a reference to the Labour Party Manifesto 2019 commitments to reduce the 45p additional rate threshold to 80,000, covering the top 5% of income taxpayers, raising billions but not increasing further burdens on the majority of people. With the IMF now arguing for increases in taxations for those who have made huge profits from the pandemic, this is yet another area in which the Labour Party manifesto has been shown to have been leading the way politically. Fair taxation is one of the building blocks of communities, in part because it supports investment in public infrastructure and services which we all rely on. Progressive taxation means plain and simple that those with more means are contributing relatively more. Last October, the Institute of Fiscal Studies research revealed that the wealth gap between poorer and rich families in the UK has been exacerbated by the pandemic, and that due to their higher incomes and higher spending habits, richer households have invariably become richer during the pandemic. The top fifth earners saved money at a faster rate than before lockdown after their outgoings reduced by 41%. Truly progressive taxation that ensures the rich pay their fair share is crucial for the delivery of equalities and women's rights in particular, as women tend to rely more on public services funded by taxes, and because of women and men's different income and spending patterns, regressive taxes tend to hit women the hardest. Similarly, given that deep economic inequalities persist between white and Black and Asian and minority ethnic people and their households, we have to ensure that our tax system is not a driver of racial injustice. Unfortunately, the pay gap between white and Black and Asian communities is entrenched in the UK approach to tax, which favours, on the whole, higher earners. Tackling this inequality in our society means we need to look at addressing the fact that, as previous research has shown, that top earners are overwhelmingly white, male, and as well as more likely to be based in London and the South East. We need to address those inequalities sooner rather than later. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
By video link, we call Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak in my limited remarks to support the arguments made by my honourable friend, the member for Ealing North, and to speak in support of Labour's new clause 23, to which I have also added my name, seeking an equality impact assessment of the measures in the bill that affect family incomes. This includes the impact of specified sections of the bill on households at different levels of income, on people with protected characteristics, and across the regions and nations of the UK. Around 700,000 people have lost their jobs since February last year. Many more families have seen a drop in their household income. Over 39,000 are now on universal credit in Hounslow alone, and we have seen a huge rise in the use of food banks. There is no doubt about the importance of financial inclusion at this time. The Financial Inclusion Commission, on which I also sit, has highlighted how there are now millions more people facing economic hardship as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. But, Madam Chair, the UK entered the crisis with half its population financially vulnerable, 12 million categorised as financially struggling or generally on low incomes, and 13 million as financially squeezed. COVID has laid bare existing weaknesses, vulnerabilities and structural inequalities. And step change research shows that 10% of people say they will certainly or probably be unable to pay for essentials in the next 12 months. We know child poverty, already extremely high, is rising. So it's inexplicable that when the government itself has said in the budget report that the economic impact of restrictions has not been felt equally, that it hasn't itself published an impact assessment. It shouldn't be for the opposition to table this vital amendment. It seems that instead of taking action to boost our community recoveries, the Conservatives are choosing to reward families up and down the country for their sacrifices, with council tax hikes, with a freeze to the personal allowance from next April, a whole year before corporation tax rises kick in, with a real terms pay cut for key workers, and cuts to universal credit later this year, a move now even opposed by 100 Tory MPs. Even when the Chancellor has done the right thing, like extending furlough as Labour called for, these moves need to be underpinned by a strong social security system that provides support when people need it. People need to be protected from financial exclusion, and families need a clear route out of financial difficulty when they are struggling. The Chancellor could also look at how Sadiq Khan is working to promote financial inclusion through partnership with the financial sector, social enterprises and credit unions, and plans for a new team dedicated to economic fairness. Economic fairness, Madam Chair. But instead, what we know is coming is this £20 cut a week to universal credit for millions of families within 6 months, just when the OBR predicts that unemployment will peak. A cut that takes out-of-work support to its lowest level since the 1990s. That's why Labour has also called for urgent social security measures, including converting universal credit advances to grants instead of loans, ending the 5-week wait, suspending the benefits cap, and uprating legacy benefits to match the increase in universal credit. Madam Chair, around 2.2 million people on legacy benefits have been deprived of the uplift. And given that 3/4 of those claimants are disabled and on employment support allowance, this has created a two-tiered social security system, which has left many struggling to cope. Evidence from the Disability Benefits Consortium found that 67% of disabled claimants have had to go without some essential items at points during the pandemic. And minority ethnic communities have been hardest hit by both the health and economic crisis. The Resolution Foundation found that at the end of last year, unemployment amongst young black graduates had risen to 34%, up from 22% before the pandemic, and almost 3 times that of young white graduates during the same period. Step change research also shows that those from an ethnic minority are twice as likely compared to the GB average to say that they've experienced hardship, borrowed to make ends meet, or have run down savings. So in conclusion, Madam Chair, the Chancellor is hitting families up and down the country with a quadruple hammer blow of council tax rises, cuts to universal credit, real pay cuts for key workers, and freezing of the personal allowance. If the Chancellor wants to work for a fairer Britain and build a more inclusive, financially inclusive economy, he needs to know who his policies are helping and who they are not. That's why we need an impact assessment as called for in new clause 23, and the government should support it today. Thank you.
By video link to Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak today to oppose Clause 5 standing part in support of Amendments 2, 3 and 4 in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington and others, as well as amendments in the name of the Honourable Member for Streatham and amendments from the Labour front bench. The Chancellor committed to do whatever is necessary to support people and businesses throughout the coronavirus pandemic. And I want to believe him, but the £20 a week COVID uplift to universal credit will be cut just at the time when the OBR has predicted unemployment will peak. There's been no uplift at all, as we've heard today, in COVID support for those on legacy benefits or impacted by the benefit cap. And at the same time, an equivalent cut in working tax credit for households who have not yet made the move to universal credit will be imposed. Further, councils whose budgets have been decimated over recent years will be forced to increase council tax by up to 5%, pressuring household budgets even further. So the bill is already sorely deficient in honouring the Chancellor's original promise. But at clause 5, the proposal to freeze the personal tax allowance, the promise is sadly contradicted entirely. The reality of this clause means that if there's wage inflation over the next 5 years, someone earning just under the threshold now, for example, who then receives an inflationary pay increase for 2022-23 will start to pay tax. And as the Resolution Foundation have found, the poorest fifth of households are twice as likely to have seen their debts rise rather than fall during the crisis. So taking some of these lowest earners beyond the personal allowance threshold as their wages might slightly increase with inflation could result in their financial devastation. So I supported calls to remove clause 5 of the bill, or at the very least for the government to compromise and delay these changes. And also, I also wanted to briefly mention clause 32 on self-employed income support. I don't disagree with the sentiment of the clause, but if the government knows the support still does not go far enough, over 2 million remain excluded from any government support at all. And as I've repeatedly told this House, some have sadly taken their own lives as a result. So I once again urge the government to provide an immediate emergency grant to those affected, install new monthly arrangements while restrictions remain in place in complete parity with the extension of the CJRS and SAVE schemes, and remove the hard edges to eligibility criteria. And finally, backdate payments for a full and final settlement to deliver parity and fairness for those excluded from meaningful support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I call Jim Shannon.
Madam Chair, it's a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship. First of all, can I just say that I very much welcome the Minister's response when I asked him to the Low Incomes Tax Reform Group, and I will send all the information that I have concern with, and which I'm hoping he will be able to answer. I want to refer, if I can, to clause 31, relates to the £500 one-off payment for certain working households receiving tax credits. It ensures that the payment is not taxable, which is welcome. But the problem arises where a person receives a payment that they were not actually entitled to under the rules. As a payment is made automatically by HMRC without requiring a claim from the individual, if HMRC mistakenly make a payment to someone who is not entitled under the direction, it is not subsequently repaid. It appears that the tax credit claimant will automatically be subject to a tax charge under the Finance Act 2020. This triggers notification requirements for the individual, assessing powers for HMRC, and also potential penalties. So through yourself, Madam Chair, then, I do understand if consideration has been or will be given to ensure that HMRC will set the bar high in terms of what constitutes fraud, and that it will be limited to those people who fall under Section 35 of the Tax Credits Act 2020 in relation to their underlying tax credit award. Over the last period of time, Madam Chair, you and I and everyone in this House has had young families on the brink of financial collapse, in particular in my office, due to the intricacies of the working tax credit, and those who are self-employed annual pay packs are constant. Very briefly on clause 32, I'd like to highlight that taxpayers who have made amendments to their self-assessment tax returns on or after the 3rd of March 2021 may have to pay back some or all of the grants that they've claimed. There is a real concern, which I hold and which I share, which is that unrepresented taxpayers may not be aware of their obligation to notify HMRC and accordingly may face penalties, inadvertently and perhaps without right. Minister, how will we ensure that HMRC will take steps to ensure that taxpayers become aware of any obligation to repay in time to avoid such penalties? In particular, it is very unsatisfactory that taxpayers who have made amendments on or after the 3rd of March 2021, but prior to the date of the claim, appear to be in a situation where they are obliged to pay back some or all of the grant immediately upon receipt. Some may be unaware that they have to do so, but they face harsh penalties, originally aimed at fraudulent claims for failing to do so on a timely basis. So I am concerned, Madam Chair, that those who are innocent participants in this process may find themselves in difficult times. At this time, we are often telling people to be patient with our schemes, to give us time to put them together, to be understanding as we iron out the kinks. We are, I believe, in unprecedented times. But we do need to get it right. We need to get it right for all the people, all the taxpayers. I'm concerned that this bill does not give the ordinary person the benefit of the doubt in the matters that I referred to enough, and allow them time to understand the obligations and know what are the next steps to take. So I believe in this House we must legislate to ensure that the ordinary tax-paying person knows where they stand and what direction to take next, and the advice that is necessary and that they need to have is there available as well. And those need, I believe, greater clarity in this bill. Madam Chair, thank you so much.
I call the Minister, Jessie Norman.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. It's been a good debate, and I thank all those members who have taken part in it. If I may just pick up some of the key themes that were described. One of the themes that we have seen is the impact on taxpayers of the measures that the government has taken to address and to fix concerns about the public finances. The Honourable for Ealing North opposite raised this issue, and I can reassure him that, as he will be aware from wider conversation and scrutiny, this bill places a burden of £40 a year on average basic rate taxpayer and no increment in take-home pay. And we think that a balanced and fair approach is one that is widely based and progressive, and of course, as I indicated earlier, the top 20% of tax-paying households pay 15 times the rate of the bottom 20%. The Honourable Gentleman was asked by my friend, the member for Arundel, about whether he supported New Clause 7 to raise tax to 55%, and his was an eloquent silence in response to that, and I'd be interested to know, perhaps in the next debate, whether he does support the New Clause 7 bid to raise income tax top rate to 55%. I'll come to that later. The Honourable Lady for Glasgow Central raised the question of antibody tests. Well, as she will be aware, antigen tests, which are subject to the relief in the bill, are connected to employment. Antibody tests are not connected to employment, and that's why the relief does not extend to them. It is, however, fully open to the Scottish Government, which has capacity to raise tax revenue itself, to fund antibody tests if it so chooses. And she, having raised this issue, we can assess whether or not the Scottish Government wishes to follow her lead in funding those tests itself. The Honourable member for the Right Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington described the tax measures in the bill as a stealth tax rise. Well, it's an interesting version of a stealth tax rise that it's announced in the course of a budget statement at the dispatch box in the House of Commons. He was right when he said earlier that there was an honest disagreement here, and that is what there is. The government's view is that there should be a progressive, broad-based approach to fixing the public finances that begins at an appropriate time once the recovery is underway, and I think that remains the case. The Honourable Lady for Richmond Park declaimed the delay in the corporate tax rise, and I would remind her, since everyone's been widely quoting the Resolution Foundation, that the Resolution Foundation said, and I quote, that the government rightly sought to boost recovery before turning to fix the public finances, and they were right. She was opposed to the measures in relation to the freeze on pensions in the bill and appealed to the experience of ordinary people. Well, since the amount in question is over £1 million and the average financial savings in this country is something under £7,000, and since the lifetime allowance is itself 7 times the median pension pot, I think she is not using a definition of ordinary people that would be shared by members of this House. The Right Honourable Member for Wokingham talked about the uncertainty involved, and he's right. We are coming out of a pandemic. There is a degree of uncertainty in the economic situation, and that is why the government has delayed, in the way that the Resolution Foundation has applauded, the raising of tax in order on corporations in order to restore or to start to restore the public finances, and that is why it's right that we've taken a fair and balanced approach to this whole topic. The member for Leeds East spoke in support of his 55% tax rate, not a view shared by the Labour front bench, and I would remind him that HMRC ran a study of the 50% tax rate a few years ago and discovered that it was inefficient, raised far less than had been expected, and was distorting of tax behaviour, and that is not a good recipe. The Honourable Lady for Streatham was concerned about the progressivity of these measures, but as she will see if she looks closely, both the UK tax system at the moment and the changes themselves are highly progressive. The Honourable Member for Strangford raised a question about the risk of fraud in schemes, and of course he's right to notice that. He had some concerns about reclaims within the self-employment income support scheme, and all I would say is that the scheme is well understood. It is very widely publicised. There's been guidance available on the internet and in many independent bodies for many months, and if people have claimed income support through that scheme for which they are in fact not eligible, then it is appropriate to reclaim the sum overpaid, and that is a principle which we seek to apply elsewhere in the tax system because it too is a fair and equitable one. And with that, let me move the clauses in my name.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 2 to 4 stand part of the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 5 to stand part of the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Aye. Division, clear the lobby. Stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Maria Caulfield and James Morris. Tellers for the noes are Jeff Smith and Bambos Sharalambos. the doors. Order. The ayes to the right were 356 and the noes to the left 224. Unlocked. The question is that clauses 24 to 26, 28, 31 to 33 and 40 and 86 stand part of the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the new clauses that the Chair of Ways and Means have selected. First, Clause 10, to be moved formally by Richard Thompson. The question is that new Clause 10 be added to the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. The question is that new clause 10 be read a second time. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Alan Smith and Richard Thompson. Tell us for the noes, Maria Caulfield and James Morris. The doors. Order.
Ayes to the right, 261. The noes to the left, 367.
The ayes to the right were 261. The noes to the left were 367. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. I now ask James Murray to move new clause 23 formally.
Yeah, formally.
The question is that new clause 23 be added to the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. Division. New clause 23 be read for a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. Tellers for the ayes, Bambas Charalombas and Jeff Smith. Tellers for the noes, James Morris and Maria Caulfield. Pompadours. Order.
The ayes to the right, 269. The noes to the left, 358.
The ayes to the right were 269. The noes to the left, 358. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. We continue with Clause 6, with which it will be convenient to consider the amendments, clauses and new clauses as set out on the selection paper. The question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. I call the Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. I beg to move that clauses 6 to 14 and Schedule 1 stand part of the bill. These clauses and this schedule legislate to establish the charge and set the rate of corporation tax at 19% for the financial year beginning in April 2022, and to establish the charge and increase the rate of corporation tax to 25% for the financial year beginning in April 2023. They also introduce a small profits rate at 19% for companies with profits of £50,000 or less, with marginal relief for companies with profits of between £50,000 and £250,000. And they increase the diverted profits tax rate by 6 percentage points, in line with the increase in the main rate of corporation tax. Finally, the clauses introduce a capital allowance super deduction for investments in plant and machinery. At 19%, the current rate of corporation tax is the lowest headline rate in the G20 and significantly lower than the rest of the G7. However, given that the government has used the full weight of the public finances to support businesses during the pandemic, protecting thousands of businesses with over £100 billion of support, it is right that as the economy rebounds and businesses return to profit, they should share in the burden of restoring the public finances to a more sustainable footing. That is why the Chancellor announced at budget that the rate of corporation tax will increase from 25% from April 2023, after the economy is forecast to recover to its pre-pandemic level. While many businesses are struggling now, and we are as a country continuing, and we are as a government continuing to provide support for those businesses, others are sitting on large cash reserves. To unlock those funds and to support an investment-led economic recovery from April 2021 until the end of March 2023, companies will be able to claim a 130% capital allowance super deduction on qualifying plant and machinery investments. This super deduction makes the UK's capital allowances regime truly world-leading, lifting the net present value of our plant and machinery allowances from 30th in the OECD to first. Again, Madam Chair, given the number of amendments and the number of speakers, I will try to keep my remarks relatively brief. Clause 6 sets the main rate of corporation tax at 25% from April 2023. The OBR forecasts that this will raise over £45 billion in the next 5 years. It should be noted that 25% is still the lowest headline rate in the G7, lower than the United States, Canada, Italy, Japan, Germany and France. Clause 6 also sets the main rate of corporation tax at 19% for the financial year beginning on the 1st of April 2022. This means that the higher rate will not come into force until well after the point when the OBR expect the economy to have recovered to its pre-pandemic level. In order to protect businesses with small profits from a rate increase, Clause 7 and Schedule 1 introduced a small profits rate for non-ring-fence profits for the financial year beginning the 1st of April 2023. As a consequence, only around 10% of actively trading companies will pay the full main rate. Clause 8 makes changes to increase the rate of diverted profits tax to 31% from the 1st of April 2023, along with apportionment provisions for accounting periods straggling the commencement date. This will maintain the current differential between the main rate and ensure that the diverted profits tax remains an effective deterrent against profits being diverted out of the UK. Madam Chair, clauses 9 to 14 make changes to encourage firms to invest in productivity-enhancing plant and machinery assets that will help them to grow and to make those investments now. Clause 9 introduces new capital allowances available for expenditure incurred between the 1st of April 2021 and 31st of March 2023 by companies. These include a 130% super deduction for new main rate plant and machinery and a 50% special rate first-year allowance for new special rate plant and machinery. Business investment fell by a record £12 billion from the first to second quarter of last year. So making capital allowances rates for plant and machinery investments more generous has the effect of stimulating business investment and enhancing productivity. As firms invest, they create new or they substitute better assets for use in production. This increases labour productivity as workers produce more output per hours worked through the use of new equipment that enables faster and higher quality outputs. This measure will greatly benefit British companies of all sizes, including those investing more than the £1 million annual investment allowance threshold, which are responsible for around 80% of total plant and machinery capital expenditure. The changes made by clauses 9 to 14 will allow all companies to reduce their taxable profits by 130% or 50% upfront, all in the first year, a cash flow benefit powerful enough to encourage businesses to invest now. We expect the measure to cost around £25 billion over the scorecard period. Madam Chair, the honourable members opposite have tabled a number of proposed amendments to clauses 6 to 14. Amendments 55 to 62 propose the removal of the associated companies rules that apply to the small profits rate. These rules will affect a small proportion of companies, but they are an essential feature of the regime to prevent profitable businesses from fragmenting in order to take advantage of a lower rate or creating unfair outcomes, and were a feature of the previous regime on which these rules are based. In the absence of these rules, a consultant, for example, could provide his or her services through 5 companies with profits of £40,000 each and benefit from the small profits rate. I cannot believe that members opposite, or indeed any member of this House, would support this form of avoidance. A number or at least restructuring, I should say, in order not to pay the tax. A number of these new clauses call on the government to publish a review of the impact of them and potential alternative policy approaches. The Office of Budget Responsibility considers the impact of policy changes in its fiscal forecasts and sets these out in their economic and fiscal outlook, which is published alongside the budget. Therefore, I can reassure members opposite that new clause 17 and 20, which request reviews into the revenue impacts of a potential global minimum tax rate and the impact of the small profit rate, are not necessary. Turning to new clauses 13, 19 and 21, which request reviews into the investment and the various impacts, economic impacts of clauses 6 to 14 across the UK, let me say that the economic impacts of these clauses have also been reflected in the OBR's forecasts published in its economic and fiscal outlook, as were the impacts of reductions in the rate of corporation tax. The fiscal impact of any future agreement on international tax reform will be reflected in subsequent economic and fiscal outlooks. Madam Chair, the honourable members opposite also tabled a number of proposed amendments relating specifically to clauses 9 to 14. Amendment 11 would reduce the level of the super deduction to the current writing down allowance for main rate assets of 18%. This would have the effect of removing all of the benefit conveyed by this groundbreaking new policy for shorter life assets, while the benefit of a 50% first-year allowance for longer life assets would remain. This would distort investment behaviour in favour of these longer life assets and reduce the positive benefits of the policy. Various other amendments seek to restrict the relief only to certain companies or require companies that claim the super deduction to meet more burdensome conditions that would be required for other first-year allowances. The super deduction, however, is an intentionally broad-based tax relief designed to ensure that as many companies as possible are able to benefit from this fairly generous, very generous policy in order that they can invest in their own future to drive the economic recovery. Regarding a new requirement for country-by-country reporting, I am pleased to say that the government has championed tax transparency both at home and abroad. This is demonstrated by the requirement introduced in 2016 for large businesses to publish their annual tax strategy, containing detail on the business's approach to tax and how they are working with HMRC. However, the government continues to believe that only a multilateral approach to public country-by-country reporting with wide international support would be effective in obtaining and achieving transparency objectives and avoiding disproportionate impacts on the UK's competitiveness or distortions regarding group structures. The government firmly believes that this should remain voluntary and that no further legislation is needed unless and until public country-by-country reporting is agreed on a multilateral basis. New clauses 2 and 6 would have the effect of delaying the super deduction. But to delay the policy now would be highly irresponsible and would risk holding up the economic recovery it will help to stimulate. By delaying the implementation of the super deduction, the likely real-world effect would be that businesses would delay investment until they had certainty on whether the super deduction would be available. At a time when investment is most needed, delaying the implementation of the super deduction would thus have negative impacts on employment, growth and wages. Various other amendments would delay the measure, narrow its scope or replicate existing analysis and safeguards, and I would urge the House to reject them. The government is continuing to provide unprecedented support for small businesses in response to COVID-19, as evidenced by many new measures announced at this budget. This includes over 350,000 business properties paying business rates for a further 3 months, with the vast majority of eligible businesses receiving a 75% relief across the year. Many small businesses would also benefit from the freeze in fuel duty. And the new small profits rate of 19% for businesses with profits of £50,000 or under means that around 70% of active trading companies will benefit from no increase in their corporation tax rate. These smaller companies will benefit from all the policies I've set out and the super deduction as well, in line with the rules that operate regardless of the size of the business. Madam Chair, these clauses and schedule raise revenue by increasing the main rate of corporation tax while keeping that rate competitive relative to our international peers and supporting an investment-led recovery through the introduction of a super deduction which is unprecedented in its generosity. I therefore move that these clauses and schedule stand part of the bill.
Shadow Minister James Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I beg to move the amendments and the new clause in my name, the name of the Leader of the Opposition, and the names of my other honourable and right honourable friends. Now, in the preceding debate this afternoon, we saw how this finance bill will hit families in all their many forms across the country by making half of all people in the UK pay more tax from next year. But as I made clear, that sense of injustice is made all the more acute by the fact that this increase of costs on families comes before any rise in corporation tax, and at the same time that, through this bill, the government are letting tech giants stop paying tax altogether. Clauses 6 through 8 make clear that the proposed changes to corporation tax will come after increases to the income tax personal allowances, whilst Clause 9 through 14 centre on the so-called super deduction, a £25 billion tax break targeted at big corporations that the Chancellor has said represents the biggest two-year business tax cut in modern British history. Now, this tax break forms the centre of the Chancellor's strategy set out at the budget, and it comes with a huge cost attached to it. We need to be absolutely clear who will be benefiting from this tax break. And one thing is clear. This tax break is not targeted at small and medium-sized businesses. The truth is, small and medium businesses can already benefit from the annual investment allowance, a 100% tax break on investment up to £1 million, which Clause 15 of this bill extends to the end of this year. The Right Honourable Member, the Financial Secretary, has in fact been very clear in his written statement of November the 12th, 2020, which announced the extension and said that it simplifies taxes for the 99% of businesses investing up to £1 million on plant and machinery assets each year. Indeed, the Treasury Select Committee concluded in its report published in February this year, Tax After Coronavirus, that the annual investment allowance appears well targeted to promote growth in small and medium-sized enterprises. So the existing allowance is said to be well targeted at the growth of small and medium businesses. By the Treasury Minister's own admission, this existing allowance already benefits 99% of businesses, who will only benefit marginally from the new super deduction. Who does that leave? Well, it is very clear who will be the main beneficiaries of the Chancellor's new scheme. It will be a tax break for the 1%. Please.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. We do not accept that, first of all, large businesses are an important component of our economy, and we need to increase productivity in those businesses as well as in small businesses. And secondly, there are many large industries, such as the aviation industry, which have been badly hit by this pandemic, who would benefit from the kind of tax allowances which are going to be which are proposed in the Finance Bill.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his comments, but as I've set out, the annual investment allowance already appears to serve small and medium-sized enterprises well, and the super deduction that we're debating now is actually designed to help companies like Amazon who don't need any help with their investment. And it's important that we see this in the context of companies like Amazon, of those big companies who have done well throughout the outbreak and who already are avoiding a lot of the tax they should be paying. You know, it's no wonder that TaxWatch has nicknamed this the Amazon tax cut, a giveaway from the Chancellor that could wipe out Amazon's UK tax bill entirely. Analysis from Amazon's accounts from 2019 shows that the corporation's UK operations made pre-tax profits of £102 million. In the same year, they spent £67 million on plant and machinery, £80 million on office equipment, and £15 million on computer equipment. The super deduction would have meant that Amazon could have deducted £211 million from the calculation of its taxable profits, more than enough to wipe out its entire tax liability twice over. It is truly astonishing that, faced with all the challenges of this outbreak, the government sees its priority as giving Amazon a tax break. Here and around the world, people agree with us that investment in jobs and growth is what is needed. A tax break for tech giants who already fail to pay what they should is not the answer. And that is why our amendment, number 79, would explicitly prevent the biggest tech firms from taking advantage of the Chancellor's tax break, as well as other big firms that do not support workers' rights and the living wage. The government should be improving the lives of Amazon workers who have helped so many people with deliveries throughout the pandemic, not giving a huge tax break to their bosses. Our amendment would prevent Amazon and other tech giants from accessing the super deduction by preventing firms from doing so if they are liable for the digital services tax. Now, when the government set out its plans for the digital services tax, it made clear that this tax was being introduced to apply to businesses that provide social media platforms, search engines, or online marketplaces to UK users. The detail of that tax means businesses will be liable when the group's worldwide revenues from these digital activities are more than £500 million, and more than 25 million of these revenues are derived from UK users. We are clear that those big corporations that should be caught by the digital services tax are amongst those who absolutely should not be benefiting from the self-proclaimed biggest tax cut in modern British history. And of course, we know that Amazon has brazenly made clear that it will dodge the bill from the digital services tax by passing the cost on to its marketplace sellers. The fact they are not even paying the tax that was designed for them to pay makes the prospect of a further massive tax cut from the Chancellor even more galling. Furthermore, as well as excluding big corporations on the basis of their being liable for the digital services tax, we are also seeking to use our amendment to stop those big businesses who do not support workers' rights and the living wage from accessing the tax break too. Both these conditions would also catch Amazon, and they mean that other big businesses that are not liable for the digital services tax must also respect the right to organise and collective bargaining, and they must be certified or be in the process of being certified by the Living Wage Foundation as a living wage employer. When firms stand to benefit from what the Chancellor has called the biggest business tax cut in modern British history, the very least the government should require of them is that they pay their workers the living wage and respect workers' basic rights to organise this. Now, alongside this, through Amendment 80, we also propose the government requires big firms benefiting from the Chancellor's tax break to make a climate-related financial disclosure in line with the recommendations of the Task Force on Climate-related Financial Disclosures. And beyond the specific issues of how the biggest corporations are set to benefit from this tax break the most, we've also tabled new Clause 24 to reflect the widely held concerns about the impact of the super deduction on levels of tax avoidance and evasion. As the Chief Executive of the Resolution Foundation has made clear, investment incentives have been abused for tax avoidant purposes in the past, yet the government has failed to say or do anything to address widespread concerns the super deduction is open to fraud and abuse. As I mentioned at this bill's second reading, economists from the Institute for Fiscal Studies have said the super deduction will create a risk of tax avoidance and even potentially fraud as companies essentially try to find ways to dress things up as plant and machinery investment. Government ministers were unable to reassure us on this point when I raised it last week, and so we are asking for the levels of tax avoidance and evasion arising from the super deduction to be reviewed and put transparently before this House. It tells you everything about the Conservatives' priorities that they are taking money from people's pockets at the very same time as letting tech giants off paying tax altogether. This government is proposing to wipe out some of the biggest corporations' tax bills through a £25 billion boon aimed at the biggest corporations that the Chancellor has called the biggest two-year business tax cut in modern British history. In the face of a struggling economy, a tax break for tech giants, who already do not pay enough tax, should be the last thing on the government's mind. Instead, it is top of their list. They are wrong. Let me make some progress. They are wrong. And that is why we will be voting to stop the Chancellor's tax break going to the biggest tech firms or to other big corporations that do not support workers' rights and the living wage. We need a fairer tax system and we need investment in jobs and growth. And this government's finance bill fails on both fronts. I would urge Conservative members opposite to show they understand this, to support our amendments today and to take a stand against the Amazon tax cut.
Felicity Buchan. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I speak in support of clauses 6 to 14 and against the amendments. This finance bill needs to be a delicate balancing act. It needs to give immediate support to businesses and individuals, while setting a path to rebalance our books in the medium to long term. In my view, these provisions on corporate taxation and the super deduction get that balance exactly right. It defers the increase in corporation tax for 2 years. It only applies to 1 out of 10 businesses at 25%, but at the same time, it turbocharges the incentivisation to invest in business now. This country has had a perennial problem with productivity. We need to incentivise and encourage business investment. That business investment will help productivity, it will help growth, and it will help innovation. And that is exactly what we need. The OBR has said that they anticipate that business investment will go up by a massive 10% as a result of this measure. And as my right honourable friend mentioned in his introductory remarks, on the OECD rankings, we go in terms of attractiveness of business investment from number 30 in the OECD to number 1. That is what we need over the course of the next 2 years as we turbocharge this economic recovery. We need this economic recovery to be strong. Yes, I'll give way.
For giving way. And would she accept that it will be many of our large companies who will lead the way in our export growth as we seek to capitalise on the new markets which will open to us as a result of Brexit? And to capitalise on that, we have to have new products, competitive products, be productive, be competitive on the world stage, and that's why we need to encourage investment in firms large and small.
I think the honourable gentleman makes a very good point, that we need to encourage investment across the board, large firms, medium-sized firms and small firms, because productivity has lagged and we need to correct that. So I absolutely agree. Moving on to corporation tax, as I have said, we will be increasing corporation tax, but that is delayed for 2 years. And corporation tax, by definition, is only paid by profitable companies. Now, I am a low tax conservative, so I do not normally advocate increasing taxes. However, I think given the exceptional amount of debt which we have rightfully accrued and taken on our books, we do need to be fiscally prudent and look to balance our books in the medium to long term. And the reality is that we are very sensitive here to interest rates and inflation, given the debt that we have. So, yes, I do think that we need to do this, although it goes against the grain. But as my right honourable friend has said, that even with the increase to 25%, we still have the lowest headline corporation tax rate in the G7. And I also want to point out that this only applies to the most profitable businesses, those that make £250,000 plus. If you are a small business that only makes profits up to £50,000, then there will be no change whatsoever in your corporation tax, and businesses in between will have a tapered rate. So I believe that this is an unavoidable increase in corporation tax, but I just want to emphasise that the increase still leaves us incredibly competitive on the international stage, and it only applies to 1 out of 10 businesses. Yes, I'll give way again.
Would you accept that despite the impression which is being given here tonight that we're going to tax firms less and take less money off them? In fact, the Red Book indicates that corporation tax take in the economy as a whole will escalate from £40 billion this year to £85 billion by the end of this budget period. So actually, the result will be that we're still taking more tax from firms. Hopefully, those firms become more profitable and therefore paying more tax.
Completely agree with the honourable gentleman that all of the forecasts show a very substantial increase in the tax take by virtue of this move in corporation tax. So in conclusion, I believe that we have got the right balance here. We are increasing corporation tax, but only for 10% of our businesses and only in 2 years' time. But what we are also doing, and so importantly, is that we are accelerating and incentivising investment in businesses, which will be critical to our economic recovery.
Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak to the amendments and new clauses which have been tabled in my name and those of my colleagues, particularly the new clauses. And firstly, to start with the positives, we very much welcome the planned increase in corporation tax rates. For a number of years, there's been an orthodoxy that lower corporation tax rates was one of the ways to economic growth. And I think there was a period in the 1980s through to about the 2000s where it was possible to make that argument, as many did, that lower taxes could be a route to securing increased level of foreign and direct investment, and that the resulting increase in economic activity could result in higher tax revenues than might otherwise have been the case. I'd like to think that we're all just a little bit wiser and more savvy now, because given the growth of that period, I think it's impossible to properly separate out the increase in corporation tax takes from the general growth in activity which took place anyway independently of that. And given that we haven't seen any conspicuously high levels of investment or wage growth, except perhaps in boardrooms over that period, the condition of our public finances and the importance of public goods as a driver of well-being and sustainable growth and prosperity, that we consider that this increase to apply a new 25% rate on the top 10% of firms is something which is fully justified. We are, Madam Chair, relieved that firms will have until 2023 to plan for this move. We believe it was misguided for the Chancellor to try and increase it from 19 to 20% in September ahead of any recovery starting beyond the anticipated return to trend growth that we're seeing anyway. Now, we firmly believe on this side of the House it's important that our corporate citizens pay their share towards the maintenance and the good functioning of the market and the public goods which allow them to flourish. However, domestic corporation tax is only part of that story. If re-elected, obviously we have elections coming up in Scotland, which I'm sure we're all focused on avidly, but if re-elected, an SNP government will be looking to explore the possibility of levying a higher poundage on properties where the owner is registered in a tax haven. I think that's part and parcel of the package of measures that's needed to make sure that everyone that benefits from participation in the market is making a suitable contribution towards it. Further, we believe that the UK must also seize the opportunity that this moment presents to work closely with the Biden administration in the USA and to heed that administration's Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen's call to join in setting a global minimum tax take for companies to make sure that the global economy can thrive based on a more level playing field in the taxation of multinational corporations and to help spur innovation, growth and prosperity. Now, New Clause 13 would oblige the Government, if implemented, to review the impact of the changes made by Section 6014 in all parts of the UK, particularly in respect of business investment, employment, productivity, GDP growth and poverty, and to compare the difference in actual and forecast outcomes between having a deal in place with other OECD companies on a minimum level of corporation tax and not. And similarly, New Clause 19 asks the Government to review these changes, but in a way which looks both forwards and backwards. Orthodoxies, as I said earlier, Madam Chair, may change in economics, and the Chancellor's commitment to increasing the headline rate does seem to mark the end of a protracted period of a race to the bottom on corporate tax rates. The Chancellor himself said on the 3rd of March that cuts might not actually be the most effective way to drive capital investment up. So, on that basis, I think it's very important that the Government should compare the estimated income impact of the corporation tax changes in this Act with the impact from the changes in corporation tax rates that we've seen in each of the past 12 years. Moving on to New Clause 20, that seeks a review of the corporation tax provisions on the link between corporate profit rates and ownership and the cost of reintroducing a small profits rate. Now, we believe that the lower small profits rate introduces an unnecessary degree of complexity into the tax system. We have to say we're unable to find specific costings for the introduction of the small profits rates in the OBR policy costings. Instead, they appear to have been rolled into the costings for the overall rate increase. So we believe the Treasury should be publishing the revenue details of the revenue forgone through this measure for the purposes of proper scrutiny. New Clause 21 seeks a report on the impact of the super deduction on progress towards the Government's climate emissions targets and also capital investments in each of the next 5 years. Because we want to, I think it's important that we understand properly the impact, not just the impact that the super deduction is expected to have, but the impact it is actually having, because it is one of the most significant spending measures in the budget and a very significant giveaway, as we've heard, to big business. We believe that the measure is poorly targeted since it applies to physical assets rather than investments in software, for example, and seems to benefit mostly larger companies because smaller investments are already tax deductible under the annual investment allowance. Now, OBR analysis suggests that some £5 billion of the super deduction will, in any event, be spent on previously planned investments, and it's hard to avoid the conclusion that it will be benefiting larger companies in a way which doesn't necessarily drive growth in, I think, the way that the Chancellor would hope, and certainly doesn't target it on the small and medium-sized enterprises which benefited from those deductions anyway, which are the engine of growth in most parts of these islands. Madam Chair, I'll draw my remarks in this section to a close, saying that when setting policy, it's always a good idea to know what it is you're doing and why, and to have the most solid evidential base for doing so. And the fact that we will not be putting these measures to the vote this evening does not diminish, I think, the significance and the importance, nevertheless, of what is being proposed. So we will, I can assure the Minister, be returning to those matters, and will look to the Government to act, even if these matters are not addressed in the final version of the bill which passes. Thank you.
Jones. One of the biggest challenges that the UK economy has faced for many years has been its productivity. The UK has some of the most high caliber companies in the world with the smartest and most productive, amongst the smartest and most productive on the planet. But outside the southeast, we see areas of the UK where productivity matches parts of southern Europe. And for many years, there has been a long tail of companies whose productivity has been very poor. There are many causal factors in this. Skills, particularly digital, something I have focused a fair amount of my time on, which is infrastructure challenges. And one of the key issues is a lack of business investment. But there is one element in this bill which goes right to the heart of tackling that. That's what I shall focus upon in my few words, and that is the super deduction. Until March 23, companies can claim 130% capital allowances. That basically means that for every £1 a company invests, their taxes are cut by up to 25 pence. And I have no doubt this will prompt investment. Investment is a driver of economic growth, and whilst the UK has performed well on growth over the last decade, it has lagged on investment. So if investment rates can be improved, then I think the UK will do even better. Now, as colleagues have said, the Office for Budget Responsibility estimate that the UK will rise from 30th to 1st in the OECD World Rankings for Business Investments. This is a very positive thing. Being a beacon for investment is a positive and not a negative. We should not listen to the voices opposite on this. But that such a rise in the world rankings would not be achieved unless there is real scale to this measure. And for the 2 years it's in place, it's estimated to amount to £25 billion, and that would therefore be the largest business tax cut in modern British history. So yes, there is indeed real scale to this. A few words about productivity. When we talk about productivity in this place, there is a danger of speaking in jargon. What people could take away is a message that they will have to work harder, do 40 hours instead of 38 hours per week, work in a team of 6 rather than a team of 8, but still do the same work. What I know we mean, and what I'm talking about, is working smarter, so there is more economic output for the same input. Investment in new machinery, the latest technology, is one way to increase productivity, and the super deduction will increase investment. There are amendments ahead of us this evening about measuring the impact of these policies. These amendments are not necessary, as the Treasury always reviews the impact of its policies. But one further thought, that as the Treasury does its work, it will be interesting to see the impact of the super deduction on different parts of the country. That simply will be reflecting the different economic mix we have in different areas, and some will benefit more significantly than others. I think, Madam Chair, this policy will be very helpful in the levelling up agenda.
By video link, Dame Margaret Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the support of a wide range of members from across the House, I beg to move Amendment 78. And although we will not be putting this to the vote tonight, we intend to return to the subject at report stage. Sadly, I can't look the Minister in the eye, but I do strongly and sincerely urge him to give this matter proper and serious consideration. A knee-jerk rejection to a practical idea, simply because it is proposed by backbenchers from across Parliament, would confirm yet again that the government only listens to the few, the powerful corporations and the influential tax advisors, and ignores the views of most taxpayers in Britain today. Boosting investment to stimulate growth is a vital and shared objective, especially as we emerge from the shadows of the pandemic. But the super deduction is both hugely expensive and poorly targeted. With a cost of £25 billion over 2 years, that is nearly half of the total annual defence budget. Government must ensure proper value for hard-working taxpayers. Our amendment seeks to target taxpayers' money more effectively. Every new tax relief, as the Minister well knows, provides a new opportunity for the unscrupulous to identify loopholes and then to shirk their responsibilities and avoid paying their fair share of taxes. Capital allowances have long been a fertile ground for tax avoidance. Anybody looking online will find an army of people advertising expertise in classifying expenditure to help companies exploit the eligibility criteria and so avoid tax. With super deduction, the opportunities for exploitation are obvious. The tax relief will only last for 2 years, so it is unlikely to fund the aviation industry or to fund genuinely new capital investment, which takes time to plan and to implement. It will mainly be used to cut taxes for companies that were investing anyway. And those who will benefit most are those who have prospered most during the pandemic. These are the companies with oven-ready capital investment plans, benefiting from the increased demand they've enjoyed over the last torrid year. Companies like BT, whose share price rose by 7% on the day the super deduction was announced. Or, as others have mentioned, the notorious tax avoider Amazon. In 2019, Amazon's UK turnover was 13.7 billion. But by claiming that their UK sales took place in Luxembourg, they exported their profits and avoided corporation tax. They only declared a bit of profit in the UK, as the Shadow Minister has said, on their warehousing and logistics activities. Their corporation tax bill contribution was less than 0.1% of their turnover. Analysis by TaxWatch shows that even that miserly contribution would be wiped out with super deduction, so they will write off their investment in IT, office equipment and machinery against their deliberately understated profits. Does the Minister really intend to fritter taxpayers' money away on bungs for global companies that don't pay fairly into the system? Jeff Bezos, whose personal fortune rose to £200 billion during the pandemic, and his $1 trillion company pocketing money from the British taxpayer and flagrantly refusing to pay back into the system. Does he really think taxpayers support this sort of daylight robbery? Our amendment provides a straightforward way for the government to ensure this doesn't happen. It would require proper transparency from multinational corporations, showing where they undertake their economic activity, where they make their profits, as a condition of eligibility for super deductions. The House voted in favour of public country-by-country reporting in 2016, as the Minister said, but that power has never been enacted. Our amendment urges the government to use that power to ensure that the egregious behaviour by companies is visible for all of us to see, and to ensure that taxpayers' money is not wasted on those who greedily grasp the nation's money but assiduously avoid contributing to the public purse. Accepting our amendment achieves two important objectives. First, it stops taxpayers' money being squandered. And second, with President Biden pioneering a new global settlement for corporation tax and the EU reaching agreement on country-by-country reporting, it ensures that Britain plays a leading role in developing a fair and responsible global system of taxation.
John McDonnell by video link.
Thank you, Chair. Following on from the honourable member for Barking, I find it almost incredulous that we're having this debate at all, given what we know of the past track record of the abuse, as she so eloquently pointed out, of this type of tax deduction. The amendment in 11 in my name and those of other honourable members and right honourable members, the Minister is right. It would essentially have the effect of removing the provision of the capital allowances super deductions. There's been considerable evidence and concern from economic think tanks and from committees of this House that tax reliefs have failed to deliver their stated objectives, and worse, have often had unintended consequences through the creation of perverse incentives. And many members of this House have raised example after example in recent years. The entrepreneur's allowance, the patent box, and the tonnage tax, all of which have failed in their objectives and have lined the pockets of company directors, shareholders, and exactly as the Honourable Member for Barking has said, the accountants and the lawyers and others have been involved in using them for effectively tax avoidance. And the scope for perverse incentives and unintended consequences is even greater with these super deductions. So if the Chancellor wanted a sweetener to go alongside his corporation tax rises, then surely at a time of rising unemployment, it would have been more urgent to incentivise job retention through a temporary cut to employers' national insurance than this, well, what has been described as a dog's dinner of untargeted super deductions in clauses 9 to 14. On new clause 1, see, in my name, unlike ministers opposite, in dealing with business, I don't believe in a something-for-nothing culture. If the government is giving tax breaks to businesses, then the government, as guardians of the public purse and public interest, should demand something in return. So new clause 1 in my name and those of other honourable and right honourable members are simply that in return for companies being eligible for these super deductions, they should pay their workers the real living wage and should recognise trade unions for collective bargaining purposes. Two simple things that reflect that they are responsible employers. I regret very much the Minister's reference that these are, and I quote, burdensome requirements. Paying a decent wage and recognising trade unions isn't a burden. It's actually something that enhances the role of an individual company. And actually, as has been said in debate after debate, even by government ministers, in many instances, the greater involvement of the workers in a company increases productivity. These are just low barriers for companies to pass. And it doesn't take long to recognise a trade union, nor to be accredited as paying the living wage. Companies that do not currently meet these extra criteria could easily do so during the passage of this bill and its enactment. I also back the front bench amendment in the name of the Leader of Opposition, and I pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Ealing North. He's right that companies like Amazon who dodge their taxes and evade their responsibilities to their workers should not be given tax breaks on top. The Chancellor Exchequer made much of his compact with unions and business groups over their furlough scheme. This modest new clause approach in legislation that I'm putting forward is, I believe, something that is within the spirit of that relationship between government, trade unions and employers. And I just urge the government to think again about accepting it. The new clause 2 is in my name and that of other honourable members and right honourable members. It combines a request for an evidence base for super deductions in respect of capital allowances and to explore what economic benefits could be derived from attaching social and environmental conditions to the receipt of super deductions. I heard one honourable member in this debate say that the Treasury monitors these policies and does indeed review them. Well, unfortunately, it doesn't. Historically, tax reliefs have been introduced, and over the years, an accumulation of tax reliefs have never been reviewed and never really been tested for their effectiveness in the way that they should. The Office for Budget Responsibility stated in its March Economic and Fiscal Outlook that the super deductions, as others have said, are expected to cost at least $25 billion in total between 21-22 to 23-24. This is a huge commitment, and it's surely in the public interest that we have an assessment of the policy's effectiveness and also ensure that they deliver on the social and environmental goals too. New Clause 6, Madam Chair, in New Clause 6, what I seek to do is to create an evidence base on which this House can assess the merits and drawbacks of the super deductions policy. The Public Accounts Committee has previously looked into the operation of UK tax reliefs, and their findings painted a worrying picture. These reliefs cost already more than £100 billion a year in foregone tax, and HMRC does not know how many reliefs exist even, or monitor their costs, let alone their effectiveness. And let me quote my right honourable friend, the member for Barking, who was the former chair of the committee. And she said, Treasury and HMRC do not keep track of these tax reliefs intended to influence behaviour. They do not adequately report to Parliament or the public on whether reliefs are working as intended and what they cost and whether they represent good value to money. And HMRC does not effectively monitor changes in the cost of tax reliefs, so is slow in identifying instances where a relief is being exploited for a purpose beyond what Parliament intended. I think that's accurate but a damning indictment, and one that should, it should concern the whole House, but specifically it should concern especially Treasury ministers. New Clause 6 specifically recommends that the Public Accounts Committee is tasked with reviewing the effectiveness of existing capital allowances, and that this House then votes on the sections of the bill that provide for super deductions in the light of this evidence. I urge the government that it needs now to get a grip on the whole process of tax reliefs. We've seen how they can be abused. We've seen how ineffective they can be. And we've also seen actually an industry developed of accountants and lawyers who've profiteered from tax reliefs that government has introduced over, well, decades. To add now to that abuse of taxpayers' money in this way, I deeply regret, and I urge the government to think again. But I give the government this warning. In a few years' time, we'll be returning to this debate if this legislation goes through as it is now, and we'll be returning to debate, I bet, with example after example of how this system has abused to all our cost. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We now go via video link to Miriam Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In this committee stage of the Finance Bill, I wish to speak to the numerous amendments and clauses relating to corporation tax changes and the new super deduction. As the previous speaker, the Right Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington, will no doubt keenly remember, raising corporation tax was one of the pillars of Labour's 2019 manifesto, and we frequently hear members of the party opposite expressing the view that big businesses should pay their fair share of tax. I completely agree, and that is why I fully support the government's proposals to increase corporation tax with a new maximum rate of 25% for those businesses with profits of over £250,000 from April 2023. Unlike a rise in income tax or national insurance, which affect taxpayers in a blanket way regardless of personal financial circumstances, corporation tax is only paid when profits are made. No profit, no tax due. And where profits are made, it is of course absolutely right that a proportion of those profits are returned to the taxpayer, because without the infrastructure, education, security and health services that the state provides, those businesses would clearly be much less profitable. Members across this House like to champion small and local businesses, and rightly so. And these businesses will, in the vast majority of cases, continue to pay the lower rate of corporation tax. In my constituency of Penistone and Stocksbridge, we have 2,890 registered businesses, with 88% of these having fewer than 10 employees. These are not the kinds of companies that generally make profits exceeding £250,000 a year. The corporation tax rise will only affect the very largest and most profitable businesses. In fact, only 10% of businesses will pay the new higher rate. The government is right to delay the increase until 2023, as it gives companies time to plan as we emerge from a period of uncertainty. But it's wrong to say that the impact of the pandemic means that the change should not take place at all. Yes, many businesses have struggled during the pandemic, but some businesses have prospered hugely, often due to circumstances for which they can take no credit. Online traders and the big supermarkets have seen their revenues increase substantially, purely because other retailers have been legally forced to close. It's therefore right for the Exchequer to recoup some of these additional revenues through taxation, and so these measures must pass without the proposed amendments, some of which could allow large businesses to restructure to avoid the high rates of tax. We all want UK businesses to be profitable, but we also want those profits to result in higher wages, better training and reinvestment into our economy, so the profits can be shared fairly across society and not just concentrated amongst shareholders or the most highly paid executives. In other words, we need businesses to be more productive, and low productivity has been a thorn in the flesh of the UK economy for some time. The proposed super deduction is therefore exactly the measure we need to encourage the reinvestment of profits through large-scale investment, turning crisis into opportunity and setting UK businesses on a new path to innovation, productivity and growth. The OBR has predicted that this will increase business investment by 9% and lift us from 30th in the OECD's world rankings for business investment to first. This is the right moment for this incentive, when many businesses have been forced to pivot or who have seized opportunities presented by the pandemic, and now is the time to invest. That's why I oppose the amendments tabled to the super deduction clauses, which would ultimately delay and reduce its effectiveness. Our economy is an ecosystem, with the private sector, the public sector, our communities, individual employees and employers existing interdependently in a multitude of symbiotic relationships. Each element of this ecosystem has obligations and responsibilities to the other parts. And for businesses, these responsibilities include paying fair levels of tax and making investment decisions in the best interests of our whole society. It's the government's role to encourage businesses to act for the common good, and I believe the unamended measures in this bill will be successful in doing just that.
Right, we now go to, by video link, Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wish to speak to clauses 6 and 7 relating to the rates of corporation tax and also to the super deduction. Businesses everywhere of all sizes and in many different sectors have had an extremely challenging year. And as we move hopefully forward into a time when business as usual can return, I know that all sides of this House are united in wanting to support businesses to flourish once more. But this has also been a year of unprecedented demand on the public finances. Much of that money has been directed towards households in the shape of our furlough and SEISS schemes to ensure that incomes can be sustained and, in turn, maintain revenue for those businesses providing essential services. Many businesses have seen increases in revenue this year. Indirect competitors have been forced to close or prevented from making their goods and services available. Any business that provided a digital or delivery service found an unexpected increase in demand compared to those that provided an in-person service. And why should the businesses that have profited from the pandemic not pay their share in restoring the public finances that have been expended on supporting us all through this difficult time? The Liberal Democrats have called for an excess profits or a windfall tax so that those businesses that have done well can contribute their share to the recovery. This could most easily be done by an immediate increase in corporation tax. Only those companies that have remained profitable would pay it. Instead, the government proposes a sharp rise in corporation tax in 2023. This delayed increase will give larger companies time to rearrange their affairs, potentially limiting the amount of revenue that can be captured by the planned rise. It will create an artificial boost to the economy in the short term, as profits are brought forward to be reported against the lower tax rates of the next couple of years. The government's changes to corporation tax rates comes at a time when the global nature of trade presents a major challenge to national autonomy on tax rates. The Liberal Democrats Democrats are in favour of higher corporation tax rates to ensure that businesses are paying their fair share. The challenge to implementing this has always been that we're in competition with other countries attracting investment by setting lower tax rates. I'm very interested to hear how the government plans to react to the plans by the new Biden administration in the United States to set a global floor for corporation tax rates. It seems to me that this is a fantastic opportunity to introduce a fairer and more progressive tax regime in all nations and reduce the options for corporations to reduce tax. I very much hope that the government will sign up to the Biden plan and set an example to the rest of the world. The Chancellor's most eye-catching announcement in the budget was the super deduction available to businesses over the next 2 years to get back 130% of the cost of new plant and machinery. I know that this will benefit many businesses, but I fear that the impact will be more limited than it first appears. Firstly, it creates a cliff edge in investment, especially when coupled with the tax increase in the third year. Secondly, many manufacturing businesses invest for the long term and plan their capital expenditure in 10-year cycles. A 2-year incentive will not make a big change to investment plans. And thirdly, a great deal of equipment is leased rather than bought outright, so investment incentives like these will make no difference. It would have been a better policy if the expenditure it covered could have included measures to get our economy to achieve net zero carbon emissions, or to have included expenditure on training and development to help us build the high-skill economy that we need. These expenses could then have been claimed by a far wider number of businesses in many different sectors and made a genuine contribution to future prosperity and green growth. The government needs to be clear about its business tax policy so that businesses have time to plan and an understanding of how tax policy interacts with an overall strategy to support enterprise and productivity. Many of our business owners feel a real loyalty to their communities and will maintain those connections regardless of the tax rates. But they need to know that this continues to be a country that welcomes entrepreneurs and supports small businesses. There is much more that can be done in our tax system to support small and medium enterprises, and I regret that the government has not taken the opportunity to do this. The Liberal Democrats would introduce a tax cut for SMEs and quadruple the annual employment allowance to allow small businesses to employ up to 5 people without paying any national insurance contributions. The government have shown a lack of commitment to small and growing businesses in this bill and no strategy for private sector growth. The Liberal Democrats oppose the corporation tax clauses in this bill because it means that profitable corporations are not paying their fair share as we recover from this pandemic, and that the overall provisions do not provide the support we need for small businesses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We now go to Bel Ribeiro Addy, who is joining us virtually.
Thank you, Chair. I will be speaking in favour of new clause 9 in my own name and amendments and new clauses in the names of the member for Hayes and Harlington and the Labour front bench. To me, the thread that weaves through these amendments and new clauses is an utter outrage at plans for big corporations, including big firms who do not support trade union rights or pay below the living wage or avoid tax to benefit from the Chancellor's astonishing super deduction tax break giveaway. In particular, my new clause 9 would require meaningful equality impact assessment on capital allowance super deductions, which must cover the impact of those provisions on households at different levels of income, people with protected characteristics, the Treasury's compliance with the public sector equality duty and equality in different parts of the UK and different regions of England. For most of us, one of the key consequences of the pandemic has been to illuminate far-reaching health and socioeconomic inequalities in many countries. And however much this government tries to conjure otherwise, it is just a statistical and factual truth as a result of years of cruel conservative austerity, followed by the callous Conservatives' handling of the COVID crisis. The pandemic's impact has fallen disproportionately on the most vulnerable individuals and along gendered, ethnic, occupational and socio-economic lines. Inequalities in people's protection from and ability to cope with this pandemic and its tremendous societal costs stress the importance and urgency of the societal changes needed to protect population health and well-being in the future. According to the statement condemning the Commission of Race and Ethnic Disparities report issued by independent experts of the special procedures of the United Nations Human Rights Council, and I quote, "The reality is that people of African descent continue to experience poor economic, social and health outcomes at vastly disproportionate rates in the UK. We also know that women, particularly the poorest women, Black Asian and minority ethnic women, disabled women, lone parents, and young women who have not only been badly hit by the pandemic, but have suffered for years under this government's brutal austerity onslaught. Yet coming in at an enormous £12 billion for the year 2021 to 2022, the Chancellor's announcement of a super deduction on purchase of capital goods by businesses was one of the largest spending items in the spring budget. In fact, I'm aware that some argue that this is one of the largest single-year tax giveaways ever enacted by a government. And who will this benefit? Whilst the Chancellor claimed in his speech that the government's response to COVID had been fair, women and those on lower incomes, as well as those from the AME backgrounds, stand to benefit the least from the untargeted tax breaks for large companies through the super deduction. Indeed, it is known that more businesses and larger ones are owned by men than by women, and as such, it's important to recognise there are many potential equalities impacts to business taxation. Incentives such as the super deduction are biggest for large firms, and the Financial Secretary to the Treasury admitted that only 1% of firms will benefit this year, as the rest are within the annual investment allowance. How can the government justify the fact that under this bill, the rich and big businesses are going to be treated to mouth-watering tax giveaways and reliefs, despite unclear evidence about whether that will actually create the investment that we need? The Women's Budget Group argue, in fact, that it's likely to have a substantially deadweight costs, bringing forward investment rather than generating new investment. They also raise that it is unnecessarily limited to investment in plant and machinery, excluding therefore training and other human capital investments, and missing opportunities regarding the transition to a lower carbon economy that recognises the economic benefits of spending on the social infrastructure that our public services provide. And this comes to the very crux of the problems with this finance bill, and the government's lack of a vision for green recovery based on intersectional socialist economics and progressive taxation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lake. Ben Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's a pleasure to speak in this debate. I rise to speak in support of Amendment 53 this evening, which I hope will encourage the government to bring some rigour and meaning to its rhetoric of levelling up and the use of taxpayers' money. Now, in a budget which confirmed £17 billion of spending cuts relative to March 2020 plans, the Chancellor's decision to announce the super deduction, equivalent to foregoing approximately 20% of the UK's corporation tax revenues, was certainly a bold one, particularly as the Financial Secretary to the Treasury had noted in November 2020 that the existing annual investment allowance already covers 99% of all UK businesses. Now, the House has already heard this evening that the super deduction is a major tax break for the top 1% of UK businesses, and we've also heard many concerns that it's a blunt tool in need of significant refinement if its perceived benefits will be targeted to those in greatest need of support. But I'd also like to point to concerns that the super deduction will disproportionately benefit London and the south east of England, and that it flies in the face of the government's own commitment to level up the UK economy. I'd like to draw the House's attention to finding the Centre for Progressive Policy, which has calculated that while the super deduction could amount to a tax break worth up to £513 per London resident, it would only be worth half as much in Wales, whose sum benefit is second lowest of the UK nations and regions, with only Northern Ireland benefiting less on this measure. Now, I'm afraid I disagree with other honourable members who have suggested this evening that the super deduction might, on the contrary, actually benefit and address this regional inequality. My fear is the opposite, is that the super deduction will at best lock in existing regional inequalities and at worst exacerbate rather than address the UK's geographic economic imbalance. Now, that is why Plaid Cymru wishes to amend the bill to require that the Chancellor considers the impact and geographical extent of the super deduction across all the UK's nations and regions, and would support the calls made by other honourable members this evening that measures should be introduced to establish a deeper evidence base for these changes. Similarly, given the urgent need for climate action and the retooling of the economy for a net zero future, this amendment also requires the UK Government to consider the super deduction's impact on efforts to mitigate climate change. Now, I hope the Government will incorporate guarantees such as these into the bill to ensure that we truly do rebuild back better from the pandemic, rather than resuscitate the UK's deeply flawed pre-pandemic economy. Mr Chair, to conclude, failure to do so would make clear that its rhetoric of support for all nations, to the levelling up agenda and to climate action are no more than fine words and lofty intentions.
Mr Richard Fuller, who is here in person.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. And it's right as our hard-working business leaders emerge from the most torrid 12 months that the government sets a clear course for their understanding of how those businesses will be taxed in the future. And of course, I would have hoped it would have been heartening for those people who've been running businesses through these most difficult times to have been able to listen in to this debate, to hear what members of Parliament have to say on their behalf. Personally speaking, Mr. Speaker, I think most people who run businesses will be rather saddened by what they have heard. Largely a perspective that somehow it's wrong for people to run businesses that are profitable, that there is a sin in becoming rich by creating a business that creates products that people want, rather than a virtue, a complete lack of understanding that businesses that make profits are a sign of success rather than a sign of failure. Mr. Chairman, personally, I'm rather in favour of us increasing taxes, and I wonder that when this government or any government seeks to increase tax on corporations, whether they realise that essentially they're putting a tax on success, that every pound that we take away from a business, from its profits, is a pound taken away from things that the business owner may do him or herself. You know, radical things like, for example, expanding the number of people that work for the business, or perhaps investing in machinery that will make their business more competitive in terms of exports, or perhaps lowering their debts so that they're on a more substantial, more stable footing for the long term. Every time a state takes away money from enterprise, it is putting at risk the resources that those companies have to do those things. It is putting at risk the future success of this country. And therefore, the government was right to consider carefully how to balance a change in corporation taxes. And given what has happened subsequent to the budget, I think the Chancellor deserves a bit of a pat on the back for understanding what will be going on in the global realm of corporation tax, as well as understanding the crucial importance of providing some short-term incentive for businesses to invest as we emerge from the recession. Now, it would be a little bit, I always like to be as honest as I can, particularly having been a Member of Parliament on and off for the last 10 years. I have stood on a platform where we have argued for a reduction in corporate tax rates, saying that if we reduce corporate tax rates, the corporate tax rate will go up. And now I'm looking at measures in this budget that say as we increase corporate tax rates, the overall corporate tax will go up. Now that's a miraculous tax, Mr. Chairman, that goes up whether you cut it or increase it, but such are the vagaries of public finances. I would, though, like to just comment. It was rather interesting. I was listening with great interest to the shadow spokesman speaking. And then I looked at the number of amendments that were down. And it does seem that his boss's predecessor, the Right Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington, has a lot more active understanding of what the Labour Party policy on corporation tax may be than the current opposition front bench. And I was just wondering why the name of the opposition leader opposition wasn't attached to his the former Shadow Chancellor's amendments. Is it because there's somehow a loss of radicalism on the Labour front bench? Have they got frit in terms of some of the policies that their backbench now or their former leadership wanted to see? On our side, I think it is important for us to respond to the proposals that the United States seem to be putting forward for a global minimum tax. There's not, in essence, something that's completely, in principle, wrong about that. Although I'd be interested if my right honourable friend, the Minister, would say if there is any precedent for UK tax policy on international treaties to be struck in such a way as providing for a minimum, and whether there has been an assessment by the Treasury of what the implications for that would be. But I would also urge the Treasury to realise that the crux of our approach on our relations with these global multinationals, particularly with the digital multinationals, is that there is a substantial amount of wealth that gets created and profits that get generated, which are not directly associated or tied to the sales of that enterprise within that country. And so therefore there's a bit of bait and switch with the US proposing a global minimum tax of somehow resolving the need for digital sales tax. So for example, Google makes tremendous amounts of profits from having access to how people look at things online. They don't necessarily sell it in terms of ads, which could be taxed locally, but they can derive products from that, derive innovations, which are profitable for them. But we will never see any tax come to this country from that. And I would say to the Treasury, it is time that we start looking at how in this country we can place data, an ownership of data, like we put an ownership of land, like we put ownership of other assets, so that it is located within the realm of this country. And only then will there be an effective answer for why a global corporation minimum tax from President Biden, is the same and has the same basis as finding a modern tax system for our digital taxes. And my final point, if I may, Mr. Chairman, is the issue has been raised a number of times in this debate about the environmental goals that we wish our corporations to, and quite rightly, the Business Department and the Treasury are leading in the country, so the United Kingdom can be a centre for green finance and green investment, and that's entirely correct. However, the Parliament has passed a law to achieve net zero within a certain time frame. We have not really been explicit with the public about what the costs of those may be, but I think we understand that substantial investments will be required to achieve that. I just have gently prodded my honourable friend the Minister that longer term, beyond the 5-year frame that we have right now, there will be a need to provide additional incentives. My expectation is there will be a need to provide additional incentives in the form of capital allowances or other form of allowances to enable the private sector to achieve the net zero goals and the investments required for that, if we proceed with the increases we will in overall headline corporation tax. And I just leave him to mull that point.
Thank you very much. Anthony Higginbottom, who is here physically.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I agree with almost everything my right honourable friend, the member for North East Bedfordshire, said about corporation tax. It is a tax on success, and I think on this side of the House we are naturally all low-tax Conservatives. We believe fundamentally that businesses are most successful when they are left to innovate, to grow, and can keep more of the money that they earn. But we also have to accept that that is not the only thing that drives businesses. Globally adaptable businesses that look around the world at where they're going to locate their next manufacturing plant or their next innovation look at a whole myriad of factors. They look at the support that's available, the skills that the local population have, the infrastructure that's in place. And all of those things cost money. And as we've seen during the last 12 months, the government has gone to great lengths to support businesses. If I look at my own constituency, 11,000 jobs have been supported by furlough. That's money that has helped businesses across Burnley and Paddington prepare and stay ready for when the economy reopens. £20 million in grants so that those same businesses can restart as soon as the economy opens up. And I think all businesses understand that. They understand that responsibility comes and the taxation that they pay enables them to take part in society in a meaningful way. But with all of that in mind, I do agree with the measures the Chancellor, my right friend the Chancellor, set out with regards to corporation tax as a low-tax Conservative. But I do so because I think the Chancellor has struck exactly the right balance in making sure that we secure the economic recovery first. We don't look at businesses now as they're just starting to reopen, just starting to get trading again, and say that just because you're profitable, we're going to increase your tax rate immediately. We look ahead. We say that when the economy has recovered, when you're trading as you were pre-pandemic. That's when we will look for you to make a fair contribution to repay some of the support that we've been able to put in place. But in Birmingham and Paddington, we're heavily reliant on SMEs, those small innovators, and as we recover from the pandemic, that's often when we see the most SMEs, the most new businesses start up. People who used to work for one company, they may have been made redundant, something may have happened, and then they start their own businesses. And that's why that small profits rate of corporation tax is so important, because it's the incentive those people need, the innovators, the entrepreneurs need to start their business, to grow, to employ someone else. But we also have to recognise that one thing we've suffered from, historically, for many, many years in the UK, is low productivity. And that's come from a huge lack of investment from businesses. And if we're really going to level up across the country, we need to drive investment in growth. We need to utilise the power that the private sector has through whatever means are available to us. And we know that over the last, that since 2007, 2008, there's been this systemic lack of investment, driven by the uncertainty that we've had. And so there's a pot of money that so many businesses are sitting on, waiting to be unlocked. And that's where I think the super deduction will prove so important, because it encourages those businesses that have had a stockpile, that have lived with uncertainty for the best part of a decade, so they've not been able to invest, they've not had that confidence. And as we emerge from the pandemic, the super deduction gives them that confidence to do so. In Burnley, that's aerospace manufacturers, it's automotive manufacturers, it's textile makers. That will help businesses transition to green technology, as we've spoken about. It'll help aerospace businesses move into HS2. It'll allow textile companies to move into weaving, because, Mr. Chairman, we do still make textiles here in the UK. And all of these things will result in a high-skill, high-wage manufacturing economy here in the UK. So yes, we need to keep the UK attractive to investment, to job creation and to new businesses. But we do that through a fair corporation tax system, lower rates for new businesses, and using schemes like the super deduction to really drive investment into manufacturing jobs, which are going to be so vital to our future.
We now go to Rebecca Long-Bailey, who is joining us virtually.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will limit my comments to the super deduction, which, as we've heard already today, will be one of the largest single-year tax giveaways ever enacted in the UK, and arguably some companies may see their corporation tax bills wiped out entirely for a couple of years as a result. Now, the Right Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington has already said that the Public Accounts Committee has previously found that tax reliefs cost more than 100 billion a year in foregone tax. But the HMRC does not know how many reliefs exist, nor monitor the efficacy of such reliefs. That is staggering. So are we confident that HMRC will know what effect the super deduction will have and who will actually benefit from it? Certainly many of my small and medium-sized businesses in Salford would love a super deduction, but sadly it won't benefit them. The Financial Secretary to the Treasury's previously stated to this House last year that the enhanced annual investment allowance of 1 million already covers the capital expenses of 99% of businesses in the UK. So it seems that this super relief will overwhelmingly benefit only 1% of extremely large businesses. Now, I'd have no problem, Mr. Chairman, if this was desperately required by such businesses in order to protect jobs or to invest in our local economies. But let's look at some of the potential beneficiaries. Amazon. It's benefited from the pandemic and has seen its sales jump by 50%. According to TaxWatch, the company's latest accounts show that they spent 66.8 million on plant and machinery, 80.4 million on office equipment, and 15.3 million on computer equipment in the same year. So the 130% super deduction could entirely wipe out the pre-tax profits of the company even before any deductions of staff pay awards. Similarly, many energy and water companies find themselves also able to wipe out their tax
bill. For example, United Utilities spent 1.275 billion on property, plant and equipment in the past 2 years, compared with a current tax liability of just under 89 million. Or Electricity Northwest in my region, who stated that COVID has had a limited impact. They had a tax bill of 45 million for 2019 to 2020, while investing 449 million in property, plant and equipment. With both of those companies, it would only take a small proportion of this capital investment to be spent on plant and equipment to use the super deduction to eradicate their tax bill too. So the question I pose to the House tonight is, do these buoyant companies really need a super deduction? Well, the answer is no. And in absence of any clear conditions specifying the use of such savings or providing a wider social benefit, such as increasing salaries for workers, investing in decarbonisation or reducing costs for end consumers, I struggle to see the benefits being passed on to anyone other than shareholders. So I hope that the government tonight supports Amendments 11, new clauses 1, 2 and 6 in the names of the Right Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington and others, as well as Labour's front bench amendments. Because there are companies who do need support to help them recover from the pandemic, and there is a real need to support long-term patient investment by industry. But the untargeted nature of this relief, without conditions, is not the best use of public money. In fact, it borders on obscene. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go to Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm speaking in support of the amendments in the name of the Leader of the Opposition and those in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington. The Budget and Finance Bill represents the government taking steps towards further structuring our economy on insecure, precarious work and deregulation, which will widen income and wealth inequality. The government's unambitious plan provides neither a foundation for rebuilding our economy nor a plan to tackle the climate emergency that my Luton South constituents have called for. It announced a future cut to social security and a real terms pay cut for public sector workers, at the same time as introducing a super deduction tax cut for big businesses, allowing firms to write off 130% of the value of qualifying capital investment against their taxes. When we look across the Atlantic to the US, we see a stark contrast. The Biden administration has committed to fast-tracking a $1.9 trillion government-led stimulus package, which is about 10% of the annual output of the US economy, and which contain no promises of future deficit reduction. And this is alongside a forward-looking plan to spend a further $2 trillion on infrastructure. Biden's spending plan, in proportion to GDP, is 3 times the size of the UK's. The economic consensus is changing, but the budget shows that the government hasn't caught on. Instead, it's made clear that low pay and increasing inequality are central parts of the UK's future under the Conservative Party. The so-called super deduction tax cut will completely wipe out the corporation tax bill for big businesses. It will cost £12.2 billion and £12.7 billion in the 2022 and 2023 financial years, the equivalent of giving up 20% of the UK's corporation tax revenues. And it comes after a year where many of these companies have hugely profited. The policy's rationale is fundamentally flawed. It will make no difference to investment in the long run. It just influences when businesses will decide to invest, rather than encouraging them to invest more. And it relinquishes tax revenue in doing so. Treasury ministers have openly admitted that only 1% of businesses will fully benefit from the super deduction this year. So a small number of the biggest businesses, including Amazon, will get a tax giveaway that could see rebates handed out for investing in, say, swimming pools or jacuzzis. And it also flies in the face of any credible levelling up strategy, as it will exacerbate regional inequality. As we heard, the Centre for Progressive Policy has found that the super deduction tax cut will benefit London the most, with a tax break per head of £513 in London, compared with £371 in the east of England. The policy is wasteful, wide open to abuse, and fails to understand the rebuilding challenge before us. Even the US is moving away from this under Biden, and the public agrees with us. We need government investment in jobs and growth, not tax giveaways. Government must publish a report examining the policy's economic, social and environmental impact. And while it's unlikely the government will change tack, at the very minimum, there must be strict criteria for access to the scheme. Workers need a cast-iron commitment that only those employers which recognise a trade union for the purposes of collective bargaining and that are certified by the Living Wage Foundation as a living wage employer can access the scheme. It's not a big ask to expect big businesses to be decent employers, and it would be at the very least ensure workers receive some benefit to this giveaway scheme. We need a government on the side of working people, not on the side of big businesses enforcing low pay and poor working conditions. So I hope the Chancellor and Ministers will seriously consider the super deduction tax cut and instead ensure that increased public spending directly benefits workers who are the driving force of our recovery. Thank you.
Now call Minister Norman.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful for the contributions that have been made to this debate. It saddened me, however, that the Labour Party seems to be reading off one single piece of paper in so many of the contributions that they've made. And I would encourage them not to follow the slip slavishly, but to actually think about what they're saying. The Honourable Lady, the member for Salford and Eccles, put the matter at its most plain when she argued that because 99% of businesses benefit from the annual investment allowance, that meant that the super deduction only benefited the remaining 1%. Of course, that's completely wrong. The super deduction benefits all businesses that are in a position to take advantage of the eligible deduction that it provides, and that is better than the annual investment allowance. And therefore, the whole premise of the argument that's been put forward by the opposition is wrong. The fact is that tax reliefs are an understood and established part of tax policy. They are not to be thought of merely as giveaways. A raft of international authorities have testified to the benefits of greater investment allowances, including full expensing, and this proposal goes some way beyond that. And we need to see it in that context. The UK already has a rather competitive intangibles regime, and the productivity challenge that we face as a country is focused on the tangible assets, and therefore it is on those that this super deduction is aimed. Now, the Honourable Member for Ealing North asked the question whether essentially, he repeated the line about small businesses, but he also asked the question whether the super deduction was somehow extremely vulnerable to exploitation by malfeasant tax actors, and I can tell him that the deduction has been very carefully assessed, and it includes important exclusions, including as to related party transactions and second-hand assets, and it includes a new anti-avoidance provision which is designed to give it additional protections. Now, it is true that this is a country that takes the question of tax avoidance and tax manipulation extremely seriously, and the Right Honourable Lady from Barking, who has been a great campaign in this area, focused on that. Of course, I cannot discuss individual taxpayers. That is a right. No one knows what individual companies' tax-paying arrangements are. She purported to know, and I can't. I'm not in a position to discuss that. That's her privilege. But I would tell her that it would be very bad policy indeed for any government to base tax policy on a single employer, and if she thinks that this country has been soft in any respect on tax, let me remind her that we've led the international charge on base erosion and profit shifting, on diverted profits taxes, on the corporate interest tax restriction. We have put into law a digital services tax. We are consulting at the moment on an online service tax. That is not the action of a government that takes these things in any way other than very seriously. And I would join my friend, the member for Bedford North East, where he rightly emphasised that we need businesses to be as productive and effective and successful as possible, because those are the anchors of successful and effective employment and of the profit generation on which our tax base and therefore the funding we need to support public services rely. And it doesn't follow from the fact that the Labour Party is confused on corporate taxation that we should not have a policy that supports business in developing and investing and building our collective economic future.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clauses 7 and 8 stand part of the bill. As many of the opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Clause 9. I call James Murray to move Amendment 79 formally. The question is that Amendment 79 be made. Many opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. Division. Clear the lobbies. Amendment 79 be made. No opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. The tellers for the ayes are Mark Tammy and Bambos Charalombos. The tellers for the noes are James Morris and Maria Caulfield. Lock the doors. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 260. The noes to the left, 365.
The ayes to the right, 260. The noes to the left, 365. The noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. The question is that Clause 9 and Clauses 10 to 14 stand part of the bill, and that Schedule 1 be the first schedule to the bill. Is there anything to say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the new clauses. The Chairman of Ways and Means has selected new Clause 24 for a separate decision. James Murray to move new Clause 24 formally.
Move formally.
The question is that new Clause 24 be read a second time. Is there any other opinion to say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. Division. Order. The question is that new Clause 24 be read a second time. Is there any opinion to say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no. The tellers for the ayes and the tellers for the noes.
James Morris and Maria Corfield.
the doors. Order. The ayes. Oh, no. Order.
The ayes to the right, 260. The noes to the left, 365.
The ayes to the right, 260. The noes to the left, 365. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We now continue with Amendment 54 to Clause 109, with which it will be convenient to consider the clauses and schedules and the new clauses as set out on the selection paper. To move Amendment 54, I call Ben Lake.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's indeed a pleasure to have the privilege of opening the debate in this section. I stand to speak in support of Amendment 54, standing in my name, which would require the Treasury to have received consent from the devolved parliaments before it could designate Freeport tax sites as outlined in Clause 109. Now, while this amendment will not be pushed to a vote, Madam Deputy Speaker, the very need for an amendment requiring democratic safeguards and devolved consent is sadly indicative of this government's disregard for devolution and the interests, rights and ambitions of the devolved nations. Indeed, it is jarring that today's debate and its pursuit of powers, paid for by taxpayers across the UK, is happening despite this government's failure to achieve consensus across all four nations of the UK. Now, this unilateralism by the UK government is not only disappointing, but I would argue economically self-defeating, as the overwhelming body of evidence, some of which has been gathered by committees of this place, including the Welsh Affairs Select Committee, of which I am a member, suggests that free ports will lead to the redistribution of jobs and investment rather than their creation across the UK, unless it is a policy that is very closely and carefully coordinated. I will indeed.
Wait, and it's absolutely right. One of the prerequisites of this opportunity for free ports is to ensure that every region of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland benefits, while every honourable member is right to claim it for themselves. It's important that we all benefit. Does he agree?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for that intervention, and I would actually agree with the point that he makes, that if the free port policy is to have real benefit, and if it is to ring true to the rhetoric of levelling up every single nation and region of the United Kingdom, then it's clear that no port or no nation or region should be disadvantaged by the location of any other. In effect, I suppose, you can't have a situation whereby the government is asking for Welsh, Scottish and Northern Irish taxpayers, along with English taxpayers, to pay for free ports in certain parts of England, which may actively disadvantage those in Wales, Scotland or Northern Ireland. Doing so, Madam Deputy Speaker, it would appear that the Prime Minister and his Chancellor would be willing to trample over the devolution settlements in their pursuit of this Freeport Master Plan. Now, the Wales Act 2017 largely devolved the regulation and supervision of ports and harbours in Wales to the Welsh Government, whilst economic development is also, of course, a devolved competence. Now, UK government demands, such as capping the number of Welsh free ports to 1, an outcome which would likely lead to an overall reduction in the number of Welsh ports, and direct infringements on the Welsh Government's responsibility for the Welsh economy. It is therefore especially dangerous that Wales cannot count, it would seem, on its Secretary of State to defend its interests at the Cabinet table. Instead, rather than side with Wales's democratic institutions, the Secretary of State for Wales has threatened that a free port would be implemented in Wales, come what may, including if Wales's Parliament were to reject such a measure. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious that there are others who wish to make perorations on this topic this evening, and so I will draw my marks to a close, but looking forward to summing up at the end. Now, whilst I won't be pushing this amendment this evening, I do hope that the Minister will consider my remarks and ensure that free ports are established with the consent of all 4 nations and supported by an engaged public debate. Refusal to do so would be a tacit admission that this government will not hesitate to trample over Wales's economic interests and aspirations if they run contrary to the plans drawn up in London.
The question is that Amendment 54 be made. Minister Jessie Norman.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. These clauses will act in support. I rise to speak in support of clauses 109 to 11, Schedule 21, 22 and Amendments 43 to 52. These clauses will act in support of the Government's Free Ports programme, which is designed to unlock investment in 8 regions of England and so far, and with more to follow in the devolved administrations. At budget, following an open and transparent bidding process, the Chancellor announced the locations successful in securing Freeport status: East Midlands Airport, Felixstowe and Harwich, Humber, Liverpool City Region, Plymouth and South Devon, Solent, Teesside and Thames. Freeports will be national hubs for international trade, innovation and commerce, regenerating communities across the UK by attracting new businesses and spreading jobs, investment and opportunity. They will bring together ports, local authorities, businesses and other key local stakeholders to achieve a common goal of shared prosperity and opportunity for their regions. In doing so, they will help in the Government's ambition, indeed I think all of our ambition, to level up areas that have been left behind. The Government's Free Ports model enables the UK to take advantage of the benefits of leaving the European Union. The Government has drawn on examples of successful free port programmes all over the world to develop free ports that will attract significant new investment and encourage development across the UK. This model will enable businesses in free ports to draw on benefits relating to customs, planning, regeneration and innovation, as well as the offer of targeted tax reliefs supported by the clauses in this bill. The Government has engaged extensively with ports, local authorities, industry, including through a consultation on the wider programme running between 10th of February and 13th of July 2020. But it's also listened to feedback from a wide range of stakeholders in order to inform the development of an effective model that will benefit port areas across the UK. For reasons already outlined in earlier debates, I will confine my remarks to the key points at issue. Clauses 109 to 11 give the Government the power to designate tax sites, and once sites have been designated, to provide relief within those sites for the acquisition of commercial purpose property, new plant and machinery assets, as well as relief on the construction or renovation of buildings. Of course.
Well, so far no free port has been designated in Northern Ireland, but one of the great fears is that because Northern Ireland remains within the single market rules of the EU, that any such measures to set up a free port could be contested by the EU and the Irish government because it might give Belfast, for example, an advantage over Dublin. How will that issue be resolved, given the terms of the Northern Ireland Protocol?
Well, the Honourable Member raised a very similar question with me in the course of the second reading debate, and as he knows, the government's engaging very closely with the Northern Irish Executive. I'm not in a position to second-guess what the EU may or may not do in regard to that, but we have been very clear that we want to put a free port in Northern Ireland, and we want it to be a strong offer comparable to the free ports that are available elsewhere in the United Kingdom, and that is what we will be seeking to achieve. Yes, of course.
I'm most grateful. And may I, in passing, just thank the government for designating Freeport East, which includes Harwich in my constituency, as one of the free ports. But I'm struggling to find how the tax concessions in this bill actually avail ourselves of new freedoms outside the European Union. Can my right honourable friend identify how these freedoms in this bill actually are in contention with the EU state aid rule on tax subsidies? And of course, that would not apply in Northern Ireland, where the EU state aid rules still apply. But I mean, the government might as well be completely honest about this. If there are advantages for England being outside the EU that we haven't got because Northern Ireland is still effectively inside the EU, let's hear about those, because we want to know that we've got those advantages in England.
Yes, I think my friend has erred in his logic. It's perfectly possible for us to be benefiting from the flexibility of setting taxes as we are, while being able to have a strong agreed offer that satisfies whatever rules may be applying in Northern Ireland with the Northern Irish Executive. They will be of different characters, but there's no reason to think that neither is possible. If I may proceed then, Madam Chair, clauses 109 to 111 give the government the power to designate tax sites, and once sites have been designated, to provide relief within them for the acquisition of commercial purpose property and new plant and machinery assets, as well as relief on the construction and renovation of buildings. These powers will enable the government to move quickly to enable businesses to realise the benefits of free ports as soon as is feasible. The government is committed to tackling non-compliance in the tax system, and free ports are not an exception. Free ports are not an exception to this. Anti-avoidance and evasion provisions are included in the bill and will be taken across further legislation for the individual tax reliefs. In addition, the government will take further powers to create a robust system of monitoring in free ports and to enable Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs to request relevant information from businesses. This will ensure that public money is being used effectively in pursuit of the regeneration and development of free port locations. If I turn to clause 109, this clause will enable the government to designate the location of tax sites connected to any free port in Great Britain. The tax reliefs made available as part of the government's free ports programme will apply only in these sites, and the government intends to bring forward legislation to apply these reliefs in Northern Ireland at a later date. Bidders submitted initial proposals for their tax sites during the bidding process. The government allowed up to 600 hectares of tax site space to be proposed across a maximum of 3 separate sites per free port. Tax site proposals were also judged against a set of criteria relating to existing deprivation and unemployment, so as to ensure that tax measures will have maximum impact in regenerating these areas. The government will now work with the successful locations to approve their tax site proposals. Once the successful bids have completed the full tax site assessment process, the government will designate the agreed areas as tax sites. From that point forwards, businesses will be able to claim and benefit from the tax reliefs. I will allow him, of course.
I'm most grateful to him. He's been very generous. Although, whenever I'm tackled on a point of logic by a professor of philosophy, I wonder what's going on. But my question is quite an innocent one in this case. In Harwich, there are some businesses very nearby the tax sites that have been affected by Brexit and would greatly benefit by being included in the tax site. To what extent are these boundaries still adjustable? And is there an issue of principle about including businesses that could expand much more effectively? I'm thinking in particular, for example, of a petrochemicals processing business, which would which exports substantially, would benefit very greatly by being in the tax site, would generate many more jobs and much more wealth for the United Kingdom.
Well, of course, the circumstances for each individual Freeport site will be, and indeed I'm sure are, very different one from another, and I can't comment on the site that he's describing. But in general, the emphasis of the legislation is very much on new investment and new development, rather than on, as it were, existing or deadweight investment. And so it may well be the case that there are businesses that would propose to make substantial new investments, and depending on the Freeport in question, it may be possible for them to qualify for some of the benefits that are associated with that. But again, it's not possible to comment, for me to comment on the individual cases. Madam Chair, Clause 110 in Schedule 21 will allow businesses in Freeport tax sites in Great Britain to benefit from two new capital allowances, enhanced capital allowances and an enhanced structured and buildings allowance. I will now move to Clause 111 of Schedule 22. The clause makes changes to provide for a new relief from stamp duty land tax for acquisitions of land and buildings situated in Freeport tax sites in England that are used for qualifying commercial purposes. Relief will be available for purchases made from the date a Freeport tax site is formally designated until the 30th of September 2026. Amendments 43 to 52 amend the provisions introduced by Clause 111 in Schedule 22 to provide certainty that property investors using Sharia-compliant alternative finance will be able to benefit from SDLT relief in the same way as investors using conventional finance. This will be done by taxing the alternative finance intermediary's acquisition as though it was an acquisition by the investor. These amendments ensure that the tax payable by someone using alternative finance will be the same as that which would be payable were the property purchased using a conventional financial product. Honourable members opposite have tabled two new clauses in respect to sections 109 to 111. Among other things, these replace additional eligibility criteria in respect to employment rights, equalities and the environment on the claiming of capital allowances and stamp duty land tax relief in Freeports. It's important to say that Freeports will deliver tangible benefits that help to level up areas. By imposing these additional criteria, the effect of these clauses is to delay, potentially to delay, the implementation of these measures by making Freeports more complicated for businesses to navigate and therefore reducing their impact and effectiveness. This government, in any case, has a very strong commitment to reducing carbon emissions, and that is why it was the first, and this country was the first major economy to implement a legally binding net zero greenhouse gas emissions target by 2050. The government will continue to ensure that the role of tax is considered alongside other policy measures needed to meet environmental goals. But as I've indicated already, Freeports will also have an important role in reducing regional disparities. The rigorous assessment of bids that has been undertaken has ensured that tax benefits are only available in areas that require regeneration would benefit from being a tax site, helping the government to level up those that have been left behind. Madam Chair, the proposed new clauses 5 and 25, as tabled, are of the following effect. New clause 5 would make the commencements of sections 109 to 111 dependent on the Secretary of State publishing a report that would allow members to assess the economic case of Freeport and on both houses agreeing that report. New clause 25 is a similar request to review the impact of sections 109 to 11 and schedules 21 and 22 and lay a report of that review before the House within 6 months of passing of this Act and once a year thereafter. A robust and transparent bid assessment process along the criteria set out in the bidding prospectus ensured that the 8 English Freeports so far granted all demonstrated a good or better economic case, including a strong economic rationale for their proposed tax site locations. In the interest of transparency and accountability, the government has also published a decision-making note that clearly sets out how sustainable economic growth and regeneration were prioritised in this process of assessment. The government will publish costings of the Freeports programme at the next fiscal event in line with conventional practice. Imposing an additional economic incentive on top of what has been outlined would only risk delaying the delivery of the programme and therefore the associated benefits of the increased investment and employment. Madam Chair, Amendment 54 would make the commencement of a Freeport tax site in any UK nation subject to approval by the three devolved administrations. The Honourable Member for Ceredigion has already introduced this. But let me say to him that tax is first and foremost a reserved matter unless it is specifically devolved. The UK Government has the power to set tax sites that offer reserved tax reliefs across the UK, and ministers for the devolved administrations have, of course, the power to set devolved tax reliefs within them. The devolved ministers will be accountable to their parliaments for the use of tax instruments under their control in a Freeport tax site within their nation under the proposed plans. This government is determined to establish freeports across the UK, not just in England. That is why the government is committed to continuing discussions with the administrations in Scotland, in Wales, when their new governments have been established, as well as with the Northern Ireland Executive. The government intends to have a freeport in each nation and is determined to deliver this as soon as practicable. These will be national hubs for trade, innovation and commerce, regenerating communities across the country. They can attract new businesses, they can spread jobs, investment opportunity to towns and cities up and down the UK, which will boost international trade and economic growth. I'm happy to take a third intervention from the Honourable Member.
It is the committee stage of the bill. But the Honourable Gentleman for the Welsh National Party actually raised an issue which I hadn't considered before, which is that the provision of a free port in a devolved nation might actually reduce the revenue being collected by that devolved government. Has my right honourable friend given consideration to that? I can't see how that would actually happen, but would he give an assurance that there would be something, that there is a means of addressing that if it were to occur?
Well, as far as I'm aware, this is a very remote contingency, and I've seen no evidence to suggest that it might be the case in the context that's been described. But I can certainly tell him that when the government engages with the Welsh Government, it will be very sensitive and open to discussion of the potential effects, economic effects of a free port in Wales, as one might expect. Madam Chair, clauses 109 to 111, schedules 21 to 22 and amendments 43 to 52 will support the development of free ports by encouraging new private investment at each of the 8 free port locations in England. These constitute major aspects of the government's free ports programme, which will attract large-scale investment across every region of the UK and make significant contributions to the recovery from the pandemic and to levelling up across the regions. I therefore move that these clauses and these schedules and amendments stand part of the bill.
Shadow Minister, I've been upon the side.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to speak for the opposition on the clauses relating to free ports. I beg to move new clause 25 in my name and those of my honourable and right honourable friends. Before I turn to the detail of our amendments and clauses in this group, I'd like to say a little about Labour's position on free ports and regional economic policy more generally. Labour wants to see good new jobs created in every region and nation of the United Kingdom. We want to see genuine levelling up, which hands power and opportunity to areas which have been deprived of them too long. We want to see an economic policy which addresses the fundamental challenges facing our country and our constituents, ever-widening regional inequality, low productivity and low wages in too many places. A social care crisis which threatens the dignity of the older people, an environmental crisis which threatens us all. I'm afraid that the government's approach to levelling up has been far less ambitious. We have seen regions and areas pitted against each other to bid for pots of money, only to find that Conservative ministers overruled officials and handed funding to already wealthy areas. We've seen nothing to make up of the 11 years of Conservative government, which has sucked funding and opportunities out of areas they now say they need levelling up. And we've seen a total lack of ambition from the government on supporting a recovery from the coronavirus crisis to build a stronger and more resilient economy. Which brings me to free ports and the clauses we are considering today. I think we are all a little underwhelmed when the rabbit pulled from the hat at the end of the Chancellor's budget speech last month was a re-announcement of his free ports policy. We on this side simply do not believe that free ports are the silver bullet for our post-Brexit economy
that the Chancellor clearly hopes they are. In fact, the evidence is that free ports are likely to have relatively little impact on overall job creation and far more likely to move jobs from one place to another. We want every area to flourish, whether or not they have a free port. We know ministers are aware of this problem because they asked potential free ports operators to address it in their bids. Our new Clause 25 would require the government to produce an annual review of the impact of the free ports policy on job creation, both in free port sites and across the country as a whole. We've got quite a lot to go through, Minister. Yes.
I would just be very grateful if the Honourable Lady could tell us whether the Labour Party's position is to support free ports or not to support free ports.
Thank you, Minister. I'll be approaching that quite later on in my speech, so thanks for already guessing what I was going to say. We really need some honesty and transparency from the government on this point. The estimates of the job creation benefits of free ports made by the advocates so far have been flimsy, to say the least. We also need a proper assessment of the risk job displacement. If free ports simply move existing economic activity around, they risk actually doing harm to the economic fortunes of neighbouring areas with no net profit benefit to a country as a whole. Indeed, a 2019 report by the UK Trade Policy Observatory found that the main effects of free ports was to divert businesses into a port from a surrounding area rather than creating new jobs. So it's not just Labour that's saying this, it's the experts that are saying this. This may be especially problematic in areas where free ports are situated near a local authority, regional or even national borders. Our new clause also requires the government to report on a tax avoidance and evasion and criminal activity in free ports, as well as setting out level of additional staffing and resources that are required by HMRC and other government bodies. There are long-standing concerns that free ports allow or encourage tax avoidance and evasion, and then there is international evidence that free ports have been used for criminal activity. The OECD, for example, has stated that there is clear evidence that free trade zones are being used by criminals to traffic fake goods. The Financial Action Task Force has said the lack of scrutiny can facilitate trade-based money laundering through relaxed oversight and a lack of transparency. And then the TUC and others have warned of the dangers to workers' rights from deregulation in free ports. We need to take these concerns seriously. As a minimum, the government should commit to trade union representation in the governance of free ports at local and national level. I'll now make a few points about the government's clauses we are considering in this group. First, on the cost of the tax relief being introduced, the government has provided some information on the expected operational costs of the HMRC, but as recently as last month we was unable to estimate the reduced revenue the Exchequer will receive as a result of these reliefs. I hope the Minister can address them when he stands up. Clause 110 includes the enhanced capital allowance for plant and machinery spending at 100%, but this is less than the 130% super deduction. Presumably, for the period they overlap, companies will need to consider whether they can claim the super deduction rather than this allowance. For Clause 111 on stamp duty relief, the Chartered Institute of Taxation have raised a number of concerns about the operation of the relief. One issue is how exactly free port tax sites will be designated and whether particular buildings can be identified as either in or out the boundary of the tax site. Can the Minister also provide some clarity on the joint ventures where there is both commercial and residential development? The Chartered Institute point out currently that the drafting excluded a common commercial arrangement from that relief. Finally, there is the issue of withdrawal of relief for subsequent non-qualifying activity. A small amount of non-qualifying use can potentially lead to withdrawal of all of the relief. Is the Minister concerned that the risk of loss of the full relief in such circumstances could potentially discourage investment? To conclude, we on this side have real concerns about the government's Freeport policy. If it is going to succeed and bring the sort of benefits those on the benches opposite claim, we need to see more detail on the operation of the Freeports and how the government plans to mitigate the risks. We need regular monitoring of their effectiveness and their impact on the country as a whole over the years to come. This is exactly what new Clause 25 would require the government to produce. If the government is confident in their policy, they should be confident in allowing the scrutiny of how it works in practice, and I call on them to support our new clause. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to add my own support to the opposition amendments and to seek, if I might, a commitment from the Government while the Minister is here, which will allow the Scottish Government, after the Scottish elections, to move ahead with its Green Ports adaptation of the Free Ports concept. Now, free ports are not something which require Brexit in order to bring about, and questions, I think, remain legitimately about how much additional economic activity they will actually generate rather than simply displace from other areas of the economy. It's very early, but yes, of course.
Honourable Gentleman, for allowing me to intervene. There was a free port in Shannon in the Republic of Ireland before the Republic of Ireland joined the EEC, and the tax freedoms that they were granting at the Shannon free port were significantly curtailed as a result of joining the EEC, because the EEC prevented them providing those freedoms. That's why we're discussing the question as to whether we're using these new freedoms we've got or not. But the fact is, we have much more tax freedom outside the EU for free ports than we had when we were within the EU, and hopefully Scotland will benefit from that.
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for that intervention. I mean, I think my point still stands, no matter what the spirit of truth might be in his remarks about how the constraints were placed on the Shannon free zone, that nevertheless there are free ports in the European Union, and that it was not something which intrinsically required Brexit of itself in order to be able to pursue. But certainly I hope there are benefits for Scotland from this, and I think those benefits can be manifested best, perhaps, through the Green Ports approach, which I would like to expand upon. Now, as I say, the Scottish Government has developed its own version of the Green Ports, which seeks to embrace all of the potential benefits that can come through free ports, while aligning that with ensuring that the fair principles of fair work are enshrined, ensuring that workers within the Green Ports are paid a real living wage, and that the reduction of carbon emissions are embedded at the heart of those developments. And a re-elected Scottish National Party government will seek to implement those Green Ports, making public sector support contingent on businesses complying with that Fair Work First agenda, paying that real living wage, and implementing the Scottish Business Pledge, which is a values-led partnership between government and business based on boosting productivity and competitiveness through fairness, equality and sustainable employment, and also on delivering on concrete plans to reduce carbon emissions in line with supporting the Scottish Government's ambition to reach net zero by 2045. Now, the Scottish Government proposals for these economic development zones already have widespread buy-in from stakeholders who are desperate to start bidding to run the Green Ports, and it was heartening to hear from the Minister his commitment to seeing free ports in all parts of the UK. But nevertheless, if the people of Scotland choose to re-elect a Scottish National Party government, I think the government needs to accept the mandate that comes from that, and if there has been an element of heel-dragging that is being perceived, to hasten the process of coming to an agreement on the rules around these proposed Green Ports so that bidding can begin immediately. Now, having taken positive steps to end the race to the bottom in corporate taxation, as we heard in an earlier debate, I think it's important that the UK Government doesn't allow free ports to be used as a way to allow those who take advantage of that free port status to neglect or otherwise elude their obligations to the workforce, to the environment and to the building of long-term sustainable value in the regions where they're located and the wider economy. Madam Chair, in the year that the world is coming to Scotland to plan our future at the COP summit, I think it's absolutely fitting that we should be able to develop green ports to demonstrate our ambitions around sustainable, inclusive economic growth as we transition to a net zero economy. A fair, sustainable green port model can be an exemplar of those values while adding value to Scottish goods, services and the country's brand. I think the UK Government, once the Scottish elections are passed, needs to get on board with this and back the innovative approach of the Scottish Government model so that we can get the bidding process underway. Thank you.
We now go by video link to Ruth Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The East Midlands is one of the regions that was fortunate to benefit from a new free port in this budget. Spread across 3 sites in Leicestershire, Derbyshire and my own constituency of Rushcliffe, where we hope to establish a green technology park on the site of one of the UK's last coal-fired power stations at Ratcliffe-on-Soar. Now, hearing contributions from the party opposite in recent weeks, and as the Shadow Minister has just set out, you'd be forgiven for thinking that with the arrival of a free port, Rushcliffe will become some sort of Wild West, with disputes over stolen art, organised crime activity and tax avoidance settled with a shootout in the drinking establishments of Ratcliffe-on-Soar. Quite a picture, but one that ignores the extensive steps the government has taken to prevent illicit activity, such as background checks for businesses who want to locate in a free port, including their beneficial owners, a register of businesses operating in each free port site to which HMRC, the NCA and Border Force will all have access. Successful free port bids have also had to demonstrate their approach to inventory systems, physical security, personnel security, cyber threats and international regulations. Now, they also argue that rather than creating new jobs, free ports will suck in jobs and investment from other areas, like some sort of avaricious black hole. Well, we already know that is not the case. We have companies like Intelligent Energy, based in the constituency of my honourable friend for Loughborough, bidding for government support from the Automotive Transformation Fund to build the UK's first hydrogen cell gigafactory. And where do they want to locate it? In the East Midlands free port. This could create around 600 jobs, and I want to use this opportunity to ask my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, to look kindly on this bid, which would ensure that the East Midlands, a region set to be disproportionately affected by our transition to a low-carbon economy, will also benefit from it. The businesses and universities who back the East Midlands free port believe it will generate up to 60,000 new jobs across the region. Not just in the free port site, of course, but in local supply chains and service industries. Raw material, warehousing, distribution, construction, logistics, engineering, IT, I could go on. The potential for new jobs and training opportunities across the region is enormous. Currently, only 17% of graduates stay in the East Midlands after university. We are clearly experiencing a brain drain, and policies like free ports, which encourage new businesses and industries to cluster around sites, will help address this. Finally, we've heard that we've had free ports for years and they were ineffective. But did we really? Or did we have them in name only? Now, I would say the latter, Madam Chairman. Bound by the tight regulations around state aid and trade policy, which was central to our membership of the EU, we were severely hampered in what we could do. Now, as an independent country, we have control over our trade and customs policy. We can design more flexible rules which are closer to the WTO equivalents. We need to look to the example of the US foreign trade zones, the US equivalent of free ports. Using these zones, companies like Pfizer were able to ensure a swift and competitive rollout of its vaccine. The foreign trade zones model helped cut costs on various pharmaceutical ingredients, and allowed Pfizer to store its vaccine indefinitely in the zones until it was approved by the US regulator, before being shipped immediately for use. Ultimately, this flexibility not only supported American jobs, but saved lives all over the world, including here in the UK. So in conclusion, I believe free ports are hugely important, an important tool for rebalancing our economy across the regions and restructuring it in the face of the huge changes it faces in coming years. They aren't a silver bullet, but they are a key part of a strategic set of policies which my right honourable friend the Chancellor has set out in this budget, an alternative set of which we are still waiting for from the Labour Party. What are their ideas for rebalancing our economy? How will they increase prosperity and opportunity for the communities across our country? Who knows, Madam Chairman? Their plans remain shrouded in mystery, or maybe they just don't exist. Thank you.
We now go by video link to John MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. New Clause 4 stands in my name and that of a number of other honourable members and right honourable members. As I said in the debate relating to the provisions for super deductions, if the government is giving tax breaks to businesses, then the government, as guardians of the public interest, should demand something in return. Excuse me. The provisions of the new clause, listed as A to D, are modest demands, something that I believe many members of this House, especially on the opposition benches, should be required of all businesses anyway. I believe it's important that public money supports public goods and good public outcomes, like a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, like tackling climate change, in which we all, individuals, government and businesses, must play a role, and of eradicating the gender pay gap, a process this House began over 50 years ago with Barbara Castle's groundbreaking Equal Pay Act. The Minister referred to these as complications. I don't believe paying decent wages, tackling climate change, overcoming the gender gap are complications. I believe they're essential criteria for any policy for the future. If we are to tackle rising poverty, if the government wants to do this, then there is an opportunity here to end in-work poverty by guaranteeing the real living wage to companies locating in free ports. We have 4.3 million children in poverty, and most are living in households where at least one parent is in work. Government policy must act to tackle low pay. Low pay holds people back and is often linked to insecure work, which is why the government should also act to end zero-hours contracts. Insecure and low-paid work means insecure housing and instability for children. The government should put down a marker in this policy for the society we want to be. As things stand, from what we've heard in the debate so far, it's a society for a few to profit and the rest to struggle. This new clause is about hardwiring fairness and justice into our economic system, about levelling up, and should not be in conflict with any stated aim of the government. And I hope that the government accepts this amendment, but at least consider the issues about how we tackle this range of policies and use the state to enable that to happen. New Clause 5 is in my name as well, Madam Chair. In their analysis of the Chancellor's budget, the Office for Budget Responsibility said, and I quote, "Further details on free ports have been announced in the budget, but came too late to be incorporated into our forecast. We will return to this in our next economic and fiscal outlook." So this is policy making as a leap in the dark, not evidence-based, but on supposition and largely ideology from what we've heard so far. So what I seek to do in this new Clause 5 is to create an evidence base for policy on which this House can assess the merits and drawbacks of such a policy. And there are reasons to be concerned. Many members of this House will recall the debate over enterprise zones in the 1980s, which, well, the zones did little to benefit local workers and, yes, did simply transfer jobs and investment rather than stimulating it. And in an assessment of the enterprise zone policies of the 1980s, the Centre for Cities think tank found the first two rounds just created 58,000 additional jobs, directly and indirectly, but over 40% of these jobs were created by businesses that had relocated to enjoy the tax cuts. It also found that each job was actually costing the public purse. At that stage, its estimate was the £26,000 for each job in 2010-11 prices, which is significantly more expensive than other policies for job creation that were being pursued at that time. The same policy was brought back under the government of David Cameron, championed then by the Chancellor George Osborne. An analysis of those zones by the Centre for Cities showed the jobs supposedly created in these zones, are just often relocated from elsewhere. And unfortunately too, the evidence showed were overwhelmingly low-skilled and low-paid. Tax breaks in underinvested areas are not an industrial strategy. New Clause 5 is simply a plea for evidence-based policy making, and one, again, I hope the government will accommodate in its future discussions. I hope the government will also accept New Clause 25 in the name of the opposition front bench, because it too demonstrates that evidence-based policy requires the policies to be reviewed, and that evidence base has to be assessed throughout implementation of any particular policy. I believe the case for Freeport has not been made, and the risks are significant. The risk of accelerating tax avoidance and actually doing economic damage to areas neighbouring Freeports is a real concern. And to leap into a policy with such a lack of evidence and such a lack of really an account taking of past practice, I think is worrying, to say the least. Madam Chair, this is the last time I'll speak in this stage of the passage of the bill, so I'd like to just place on record that after listening to the debate at second reading and today, even I am shocked at the undeniable evidence in the debate of the scale of corporate capture of this government, going well beyond anything we've seen under the last two Tory Prime Ministers. The central purpose of this government, on the basis of these policies, both the super deductions, the corporation tax, holding back the corporation tax increase, as well as the free ports, it seems to be, or appears to be, simply to line the pockets of corporations with taxpayers' money and to render them free of any effective regulation, making them accountable to the wider community. And so I honestly and fervently fear for the future of this country in the hands of this government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Jane Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise to speak in favour of the bill. Free ports will play an important role in the government's levelling up agenda, bringing much-needed opportunities for economic growth and social mobility to areas which have historically seen low levels of investment and less opportunity. That is why over the past year, myself and my fellow East Midlands MPs from both sides of the House have worked hard alongside our local enterprise partnerships, businesses, local authorities and educational establishments for the East Midlands to become a Freeport site. I was delighted by the announcement at the budget that the East Midlands Airport will be one of 8 ambitious new sites across the UK. This decision will ensure that the East Midlands cements itself as a hothouse for innovation and becomes a dynamic environment for innovators, businesses and regulators to generate and test new ideas and technologies. Crucially, the Freeport will be vital to the development and expansion of local businesses, which are the driving force of the East Midlands economy, and developing the green agenda for the nation. The East Midlands, being part of the Midlands engine, is also the heartland of the UK's manufacturing sector, and the Freeport will help transform this manufacturing base through new technologies, creating a whole new industrial sector locally. It is also the case that the extended supply chain across the country will fully benefit from this through products and services being fed into the business base at the Freeport. Furthermore, not only will the impact of this decision be seen in the basic mechanics of what a Freeport does to act as a customs hub for imports and exports, it will also create a highly skilled ecosystem, becoming a magnet for inward investment and business expansion, and acting as a springboard for opportunity throughout the region, creating an estimated 60,000 new skilled jobs. As such, new businesses will be attracted to Loughborough and its surrounding towns, seeking to reap the benefits of being situated close to a Freeport. Indeed, interest has already been expressed by several organisations interested in taking advantage of the benefits a Freeport would bring, either by moving to or expanding locally. Of course, Loughborough is already home to a flourishing life sciences sector, and education powerhouses of Loughborough College and its new T-level centre and thriving apprenticeship scheme, as well as Loughborough University with its degree and above level skills that support business startup and expansion, often through research and subsequent development of spin-off businesses. As such, we have the physical infrastructure required for incoming businesses at Loughborough University Science and Enterprise Park and Chalmers campus, and the educational expertise required to provide both a skilled local workforce ready to take up the new employment opportunities created by the Freeport and a research base to drive innovation. This is about jobs, Madam Chairman. This is about livelihoods. It is not a reaction to COVID. Freeports were in our manifesto. I fully support the idea. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wish to speak to clauses 109 through 111 relating to the powers to designate sites as freeports and associated provisions. This has been a turbulent year for the UK economy, with the expected disruption of Brexit and the unexpected and unprecedented impact of the coronavirus pandemic. Now that we can, hopefully, look forward to the end of the pandemic and its associated lockdowns, it's time for the government to put forward its bold and radical plans for kickstarting the UK economy to enable growth and skilled employment to all corners of the country. The government have had plenty of time to think about how they plan to deliver the benefits of Brexit that we have all been promised, and I expected the Chancellor to jump at the chance to realise these benefits through the budget and this bill. And he has delivered Freeports. This is it, the big idea, the bold move, the economic leap forward that our freedom from EU shackles has finally granted us. Except, of course, that we've always had the freedom to initiate freeports in this country. We last had them in 2012. The reason we haven't had them since is because the economic impact of freeports has previously proved to be negligible. Research into freeports in other countries has shown that they do little to boost exports as opposed to imports, and there is very little evidence to show that they create new economic activity as opposed to redirecting existing economic activity from elsewhere. This risks trapping thousands of workers in insecure work with reduced rights in areas with reducing opportunities for alternative employment. Any increased economic performance arising from freeports is therefore unlikely to trickle down to higher living standards in local households and communities. But what is the plan for economic growth in areas of the UK that are not lucky enough to have been awarded a freeport? The budget and this bill is silent on this matter. Elsewhere, government has scrapped its industrial strategy, replacing it with a glossy brochure full of photographs, but very little content. More seriously, there has been no real attempt to quantify the impacts of leaving the EU on UK business and trade, and what that might mean for our economy as a whole. We have already seen a big short-term impact on the level of trade across the Channel, although it will take a while for the full picture to emerge, clouded as it is at the moment by the pandemic and the unwinding of pre-Brexit stockpiles. But there's no doubt that the increased paperwork is an expensive burden on our small businesses, and this is before import controls are introduced introduced, or before the impact of the scrapping of mutual recognition of professional qualifications has been fully realised. The UK economy has a difficult road ahead, and there is nothing in this budget or bill that demonstrates that the government have a plan to lead us to new sources of productivity or prosperity. The Liberal Democrats are not opposed in principle to free ports, but they're not a sufficient solution to the current challenges of our economy. They fall a long way short of what is required to compensate for leaving the EU and to restart our economy in the wake of the pandemic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, I'm very pleased, Dame Eleanor, if I may address you correctly, to make common cause with the Honourable Lady of Richmond Park at the outset, that we can agree that free ports are necessary but not sufficient to deal with regional disparities and levelling up. I'm none the wiser from the contribution by the Honourable Lady for Erith and Thamesmead as to whether the Labour Party are actually in favour of free ports or against free ports. But I would just point out to her that during my period in opposition, which was a miserable 13 years, I spent a certain amount of that time as Shadow Secretary of State for the regions, and though the Labour Party were elected in 1997 with the very, very sincere determination to reduce economic disparities between London and the rest of the other regions of England and the other parts of the United Kingdom, they failed. And these disparities got wider. And it is a very, very difficult thing to address. And the answer is we should use every tool in the box. We should use every tool we possibly can. And it is also perfectly clear that all the tools are not available if you stay in the European Union, because some of the tools were taken away from the Republic of Ireland at their Shannon free port when they joined the EEC, and it got worse. The notion that tax advantages or tax incentives were tax subsidies, an artificial subsidy, was extended. And of course what we want to see is other tax advantages extended to other parts of the United Kingdom, like differential rates of corporation tax, which we've extended to Northern Ireland, but only with the permission of the European Union to treat Ireland as a separate entity, which is got a double edge to it, which we perhaps don't want to pursue. We should be able to do that on a sovereign basis, and to bring Ireland into the sovereignty of the rest of the United Kingdom in the longer term. So I just wish to emphasise that the Freeport East was very much driven, in my mind, by the need for levelling up, because this business of levelling up is very often, and I see my honourable friend the Thurrock nodding in sympathy in this because she shares this problem, that the perception is, oh, you're in the rich South East, you don't need any help, it all needs to be directed to other parts of the United Kingdom. Well, I can just tell you, I have red wall voters in my own constituency because places like Clacton and Jaywick and indeed Harwich are hard bitten by economic decline. The weekly earnings in Tendring District, which is Clacton and Harwich, are on average 556 against a GB average of 587, and incidentally our rate is below Liverpool, which is historically regarded as deprived. So we have a project which could generate, we hope, 13,500 jobs. Now, the Honourable Lady for Richmond Park is absolutely right. We've got to, and others, we've got to make sure that a minimum of this is substitution, the maximum is additionality. That's the challenge of making sure this works. But I just wish to concentrate on the what is in the bill. I very much welcome the tax provisions that are made. We make provision for in 109 to 111, clauses 109 to 111 in this bill. But there are other bits that are missing from the government's original proposals. Not mentioned in the bill are the enhanced structures and buildings allowances, or the lower national insurance contributions, or the business rate reliefs which are proposed in Freeport tax sites, or the local retention of business rates. And I'm still concerned that we're only offering what's allowed under the EU state aid rules. And I'd be very grateful if the Minister, my right honourable friend, could address these points when he replies. And and how these other tax reliefs are going to be provided. It's worth mentioning that the Shannon Freeport Zone was regarded as such a success. It was imitated by China and adopted by China, and China now has a Freeport a Freeport Zone programme, which they regard as a very important enhancement of their economic competitiveness. So I just ask those who are being cynical about free ports at the moment to open their minds, look at the successful free ports and free trade zones around the world, and learn from them, as well as listen to the what might call the economic statics, the people who think that everything's about substitution, nothing's about releasing additional creativity. But I do take seriously the points that were raised by the Honourable Lady for Erith and Thamesmead about compliance with the necessary conventions and making sure that we comply with the AO certification, the World Free Trade Zones, Organisation Safe Zones, the OECD Code of Conduct for Clean Free Trade Zones. These are all very important things. But let us absolutely recognise that unless we avail ourselves of all the freedoms available to free trade zones, free ports, they won't deliver the benefits that we want. And at the moment, I'm reminded the Chancellor produced a very interesting report when he was a backbench Member of Parliament, Our Free Ports Opportunity, published by the Centre for Policy Studies, price £10, which was actually rather more radical than the Treasury is offering at the moment. And we're a little bit worried, I think, some of us, that we're not going to see that enthusiasm and radicalism. Let's go step by step. That's not a criticism. Let's work incrementally. But this is something to build on, and something to build on for the future. And also to recognise that the real benefit of free ports is not just the tax incentives. It is also the customs facilitation, that we've got to have a really modern electronic customs systems to make the customs advantages of being in this, what they call customs inversion zone, a real advantage. Otherwise it becomes a bureaucratic nightmare and we won't get the advantages that we should have of it. And indeed, if it's a bureaucratic nightmare, the less savoury elements are the people who benefit, not the legitimate businesses. So that's the challenge. We've got a great opportunity for which I really thank the government in respect of my own constituency and others. And incidentally, I do think the free ports around the United Kingdom, and it is a United Kingdom policy, should be working together. And I wonder whether the MPs that represent the free ports that have been designated shouldn't in fact get together and stop this mutual suspicion that is understandable as we've been competing for designation. And we should start working together to press the government for the positive changes that will benefit all our free ports in the future.
Thank you. We now go to Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll limit my very brief comments to free ports also. Detailed government assessments on the operation and impact of free ports are sadly not yet available. And as we've heard tonight, the OBR has stated that the announcements made in the budget came too late to be incorporated into its forecast. So if the government recognises this, it must understand that they've got a duty to provide such evidence and indeed legislative reassurance in response to legitimate and wide-ranging concerns on the operation and impact of free ports. There are concerns that rather than complement a local economy by stimulating the growth of new business, existing businesses may simply opt to relocate to free ports. Certainly the government hasn't made clear how it will mitigate against the significant geographic movement of jobs away from one area and into a free port, how they'll avoid a Wild West scenario, if you like, of pitting regions against each other, nor the prospect of lost revenue for local authorities from business rates, for example, if businesses do opt to relocate to such a zone. On the issue of job creation, the numbers are equally sketchy. The Chancellor did argue back in 2016 that if the UK's approach performs as well as that in the USA, then free ports could create more than 86,000 jobs. But as the Centre for Progressive Policies found, this figure was a cut and paste job, being simply the number of people employed in the US free zones adjusted to the relative size of the UK population. There was no data on the labour market impact upon specific regional economies or industries, nor any mention of the need for local and bespoke skills strategies to feed into this. On workers' rights, the TUC's repeatedly warned about the gradual erosion of workers' protections in these zones. They state that free ports are a Trojan horse to water down employment protections in a race to the bottom. And finally, as we've heard tonight, there are real concerns that free ports could create a bonanza, if you like, for money launderers and tax evaders. Indeed, the EU reported in 2018 that free ports were conducive to secrecy, and that in their preferential treatment, they resemble offshore financial centres, offering both high security and discretion, and allowing transactions to be made without attracting attention of regulators and direct tax authorities. Madam Chair, the government must address these concerns before pressing ahead. And to this end, new clauses 5 and 25 will allow the government to create an evidence base for free ports, which the House can then examine, and new clause 4 will impose standards and protections. So if the government is serious about addressing these concerns and building in clear legal protections, they'll support these amendments tonight. Thank you.
Joel Price.
And could I commend the government on the ambitious agenda that is running through this finance bill? And it needs to be ambitious because the last year has been a very painful one for us economically, and we must do everything we possibly can to foster renewed growth and renewed job creation and indeed renewed wealth creation. And I've listened to the speeches from the benches opposite, and they raised some important themes, but if I seriously believed that this free port policy was going to undermine workers' rights, was going to lead to massive non-compliance with health and safety and tax legislation, I wouldn't be supporting it. I'm supporting this because I have real ambition for my local community and for my area, and I'm very, very proud and pleased that the Thames Free Port has been chosen as one of the 8. And I can assure the House that this is actually going to be the transformation of Thurrock after a very long time. We've heard a lot, and my elder friend, the member for Harwich and North Essex, referred to the fact that people often see levelling up as something to do with north versus south, and nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, some of the most deprived areas in our nation are our coastal communities. So it is absolutely right that free ports should be one of the headline policies in terms of levelling up. And although my constituency sits alongside our great capital city of London, that everyone sees as wealthy, I actually represent 3 of the 100 poorest towns in this country, the towns of Tilbury, Chadwell St Mary and South Ockenden. So the fact that Tilbury will be the heart of our free port is something that obviously I've been very keen to champion, and I'm so pleased to hear. And I think my honourable friend the Minister will be very pleased to hear that we have hit the ground running in Tilbury and Thurrock and with London Gateway, and indeed with our friends in Barking and Dagenham at Ford, to start realising the impacts of the free port status. And I actually hope that the Treasury can keep up with us, because it's not usual actually for governments to keep up with the innovation that can be seen by private sector employers. But in that regard, I do commend the speed with which the Treasury has pushed forward with this policy, because obviously if we are going to really realise the impact of the dynamism of driving economic activity, we do have to be fleet of foot to respond to current circumstances, not least the year with which we've been through. Now, the Thames Free Port, we have ambitions to create 25,000 new jobs. If I remind the House that one of the sites that was included in Thames Free Port is the old Petro Plus oil refinery. Now, that oil refinery basically fell out of use because of overcapacity in petrol production, because as we move to diesel, we're seeing the same thing with the Ford site, which is obviously as diesel engines becomes less productive, that site will fall vacant too. But they are both brownfield sites, they're not sites that could legitimately be used for housing. So it's absolutely the right thing to do
to do what we can to foster business investment in those sites, and that's exactly what we're doing. And I really look forward to welcoming young people as they leave the schools and colleges in my area and throughout the rest of South Essex, taking advantage of what will be skilled, productive jobs that really contribute to the wealth creation of our nation. And only this week, we've heard of a new partnership as part of the Thames Freeport with Tarmac. And that will be a dedicated aggregates facility for import and export here on the River Thames. It will include investment in manufacturing capability. So yet within weeks of the Freeport designation being announced, we are seeing new investment. And that's new investment. It's not displacement. But it's all about taking advantage of the real advantages that are accruing to areas like mine. Coastal communities that have hitherto not had their ambitions realised. But here in my constituency of Thurrock, we have made the most of what advantages we have. We are within 1 hour's travel of 27 million people. So anyone investing in production or import or export at Thurrock is right next to the majority of England's marketplace. So I say to the Labour Party, and I say to any naysayers, this is actually all about opportunity. This is all about making the best use and best ambition of post-Brexit Britain and be able to really take advantage of the fact that we will have less rules governing how we do things, and we will have that ability to make links across the world. I think there's little more I can say in support of that. I do welcome the fact the speed with which the Treasury have embraced this. I think there probably will be more elements of detail to make sure that we really fully realise the customs capabilities, as my right honourable friend, the member for Harwich and North Essex, has referred to. But I say, this is a policy whose time has come. This is a policy that is rooted in Britain's status as a maritime nation, and it is exactly the approach we should be approving as we have left the European Union. Thank you. We now go by video link to Ben Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Chairman, as it is in this format. I rise, if I were in the chamber, to support clauses and amendments as listed earlier by my honourable friend the Minister, and to speak in support of plans to deliver new free ports across the United Kingdom, and of the potential benefits that these plans can bring. This finance bill is vitally important to our recovery plans in the coming months and years. Free ports are, of course, intended to be national hubs for global trade and investment across the UK to promote regeneration and job creation as part of our levelling up agenda. Post-Brexit Britain stands to benefit hugely from being able to compete more effectively in a global market and to be able to offer UK-based businesses the chance to take full advantage of new trading opportunities to expand and to innovate within the UK. As a Nottinghamshire MP, I particularly wish to raise the specific case of the East Midlands Freeport, based around East Midlands Airport, and in conjunction with local plans for development cooperation at the Ratcliffe Power Station, which is shortly to be decommissioned, and the site put to this new use. The proposals, when taken together, are a huge opportunity to be able to bring investment and employment to our region and to my Mansfield constituency. The site, East Midlands Airport, has a fairly unique mix of logistics and transport connections, with an intermodal hub bringing together air freight with major road and rail arteries right in the centre of the UK. It's a chance for the East Midlands and this unique inland freeport model at the UK's largest pure cargo airport to take full advantage of government's agenda for growth, for a green recovery, and we hope that green energy can form a big part of the East Midlands' future, and for new technical skills. It can play a key part in our levelling up agenda, and as my honourable friend, the member for Rushcliffe, explained, can help us to keep talented people here, working in our constituencies in the East Midlands, instead of feeling that they have to disappear to major cities to find opportunities. The partnership between Nottingham Trent University and West Knox College in my constituency can both support this proposal with skills development and equally benefit from it too. As the Minister explained, clauses 109 to 11 give government the ability to designate sites and offer tax incentives and reliefs at those sites. The sites are fairly and openly assessed, and across the East Midlands, my colleagues and I are delighted that our area has been successful. We estimate these plans can bring up to 60,000 jobs to the region over the coming years, and my constituents stand to benefit from that in a big way. We're most grateful to the local authorities, local enterprise partnerships and businesses involved in putting that bid together. I'd ask the Minister going forward to ensure that there's as much support as possible available for our region to be able to put together the best possible business case with advice and support from government and from his department during the next phase. It's telling that already, and before these free ports are even set up, Labour amendments this evening seek to restrict and limit the benefits on businesses who invest in these sites, and so limit the potential for growth and job creation for my constituents. The point of these sites is, of course, to encourage innovation and investment. That's typical of a Labour Party that puts ideology before jobs and livelihoods of working class communities. They'd rather fight for more power for their trade union bosses in this bill than more wealth creation for our region and more jobs for my constituents. In fact, it sounded a lot like the Shadow Minister doesn't really want to see this investment happen at all, despite offering no other suggestions as how they would regenerate these communities. And the member for Hayes and Harlington, despite all his experience in this place, still hasn't worked out that it's businesses that create jobs, and that helping business is not an end in itself, but a means by which to create more of those jobs, jobs that are so vital for areas like mine that have needed them for a long time, and for economic recovery after COVID. Maybe you'll get it one day, Madam Chairman, but I doubt it. In closing, I'll simply say that I support the Minister and the Government's approach to delivering these new free ports. I'm grateful they've chosen the East Midlands as one of these sites at this unique location right at the heart of the country with all the potential that brings for our region, and I'll be supporting this bill in its entirety.
Virginia Crosby.
Dame Eleanor. This finance bill gives us the freedom to look at free ports around the world and propose innovative and exciting new possibilities for the UK. Last year I set up the Anglesey Freeport Bidding Consortium, which includes Stena, Anglesey County Council, Bangor University and the North Wales Economic Ambition Board. We've approached our bid by asking the question, what problems could a free port on Anglesey solve? By looking at the problems, we're building a free port model that will offer benefits not just locally, but globally. Our first problem is local. After almost 2 decades of disinvestment under Welsh Labour government, Ynys Môn now has one of the lowest GVAs in the UK. With large employers like Anglesey Aluminium and Rehow closing down, it's highly dependent on seasonal tourism. Our island hemorrhages young people every year because there are no quality jobs for them locally. What better place for this government to use its free port model to create jobs and opportunity? How better to show levelling up at its most effective? Our second problem is national. Brexit has impacted the flow of trade across the central corridor from Holyhead to Dublin. A collaboration between a free port in Northern Ireland and a free port on Anglesey would create a virtual special economic zone corridor and significantly improve the customs and trade route between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Our third problem is global. How are we going to hit our 2050 net zero carbon target? As energy island, Anglesey is already leading the way in green energy. We have on and offshore wind farms, tidal energy, solar farms, and we're about to establish a hydrogen production plant in Holyhead. We also have the best nuclear site in the UK, Wilvan Erith. The UK needs innovative solutions, large-scale infrastructure and significant investment to achieve its 2050 target. The exemptions, tax and tariff incentives, customs facilities and regulatory easements available to free ports would make Anglesey a global sustainable energy investment base of choice. And our final problem is that of re-establishing the UK's place on the global stage outside of the EU. The competition for global capital is fierce, and UK free ports are in competition with those all over the world. Ambitious and forward-looking proposals like ours will future-proof the UK's position as a world player. By holistically applying the levers available, the Freeport of Anglesey could become the jewel in the UK's crown. Yes, of course.
Thank the member for giving me. I didn't want to cut her off on the flow. She's making a brilliant speech. I hope that when the government responds to the points that we make tonight, they can take the opportunity, because I agree absolutely with what you've said about Anglesey. I hope that the government will affirm that Northern Ireland will actually be entitled to a free port, and it will not be blocked because of the arrangements we have with the protocol and the EU.
Thank you. Unfortunately, despite all the good reasons I have for bringing a free port to Anglesey, the Welsh bidding process has not yet started. The Welsh First Minister has cited concerns about economic displacement, but my biggest concern is the economic displacement that will occur when trade that could have come to Anglesey goes instead to one of the 8 English free ports announced in the Chancellor's budget. Ports like Liverpool are already 6 months ahead of us in this process. Dame Eleanor, I absolutely support the finance bill and the opportunities that it gives the UK. Now we're free from the shackles of Europe. And I look forward to seeing Anglesey become a free port, attracting new investment and creating the good quality jobs that the island so desperately needs and desperately deserves.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Ian Littlegranger.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed. And I'm absolutely delighted to take part and also to follow my colleague for Anglesey. We share a nuclear power station, and I look forward to the day that they build at Wilver, which will be a fantastic day. I mean, I must say that the Chancellor has done a remarkable job of supporting the economy during this pandemic and has kick-started the economy without any shadow of a doubt. But economic generation and regional economic regeneration does have to be purchased with various, dare I say, caveats. I wouldn't advise extreme caution when shelling out any extra cash to Somerset County Council. I wouldn't spend a penny. Somerset County Council is incompetent, profligate, and worst of all, unbelievably pompous. They fail to get broadband working. They sign contracts they don't understand, which has cost the taxpayers millions of pounds. They add absolutely nothing to the development of the local economy, except, unfortunately, hot air. Oh yes, Somerset County Council loves to claim credit for everything, but it is either exaggeration or it is lies. Somerset is run dishonestly, and they don't deserve to be taken seriously. My constituency is the biggest infrastructure project in the whole of Europe. Hinkley C nuclear power station is taking shape. Who masterminded this local planning? Who carried the burden? The local district council, Sedgemoor. Sedgemoor is one of the 4 districts that Somerset wants to gobble up in its greedy ambition to become a unitary authority. Why? Because the district councils do not squander public money. They save it and have shown year after year to do so. What does Somerset County Council bring to the party? Nothing except trouble and, I'm afraid, waste. They plead poverty and beg for more, but they don't actually deserve a bean. Our own secondary school head teachers are furious across the whole county for ordering extra cuts that will hurt the most vulnerable children in our society who need and desperately should have all our help. The heads have no confidence in the overpaid oaf that in charge of Somerset schools. I don't think I've got any confidence in any of them, but I'm not sure I ever had. The chief exec, Pat Flattery, his own staff call him Flat Battery, which is a little worrying. He actually can start a dinky toy, let alone regenerate the economy. Most people, and this has been going right across Somerset for the last few months, say the council is a waste of space and money. The public is not being fairly consulted about the unitary dream, and that's a scandal which lies at the door of the Secretary of State for Local Government, I'm afraid, because this is part and the heart of the problem. The county chose a bid for change just as the pandemic started. It is crazy timing. Why the rush? They should have waited. People have suffered because of this, Madam Deputy Speaker. But the chairman danced to the tune, the government, danced to their tune and postponed the county elections, which was meant to have taken place next month, depriving the voters of a democratic say. I worry about the state we're in. Instead, a pathetic online consultation has been offered. What help is that to us anywhere across the county? It ends tonight, and it is still open, believe it or not, to Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, and any other tin pot potato wants to take part. You can do it anywhere in the world. The consultation, I'm afraid, is a con. The district councils want Sedgemoor people to help the government choose. They're ready to run the legal referendum, which they will do. But my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State Local Government, said it's too late to influence this decision. He even sent them a letter which I believe was threatening. A grave mistake. Somerset people are proud. The last battle on British soil was here. They take their democratic rights very, very seriously, and they will be determined to win. Make no bones about it. It is the people, not a pathetic county council, that hold the key to economic regeneration in Somerset. They're the hard workers. They're the people that go out every day and strive to push our county forward, be it Hinkley Point or any of our other massive companies that we have down there. And as long as the Chancellor remembers this, I will always support economic regeneration, providing the money goes to the people, the districts, and the others who we know will spend it carefully, spend it wisely, and make sure that we can be proud of Somerset, not embarrassed by a bunch that don't care. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Minister Jesse Norman.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair, and I thank colleagues, not least the last speaker, for a very entertaining and rowdy end to the session. Let me pick up some of the points that have been raised on this important subject. The Honourable Lady for Erith and Thamesmead asked about expected revenue for free ports, and as she will be aware, it's not appropriate really to comment on this. At the moment, these tax sites have not yet been agreed. The revenues, or at least the tax costs associated, are very much site-specific, and therefore I'm not in a position to comment on this. But, of course, once the sites have been agreed, then the appropriate estimates will be brought forward. The Honourable Lady for Salford and Eccles argued, and indeed it was a recurrent theme, that free ports would have the effect of watering down employment protections. They have no evidence for this viewpoint at all. There is no deregulatory agenda or whatever here with free ports. Businesses in free ports will have to abide by UK worker and environmental regulations, national minimum wage standards, workers' rights, and the rest of it, just as any other company would anywhere else in the UK. The Honourable for Gordon raised the topic of the free ports in Scotland. I mean, he didn't remind the House, but he will be aware that the Scottish Government originally rejected the idea of a free port and then somewhat changed their tune when they saw the local reaction. I would encourage him, I would encourage the Scottish Government, whatever its complexion after selection, to step forward and engage with the Government so that we can agree a free port in Scotland. My honourable friend, the member for Harwich and North Essex, was talking about the different elements and was worried that somehow the offer had been watered down. I can reassure him that, although he didn't notice it, the structures and buildings allowance is legislated for in this bill. The employer national insurance contributions relief will be legislated in a forthcoming bill, and the business rates relief will follow in due course. My honourable friend, the member for Thurrock, rightly talked about the magnificent port at Tilbury. I visited it myself, and a thoroughly splendid thing it is, an impressive thing it is too. And finally, my honourable friend, the member for Bridgewater and West Somerset, put in, I think, what we can all agree was a typically low-key and restrained performance, for which we very much thank him. He put me ineffably in mind of that great moment in, it's a work of literature, on at least film, that I'm sure the House will be familiar with, Animal House, that marvellous moment where John Belushi, as future Senator John Blutarsky, says, was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? And there's a pause, and someone says, leave him, he's rolling. And that's what I felt we should do with the member, our dear friend, the member for Bridgewater and West Somerset. With that, I will sit down.
Ben Lake.
Dear Melanie, it's a pleasure to close the debate this evening. I think we've had a very beneficial debate, actually, on two main points when it comes to free ports and regional economic development. I think we've had a very good discussion about the merits or otherwise of free ports for the areas in which they are located, and whilst I think we will continue to discuss whether or not any growth and investment that is generated by these sites will be new or partially new or actually substituted and displacement of economic activity elsewhere, I think it's been a good debate nevertheless to have had this evening. And then the final point that I'd like to make is that leads on from that, this question about whether any growth or investment will be new or a reflection of displacement of activity from elsewhere is particularly important when it comes to this question of levelling up and addressing regional inequalities and disparities. And I think that is something that we still need to discuss further. One potential solution, for example, in Wales's case may well be that we look again at the cap of only having one free port in Wales, and perhaps we should have at least two. I'm sure I'm looking to other members. Perhaps that is one way of addressing some of the disagreements we've had tonight. But either way, we've had a very good and beneficial debate this evening, Mr. Speaker. And while I won't want to move my amendment this evening, I do hope the Minister will consider how the Government can better work with the devolved governments to address some of these concerns and the need to coordinate policies for our economic development. I beg leave to withdraw.
Is it your pleasure that Amendment 54 be withdrawn? Amendment by leave withdrawn. The question is that clauses 109, 110 and 111 stand part of the bill and that Schedule 21 be the 21st schedule to the bill. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So we now come to Government Amendments 43 to 52 and Schedule 22, no, to Schedule 22. Sorry, I didn't make that clear. Amendments 43 to 52 to Schedule 22. Minister, to move formally. The question is that Amendments 43 to 52 be made. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question is that Schedule 22 as amended be the 22nd schedule to the bill. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the new clauses. I have selected new clause 25 for a separate decision. Abhinav Pongasari to move clause 25 formally.
I move it formally.
The question is that new clause 25 be added to the bill. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that new clause 25 be added to the bill. So members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. Tellers for the ayes, Mark Tommy and Bambo Sharalambu. Tellers for the noes, James Morris and Maria Caulfield. the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 260. The noes to the left, 366.
The ayes to the right, 260. The noes to the left, 366. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Order. Order. That concludes proceedings in committee.
I beg to report that the committee...
Not yet. Order. Quick to report.
I beg to report that the committee has made progress on the bill and move that the committee may have leave to sit again.
Committee to sit again what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Thank you. We now come to motion number 3 on exiting the European Union companies, motion number 4 on climate change, motion number 5 on exiting the European Union financial services. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. The questions are as on the order paper. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Ayes have it. The ayes have it. And so we come to motion number 6 on delegated legislation. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am delighted to have secured this important debate on the gender pension gap, which stands at a shameful 40.3%, more than double the gender pay gap of 17.3%. This is truly shocking, and the debate this evening seeks, I hope, to both highlight this terrible inequality and perhaps persuade the UK Government to take some fairly straightforward measures to address this, if it is truly committed to pension justice and equality. We are all aware of the justification for women's state pension age being raised, but equalising state pension ages is very different from pension equality. Now, we could simply throw our hands in the air and exclaim that women have always had lower pensions than men, and that's just the way it is. But it need not be this way. It is simply unacceptable that all types of pension provision, whether it be state pension, workplace pension or private pensions, all inherently discriminate against women. And if it chooses to do so, the UK Government could tackle this and thereby tackle the poverty that too many women face in old age. This is something that can wait no longer, as an increasing proportion of women are simply not able to rely on their partner's income in retirement, and nor should they be required to.
Motion complete.
I will indeed.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I congratulate her most sincerely on securing this debate tonight. The average woman in her 20s in the UK will have to work almost 40 years longer than her male counterpart to build up the same pension. Indeed, a female saver can expect to have £100,000 less in their retirement savings thanks to the time taken out of the workplace to raise children. Now, in the previous debate, the government spoke an awful lot about levelling up. Does she agree that if the government is serious about levelling up, the first thing they could do is tackle the injustice of the gender pension gap?
Absolutely. And I know that the Minister will be listening intently, and I hope he will go back and take the very reasonable and straightforward suggestions that I will make this evening so that we can truly level up in the way that the Minister's government say that they want to. Women, if I could just make a little bit of progress. Women born in the 1950s, WASPI women, have suffered hugely as their state pension age was accelerated, giving them insufficient time to prepare for retirement. And despite the clamour of outrage, the government has refused to do anything to address the hardship caused to the women affected. Now, I wish I could say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that that policy decision was the only one which targets women in retirement. I wish this was the only measure I could find which has transformed retirement into a time of financial uncertainty and fiscal pressure for women. Sadly, it is a mere continuation of policy choices that has helped contribute to, indeed exacerbate, the gender pension gap under which too many women now labour.
Thank the lady for giving way. The Honourable Lady and myself and others in this chamber have supported the WASPI woman the whole way through. Does the Honourable Lady agree that not only is there a legal obligation, but there's a moral obligation to deliver for them? And the WASPI woman and those constituents of us, or ours, who have contacted us, deserve to know that the battle hasn't ended for them.
I thank the honourable gentleman, and he's absolutely right. And of course, it is impossible, Madam Deputy Speaker, in all conscience, to have any debate about pensions and not mention the plight, the difficulties into which the WASPI women have been thrust. Indeed, it would be remiss not to mention them and pay tribute to the dignified campaign that they have fought and continue to fight. But let's take pension credit, for example. Now, the uptake of pension credit is only around 60%, a matter I have raised repeatedly over the years in this House, urging the UK Government to do more to improve uptake. Doing so could play an important part in helping to close the gender pension gap, since women are much more likely to need to rely on pension credit, which is additional support for the poorest pensioners, since their lifetime earnings tend to be lower than men's. However, the so-called triple lock on state pensions does not apply to pension credit. This means that the poorest pensioners, who tend to be women, do not have the same income protection as those pensioners who are better off. In addition to this gender penalty, the very lowest earners, which we know tend to be women, and I keep saying it, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it bears repeating, they are excluded from building credit on their state pension. Those who have a job earning below the lower earnings threshold get no credit for their state pension at all. And this applies even if a person has more than one job. And this exclusion disproportionately hits women hard, as they are more likely to be in part-time work. I hope when the Minister gets to his feet to respond, he will explain why this stubborn inflexibility in the national insurance system has not been addressed, and when we can expect this pitfall, because that's what it is, when this pitfall can be removed, which contributes to the impoverishment of women in retirement. The lower earnings threshold should be abolished so that all workers can claim credit for state pension, no matter the level of their earnings. And the gender pension gap is exacerbated in all sorts of sneaky and labyrinthine ways, some of which most women simply don't know about due to the arcane nature of the system. But the UK Government could fix much of these problems almost at a stroke, and it is curious why this has not happened. For example, even if a woman is not currently in paid work, if she claims child benefit for a child under 12, she will get national insurance credit towards her state pension and is treated as though she is contributing to national insurance, whilst she claims that child benefit when her state pension is calculated. Even if her partner's earnings deem her ineligible for child benefit, she needs to apply in order to get national insurance credit. Madam Deputy Speaker, who knew? And if a woman subsequently finds out about this rather silly and pointless method of gender discrimination, well, too bad. She cannot backdate her claim. In addition, research has shown that huge numbers of women simply don't know how child benefit claims affect their state pension calculation. And who could blame them? It would be fairly simple for the UK government to address this by allowing all women who are looking after children to claim state pension credit. Why not? What is the obstacle to this change which could play a part in reducing the shameful gender pension gap? And as far as temporarily leaving the workforce to look after children adversely impacting on a woman's pension, it is the case that workplace pensions discriminate against women who tend to earn less, as well as tending to have interrupted careers, meaning they are active in the workplace for fewer years than men. This means their workplace pensions are lower, as well as their state pensions. But this could be mitigated if the government introduced a family carers top-up, whereby the government would pay the equivalent of the employer's contribution, at least at the level of minimum wage, into women's pensions if they are taking time out as carers. This would equate to around £820 per year and would boost pension outcomes for women by 20% if they take 10 years out of the workforce to undertake caring responsibilities and return to the workforce thereafter. Research shows, importantly, that this could close half the pension wealth gap which is created by taking time out of work to care for others. So far, so good. It was always traditionally the case, as well as that women were forced to leave company pensions if they married or switched to part-time work. And I have lost count of the number of WASPy women who have told me that they were forced out of occupational pension provisions when they married. However, we also know that women also tended to be less likely to be even offered an occupational pension in the first place, due to the types of jobs women traditionally did. So again, we have inherent bias against women's workplace pensions. And we also need to remember that some workplace pensions don't aggregate women's pensions following maternity leave. Not merging periods of pension service means that women have a reduced pension when they retire relative to their male counterparts. Surely it cannot be beyond the wit of this government to regulate pension provision so that women's pension rights can be preserved whilst caring responsibilities are attended to. Now, if this litany of how women get a raw pension deal, suffering from institutional bias, if this litany seems to be very long, I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's set to become longer still, because we haven't yet considered auto-enrolment, the much-heralded programme to ensure all employers provided workplace pensions. But auto-enrolment leaves out, ignores and simply does not take into account millions of women. Now, how can that be, I hear you ask? It's actually very simple. Those who earn less than £10,000, again, disproportionately women of course, don't benefit from auto-enrolment and therefore don't benefit from their employer's pension contribution. And again, it doesn't matter if you have two part-time jobs. If each pay below £10,000, you miss out on auto-enrolment and your employer's contribution to your pension. Now, new research from the Pensions Policy Institute has shown that almost half, I'm going to say that again, Madam Deputy Speaker, almost half of single mothers are currently ineligible for auto-enrolment. Does the Minister think this is acceptable, and what will he do to persuade his government to remove the £10,000 earning limit for auto-enrolment so that the threshold can be reduced to the very first pound earned? Now, when one considers the part this measure on its own could play in helping to reduce the gender pay gap, I can't think of a single reason not to do it. And if this wasn't bad enough, for those who are auto-enrolled in their workplace pension, they're often forced to pay an additional 25% for their pensions if they earn between £10,000 and £12,000. Again, this tends to be disproportionately women and is due to the type of pension the employer might use, which operates on a net pay basis. This means the employer has to pay extra to their pension. The employee has to pay extra to their pension provider instead of receiving the tax relief they could have in a different type of pension scheme, such as the Relief at Source scheme. Now, sadly, it seems that most employers use the net pay scheme, so contributions are collected before tax. However, if the Relief at Source scheme was used over their working lives, women would benefit from an additional £8,000 in their pensions. So we have, quite frankly, a disgraceful situation where women who are most in need of help in building up their pension pots are forced to pay more, usually without any knowledge of how they are being financially penalised. Now, if we want pension equality, why is the government not legislating to ensure that employers and pension providers ensure workers are enrolled into schemes which will qualify for tax relief? And if after all that a woman finds herself widowed, her late husband's life annuity will probably not provide her with any income following the death of her husband, meaning that after the shock of being widowed, many women are thrown into poverty and financially are unprotected. Similarly, if a woman is divorced, she may find herself in poverty in retirement. Indeed, she is more likely to do so. So it seems clear to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there is institutional, inherent, ingrained and unfair barriers to women being able to properly and fairly build up a pension pot that will offer them protection from poverty in their later years. Now, these problems, these obstacles, these barriers have been set out clearly tonight, and I hope potential solutions which the Minister has been listening to. Now, I urge the Minister, when he gets on his feet to respond to each of these barriers, he will indicate what his government are prepared to do to address the shocking and unacceptable gender pension gap that exposes women to poverty and hardship in their later years, because it doesn't have to be this way. Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is my mission as Pensions Minister to make the UK pension system safer, better and greener. We are doing this in a variety of ways, Madam Deputy Speaker, from our world-leading climate change and ESG reforms that positively impact pension investments, to tough action on scams and unscrupulous bosses, and our work to make pensions simpler, more easily understood with dashboards and tackling inequality. So I congratulate the Honourable Member for North Ayrshire and Arran for securing this important debate. This government and previous governments recognise that this is an important issue and one that we remain committed to addressing. This is one of the key drivers of the automatic enrolment reforms and the 2016 new state pension reforms, both of which help to address the issue raised. Through automatic enrolment and the new state pension, we are enabling more women to build up pension provision in their own right, reducing historic inequalities in the pension system. And with respect to the Honourable Lady, I submit that automatic enrolment has been a genuine game changer in workplace savings. And this has happened over the last 9 years, but has been a piece of work done by successive governments, including the Labour government, who set up the Turner Commission. It was then commenced by the coalition government in 2012, before the original blueprint was fully rolled out by this Conservative government in 2018 and 2019. 8% savings is now the norm, with 10.5 million employees who have been automatically enrolled by over 1 million employers. Overall workplace pension participation for eligible employees has increased by 44 percentage points since 2012, reaching 86% in 2019. It has been especially transformative for women, low earners and young people who have historically been poorly served or excluded from workplace pensions. In particular, the proportion of women participating in a workplace pension reached 86% in 2019, double what it was in 2012. 79% of low earners now save into a workplace pension, over double what it was in 2012. Finally, 85% of young people now save into a workplace pension, again well over double what it was in 2012. Of course.
The Pensions Minister for giving way, and I don't think anybody in the House would quibble with the fact that automatic enrolment has been a success story. But I think the point that was outlined by my honourable friend from North Ayrshire and Arran is that that £10,000 trigger that's in place is actually discriminatory towards women. So why does the government have such an objection to making sure that that actually triggers and kicks in at the first pound rather than waiting to £10,000, which is so disadvantageous to women?
I'm grateful for the honourable gentleman raising that point, because I'm coming to that specific issue. He will be aware that we conducted a review of automatic enrolment and that we are committed to implementing the findings of that review by the mid-2020s. We intend to remove the lower earnings limit, which will benefit low earners, and for the first time everyone will get an employer contribution from their very first pound of earnings if they are enrolled or opt-in. This will improve the incentive to save, especially for women and those individuals working part-time in multiple jobs. In addition, the review also proposed extending eligibility to aged 18. This will support younger people with the opportunity to start saving earlier for a more secure retirement. And clearly there is a benefit in the Honourable Gentleman's constituency and the Honourable Gentleman for Strangford's constituency. For example, 7,000 people are presently automatically enrolled, and due thanks are due to the thousands of employers who are supporting them in that process. I turn to the issue in relation to the self-employed. I will briefly give way one more time.
Enrolment, does he have any concerns about the issue that I outlined about the employer using the net pay basis instead of the relief at source scheme, so that tax relief can be earned by the employer?
The honourable lady raised that issue, and it is a legitimate, what's called the RAS, the relief at source issue. It is a legitimate issue. It is a matter governed by the Treasury, but I obviously speak for all the government, so I can try to address that particular point. She may have missed, but in the budget, the government announced a call for evidence on pensions tax relief administration in line with the Conservative government's manifesto commitment to comprehensively review this issue of relief at source tax arrangements. The call for evidence is now closed, and the Treasury are continuing to analyse the responses to the call for evidence and will, in the usual way, respond and publish their response shortly. So, whilst the Honourable Lady legitimately and rightly raises a matter, which, to be fair, is also in the Conservative Party manifesto to be addressed, it is something that the Treasury are addressing, have in hand, have done a call for evidence on, and will respond very shortly to. I was briefly going to touch upon the issue of the self-employed, which is a very important issue. We remain committed to developing effective, durable retirement solutions for the self-employed. We commenced a trialling and research programme in 2019-20 to test differing approaches aimed at improving retirement savings for self-employed people, looking at the whole behavioural messages and saving mechanisms using financial digital platforms. Some of those trials were paused during the COVID pandemic for obvious reasons, but the work is done such that we hope to recommence these trials this summer. We are also specifically working with Her Majesty's Revenue Tax HMRC to incorporate self-employed pension solutions into the Making Tax Digital programme that HMRC are rolling out, which I believe will genuinely assist the issue in relation to the self-employed. Can I turn to the desire to make pensions simpler and more understandable and more practical? There is a number of particular measures that we are taking to address this. the one that the House will be particularly aware of is the Pensions Dashboard, which we took through in the Pension Schemes Bill, or the Pension Schemes Act, I should say, now that Her Majesty has signed on the dotted line, of 2021. And we are also driving forward the 2-page annual pension benefit statement, which will take the dozens of pages that were very hard to comprehend and make them into a simple 2-page statement. We believe that simplicity is key, that we want to have all savers easily able to understand their pension savings so that they can plan for the retirement they want. And we believe that communications should be designed with savers' needs in mind to encourage such engagement. Effective engagement will require a continued partnership between the various providers, the government, the advisory community, and obviously the savers over the longer term. I also want to outline to the House, and I believe it is relevant to this particular debate, the pilot projects that we're conducting up and down the country on the midlife MOT. This builds upon the work of the private sector, particularly Aviva and others have done, looking at interventions between the ages of 45 to 50 in particular, and effectively it is looking at wealth, work and well-being. And we have committed several £100,000 to a number of pilot projects from Cornwall to the North East and all across the country to ensure that there is a piloting of particular interventions to try and get people engaged with their pensions at an earlier stage and to see whether real differences can be made. And I thank the FCA for their meeting with me on this very issue today as we try to drive forward this innovative change. The Honourable Lady also raised the state pension and raised a number of particular issues in respect to that. She will be aware that the state pension has never been higher in this country ever before. When we came into government, it was barely 66 billion in 2009-2010. It's now approximately 100 billion plus. There is well over £1,000 in real terms increased by reason of the triple lock, and clearly pension credit has increased as well. She will be aware that also that our reforms have seen the gap between men and women's state pensions reduced. The new state pension system, introduced by one of my predecessors, corrects some of the historic inequalities of the previous system, which clearly existed, and over 3 million women stand to receive an average of £550 more per year by 2030. And the state pension outcomes are expected to equalise over a decade earlier than they would have done under the old system. We believe that the new state pension, introduced from 2016, gives equal value to national insurance contributions and credits, providing access to the same level of entitlement for all. There is also a comprehensive framework of credits available when people are out of the workforce, for example, caring for children or elderly relatives. This will protect people's state pension positions for those periods. We clearly have introduced the Check Your State Pension Forecast service, which I would strongly recommend. And there is a desire also for everyone to find out whether filling any gaps will increase their payments when they reach state pension age. In particular, this should be done in respect of gaps since 2016, because by either receiving credits or making voluntary national insurance contributions, filling the gaps could potentially increase state pension. The Honourable Lady raised a number of particular points in addition, which I wanted to try and address. She raised the campaign for women's state pension age increase. Clearly, these were decisions made in the early 1990s and then legislated for fundamentally on grounds of equality in 1995. The notice period, I suggest, was several decades. Whatever the views of the Honourable Lady, this matter and myself, this matter was then taken to the courts, and both the High Court and the Court of Appeal rejected all legal claims of the state pension age campaigners comprehensively in a highly detailed judgment. This is a government at the same stage who has raised the living wage, increased the personal allowance to £12,570, introduced free childcare, introduced the returners programme and addressed shared parental leave, and spent record sums already on universal credit, on disability support, and, as I say, state pension. I would like to thank all honourable members for participating in this debate, who have shown a clear passion for improving pension outcomes for women. I believe that this government and previous governments have made progress. I accept that there is more to do, and that closing the gender pension gap remains a priority for all.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As members of that opinion say aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.